Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Haha, I just said you'd be interested. It's tomorrow night, come to my office in the afternoon. Oh no, don't come. I'll arrange an office and lab for you right downstairs. This guy who likes to disturb people's good things is best not to come. Just wait for my notice. Howard seems to be very resentful, and good things are not interrupted by the other party once. Haha, good. By the way, I have a suggestion. This battery can be shown to Wayne Enterprises. They will definitely be interested. When the time comes, we will outsource and throw the risk out and let them take it. They are old companies, there are many ways for some crooked ways. We just need to sit and collect money. Jiang Yifu seemed to think of something, and said his thoughts. Howard looked at Jiang Yifu quietly, knowing whether Jiang Yifu thought he had said something wrong. Howard slammed the table. He shouted excitedly, yeah, why didn't I think of it? What a good idea. I was there just now. It's written about press conferences and exhibitions? Oops, what a great step. Eve, you really are a genius like me? Haha, very good, very good. When complimenting the other party, don't forget to put gold on your face. This Howard is really a jerk. Jiang Yufu's mouth twitched. Is he complimenting me, or is he complimenting himself? In fact, this kind of practice is very common in the 21st century. The most typical example is a game development company. After the finished product is made, there is no release, promotion, or channels. What should I do? Throw it to a third-party sales platform? The other party has professional resources and channels for promotion, which is much better than fumbling on your own, and it doesn't save much money. Outsourcing saves time and effort, and saves energy. You don't have to rack your brains to think about other miscellaneous things. You can develop with peace of mind and you're done. It is very similar to Jiang Yufu's dynamic and habit. They are all developed and handed over to Howard, let the other party promote it and sell it, and it's over. You can concentrate on doing research, make a pot of coffee, move the stool to the balcony on the second floor, and hug all the glamorous wives. She happily counted the money until her hands cramped. Such a beautiful life. By the way, do you know the people from Wayne Enterprises? How much do you know about them? Jiang Yifu was suddenly curious, knowing that even Marvel and DC in their previous lives were independent and unrelated to each other, and they were still deadly enemies. Then in this world, what kind of experience will they be when they integrate with each other? Thomas is the heir to the Wayne family. The Wayne business was founded by the Wayne family. And he's a classmate of mine, and that guy is a real gentleman, a personable guy no matter what. Just a little pedantic. Want to build a peaceful Gotham City. Howard said everything to Jiang Yifu probably because he had a little drink. Oh, why? The more Jiang Yifu listened, the more interested he became. This was not mentioned in the movie? The two are actually children's shoes? Hey, this is fun. The heart of gossip is rising, and it seems that the attraction of this moment is more interesting than doing experiments. Gotham City is originally a mix of dragons and snakes. I studied at Gotham's Tech Academy. You can't imagine how messy it is. On the surface, there is peace. A place that is difficult to tell clearly. There is only one sentence you know. The people of Gotham are simple and honest. Howard said quietly, as if he remembered something. Puff. Jiang Yifu just drank a sip of red wine and immediately spit it out. I go, what is this? This sentence actually came out of Howard's mouth, which is shocking. It's like seeing Hela, the goddess of death, shouting I love peace. The strong sense of disobedience makes people laugh out loud. Howard didn't care about Jiang Yufu's spritz, poured himself another glass, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Boy, remember it later. If I have the opportunity to study at Gotham City's Institute of Technology, where can I give you a lot of it? Inspirational? Also, don't trust anyone. The only one you can trust is yourself. In Gotham City? Well, except for the Wayne family's immediate idiots. Jiang Yifu nodded and said that he knew, no matter what, Howard took great care of himself. There are decades of experience more than myself, and everything is reasonable. And Howard's talent is definitely the world's top talent. There are simple people who can tinker with so many sophisticated technologies while doing business and doing experiments. Not to mention that the Rubik's Cube was invented in the 20th century. It is simply genius to the point of not being genius. Okay, I get it. But what do you mean by Wayne's direct subordinate fool? Jiang Yifu asked curiously, not why. Jiang Yifu was sure that he would live a long time, even to the era when many heroes came out still young and energetic. It's not just because Black Widow is so young and beautiful when he is close to 80 years old, and Steve is still as young as he is close to 100 years old. He is Aunt Sarah's husband? It can't be too bad. Because they are all stupid and respectable people. Hey, don't talk about these sad things, little guy, I want to tell you a good thing. Howard quickly adjusted his emotions. Sadness was not his style. Jiang Yifu was listening intently. He was about to understand the true meaning of gossip, but the other party suddenly stopped talking. Isn't this shit? Appetites have been hung up, and then you say sorry for not changing. Isn't that looking for a fight? But the other party didn't want to, so he asked for nothing, shrugging his head a little. Oh, what's a good thing? Howard crossed Erlang's legs, held the red wine in one hand, and turned the wine glass at the same time. The whole posture was extremely pretentious, and the style changed very quickly. The atmosphere that was going to be a little sad just now turned into a very shy. That's Thomas's sister Aisha will also appear at the reception. After he said that, he blinked, and everyone understood the meaning. Well, I can't say that, it should be said that all men understand. Jiang Yifu looked at Howard in confusion. What? I don't know her. The atmosphere became very awkward at one point. Howard pretended to be defeated and coughed angrily, glaring at Jiang Yifu angrily. Aisha is Thomas's younger sister and owns shares in Wayne Group. Her husband died when she was young. His husband has only one sister in his family. She, your sister's daughter, is your chemistry teacher? Now you understand? Stupid, or do you think such a beautiful woman will be so safe that no one dares to disturb her? Jiang Yifu was blinded all of a sudden. It turns out that his wife's identity is so big. No wonder I haven't seen any man who dares to harass and pursue teacher Dana before, but he has a big backer for his relationship. P.S. It will be on the shelves tonight. 2 updates will continue from tomorrow morning to the evening, and the 5 will start at the bottom, and the upper limit will not be capped. Haha, let's talk about it. Regarding the question of the eunuch, it is very clear that it will not. Because this is just the beginning, I can only say, don't abuse the master, don't overdo it, appropriate YY, non-toxic points, let everyone enjoy watching. Look cool? I will read everyone's suggestions. Otherwise, I will blow up Thanos in this one, and I will write woolen threads in the next one. So please rest assured. Okay, that's it. Thank you for your support of titanium alloy kidney readers. Thank you. Asterisk. After chatting with Howard for a while, Jiang Yifu was kicked out by the other party. Going down to the 46th floor, this place is still empty. Sweet front desk manager Kano picks up again. It's time to order to meet the minority shareholders. The most important thing about being young and handsome is how much gold. Such men are very popular. In the mind of getting the first month and the first, Kano Kai. The temptation started. Mr. Zhang, according to the instructions of the chairman, this floor is your laboratory, which is always reserved for you. You can design the style of the room at will, and we will help you as soon as possible. It is made in the laboratory, and the other materials needed will be. Kano said, and deliberately showed his figure, ready to hold this golden turtle-in-law in his hand. One of the talking labs? Without saying it, in fact, I was secretly relieved in my heart. I used to chase girls everywhere, but I was still single. Jiang Yifu didn't care about the other party's little actions. Now there is no need to chase girls. Girls are sent up as if they were posted upside down. It's really cool to be 533. But I know very well that this is just because the other party sees their own identity and status. It's just done above. If Jiang Yifu is just a homeless man in a forest park now, if you see if anyone cares, he will definitely turn around when he sees it, and he will never give him a second look. Well, you give me the floor plan. I go back and think slowly, no need to be in such a hurry. With so many beauties, Jiang Yifu is not the frizzy he used to be. Boy is it. Is a bit tasteful pervert? Kano stepped back in disappointment. I don't want to see small shareholders peeking at their eye sleeves. Can't help but feel proud. Bai Yin's own pregnancy is powerful. Saying goodbye to Howard and leaving Stark Industries, Jiang Yifu looked up at the blue sky. How many surprises are waiting for him in this world? Get in the car, leave, drive back. Brooklyn. In the old Sailor's Bar, it is now a gathering place for the core members. Although it is not big, it is indeed the birthplace of the Chinglin gang. A small bar, a number of characters, has now become the number 3 gang in Brooklyn. It also monopolized an industry, the food stall industry. Even gangsters. It is also imitated by the society for its own identity. They are all engaged in smuggling, which looks high-end. How can it be like the Chinglin gang? Actually set up a street stall. Doing things that humiliate the identity and status of the gangsters? It's simply thrown into the face of their gang members? I didn't realize the profits here. Neither the Watt gang nor the Lens gang realized that this industry is also an extremely rich industry. Only 1 cent? But can't stand the large number? A stall sells 200 copies a day on average, which is $2. It's true that a snack doesn't make much money. 1,000 is $2,000? Well, it really doesn't seem like much. But don't forget that this was the Great Depression that followed the First World War. And 100 is $200. There are thousands of people rushing to do a job with a salary of 20 yuan. So adding up to a lot, making a fortune quietly is the king. Otherwise, everyone knows it, so what else is there to do? Even gang members don't make much money, and many are barely making ends meet. And the bottom gang members can't even earn food rations. Arrive? Please, please, let me meet Marlos. I've been carrying guns with him. A drunken guy was begging the security guard to let him go at the door of the bar. Messy hair and a stench on my body. I don't know how long it has been since I took a bath. Dedication is no different from a homeless person. Even if Jiang Yifu hadn't walked over, he could smell a stench from far away. Cover your nose and wear a face mask with the Hydra logo on it to hide your eyes and ears. Hey, Lionel, why are you so willing to rely on me? Didn't you go to Gotham City to develop? Haha, look at everyone. This is the one who took me here before. Boss, look, how good he is. He's in suits and leather shoes. I don't know when the Marlos man in a suit was like a dog with a bunch of brothers sneering. Look, it seems flat and bloody, and it's a face-slapping routine. Live? That Anshu's name seems a little familiar. Jiang Yifu recalled carefully, Diana, Hera, Sif, Valkyrie, Melika, Selena, Hill, Maria, wait, it's all a woman's name. No, it really seems like I've seen it somewhere. The drunkard far away is still praying. Oh, no, Marlos, you're my boss. I knew from the beginning that you would kill a bloody way, and sure enough, I didn't see you wrong. Have me. It can definitely help you dominate the entire New York City. When the time comes, Gotham City and the metropolis will surrender at our feet. While talking, the alcoholic started to self-high mode. People constantly want to silver up. Marlos covered his nose. Give the drunkard a kick in the stomach. Enough, Lionel, you BD. Back then, I was going to die, and I was deceived by you? Shit, if the labor and management were not in a good mood today, they would have caught you and chopped you up to feed the dog. There is endless disgust in the eyes, as if seeing a piece of shit. Well, Lionel. He seems to be a scumbag. Domestic violence? The guy who beats his wife, beats his children, and gets nowhere. He's not famous, but his son is famous? The guy with super high IQ, Lex Luthor, nicknamed the Bald Lou. Jiang Yifu muttered to himself, and soon knew what the other party was about. An idea rose from his heart. This is a special mask only for high TS members. Going straight to the bar, the security guard at the door hesitated after seeing the big octopus shape on Jiang Yifu's face. No sunblock for a while. What kind of dirty work is the most suitable for Hydra? Enter the exclusive office, press a button. A colored. That's right, the image of the Hydra organization. The radio waves vibrated a few times in the lined device of Malos, who was teaching his old foe outside. Button. The battery below is connected to the electromagnet to radiate a unique electric wave. Malos' face changed, and he said to the bodyguards on the left and right, let me watch him, wait for me to come back, and have a good time with him. Malos for Jiang Yifu. Master Eve, you are here. Welcome. Is there anything I need to do? The more you know and the more you experience, the more afraid. This kind of person is too scary. It is completely a poisonous snake. It is usually silent. Only when the prey appears will it launch a foolproof attack. Fatal? Don't say those compliments that you are not used to. That person outside is your friend. Jiang Yifu asked suspiciously. No, how could that be? How could that stinky shit be my friend? That's the one I was with 0.5 years ago. A boss who cheated us all out of money back then. We went bankrupt and became homeless. That's a scumbag? Malos only revealed his secrets and past events at this time? Unspeakable hatred on his face. It doesn't feel good either. Not to mention being deceived into bankruptcy. This feud can be knotted. Think about it too, if you are deceived. Jiang Yifu doesn't have the heart to help a scum, but the other party can't die for the time being. If a character who can fight Superman in the future can be recruited under his command, that's good and harmless. Well, how can I control this Bald Lou? Just think about it. Got it? Hey. Thinking of this, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but draw a sneer. Malos trembled as he watched, and a layer of goosebumps appeared. The little master's smile must be calculating something again, and someone is going to be unlucky. For that guy. Merc for 5 minutes. Jiang Yifu didn't know that his smile actually made the number one dog leg under his command sweat, and said leisurely, okay, you take that guy as the bottom one. The younger brother is fine, remember, you can't let him be too much, and you can't be too sad, give him some color from time to time. Marlos was a little reluctant at first. After all, no one wants to see the enemy met like seeing each other a moving sheet. It was extraordinarily uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, the latter sentence made him excited again. He licked his lips and matched the scar on his forehead. No problem, sir, I will. Arranged for him clearly. The two conspired for a while in the office. Lionel, who was waiting outside, was a little frightened, thinking about his success in becoming a high-level gangster for a while, and thinking about it for a while. Will he be beaten to death by the brutal Marlos? After all, he can deceive the other party a lot of money. Lionel waited for a long time, and the two burly black men next to him stared at him, and the thought of running away was completely frightened. The waiting time is the most hard to put, especially before you die. Finally, when Lionel was about to collapse, Marlos came out wearing a mask. You rubbish, if someone didn't see you well, I will shoot you. Take us to where you live, you shit. You're part of our Chinglin gang now? Remember only the lowest level staff? Don't mess with me. Otherwise, I'll shoot you, you BD. Every word is inseparable from swearing. The usual Marlos is not so rude. To be able to say such words to Lionel, one can imagine how much hatred. The alcoholic Lionel, who was still fighting and waiting to die, heard the news announced by the other party, and immediately went to Marlos in surprise. Marlos hastily kicked the opponent away with one kick. This stench, let alone Master Eve. Even someone who grew up in a slum can't stand it. I really don't know if the other party is. 1 month, what a stink. Slept in the trash. Jiang Yifu is not bad. He wears a mask, at least he can filter it. Before coming out, he secretly stuffed 2 slices of lemon. Follow the alcoholic Lionel all the way. The dirty water in the slum is everywhere, and it is impossible to clean up. The municipal cleaning staff are all sweeping, and even if the garbage is thrown away, otherwise, it is too messy and disgusting, and the strange smell in the air can stun the mice. Turning left and right, I did not know how many dark alleys before arriving at a crumbling 3-story building. I thought it was the highest 3rd floor, but I didn't expect it. Fang just walked straight to the stairs, and then pulled out a door from the place full of clutter. There is a rotten smell, and people who can live here can't clean it even if they want to clean it. Quality, environment, all determine how clean and tidy this place is. Squeak, the door opened, and there was a dark basement inside, with a dim yellow light bulb hanging on the wall from time to time, as if it would go out at any time in the next moment. Only this lamp brings hope and light in the dim environment. Jiang Yifu frowned. The environment determines a person's growth. Not everyone is born evil. A tragic childhood can lead to a person's temperament change. Like Dr. Doom Victor, Magneto Eric, and Bald Lex, they are all incomparably powerful villains, but they are all caused by childhood experiences. If you want to regain these people as your subordinates, you must first start from childhood, and you must also capture the most important things of the other party. Let the other party have fetters and can't get out of control. Anyway, the method used as ABD is naturally a very BD way. A woman in the room was lying weakly on the bed, and there are two children crying. Snuggle beside the woman. Although the room was extremely dark, Jiang Yifu still saw the light in the eyes of the two children, and it was not wiped out by the hard life. Ping Anil was indignant. Damn, what are you doing? Didn't you see any guests coming? You three frogs. I work hard every day. That's how you are. As if not his child. He yelled angrily and even beat the two children with his hands. Cough cough. The woman wanted to speak but couldn't speak. She could only cough for a while. Although the two children bowed their heads, there was a trace of hatred in their eyes. It was very clean by Jiang Yifu. The little boy protected his sister, while the little girl was very sensible and did not cry. Choose a rest. This is a good opportunity. Enough. Bastards. They are only children. How can they be so cruel to their own children? Jiang Yifu kicked Pod Anil to the ground. Turning to look at the two still wary children, Lex and his sister Lena. It should be their mother lying on the bed, but what is the name? Jiang Yifu is not. They follow me. I still need a babysitter? But I have to cure her first. Go to the hospital first? Jiang Yifu still decided to use the scheming. The solution is to pack and take away together with 3 people, get along slowly, there will always be results. Besides, little girls are the cutest. Stop, she's my mother. You are not allowed to touch her? Although Bald Lu is still young, only 5 or 6 years old, he knows how to protect his mother and loves her very much. Jiang Yifu stretched out his hand. Indicates that he is not malicious. Sorry, boy, your father lost a lot of money in gambling. Your mother has to work for me to pay off the debt. When? You can follow. Maybe get food for the day. Now you have to get out of the way, and I have to take your mother, Li Hahao, to the hospital for treatment in person. You will take it slowly from now on. I will pay for this money. Why is saying you're going to watch your mother die, and then you and your sister starve to death? As long as she lives. I can do anything for you? Little boy Lex muses. Thin body. Sorry sir. Please save my mother. Me too, me too. A crisp Huangpeng voice came, and the little girl with a dirty face said while waiting for her watery eyes. Okay, now let's go to the hospital first. You guys also need some food. Well, just call me young master. Jiang Yifu showed a happy smile. Hehe, you can't find a subordinate. Is it to make life a little easier, and then to have fun everywhere? Or expect a jerk from a cockroach to suddenly be kind? That's impossible, unless it's profitable, or the sun comes out of the west. The sick woman was sent to the hospital and after enough money was paid, the hospital started treatment. If it wasn't for the sake of money, I was really worried that the other party would take advantage of it. Machine pick. Zhang Ronfuken owns a house on 4G Street, which was built by Malos before. For a gang that smashed the streets, getting a house was easy. A very standard family of 4 residences. Lex and Lena were a little intimidated, worried that the soles of their dirty feet had soiled the floor. Jiang Yifu threw a pile of clothes sent by gang members on the sofa and a pile of. Jiang Yifu took off his mask, revealing his true face. No need to disguise at this time. Okay, 2 little guys, don't be restrained, this place is for you temporarily. Don't worry about getting dirty, it's a big deal to clean it up. You guys go take a shower first and then have something to eat. Finally, take good care of your mother. I still have something to do, I will do it the next day. Come back to see you? Okay, let me know first. Tell me your names? Master, my name is Lex. Luther? Thank you for teaching us, from that devil's hand. Thank you. The little boy met Jiang Yifu's gaze with a trace of respect. Lu said, even though he was afraid, he still finished his words. Master, my name is Lena Luther, I'm my sister. Thank you very much. Lena will be obedient. 533 The little girl is very polite, and her smile is sweet, it seems. Thank you so much for this lifesaver. The girl is very beautiful. It may be due to long-term hunger that has caused malnutrition. Her complexion is a little yellow, and her body bones are relatively thin. But as long as you eat and drink well, you can. It will turn into a cute little loli in time. Hey, my name is Jiang Yifu. You will know if you read more newspapers in the future. Your young master is a very good scientist. Jiang Yifu scratched Lena's little Kying's nose and rubbed Lex's little head, glanced at the woman resting in the bedroom, turned and left. He still has a lot of things to do today. The sky is just a chess piece that is played at random, and its effect will only appear later. After leaving the apartment, Jiang Yifu chose a strange head. What happened today is really bizarre. Howard knew Thomas Wayne. His wife Dana teacher is a woman with a big background. And when did Batman have an extra aunt? This is something I have never seen or heard of. This is the real world? A world where two different universes integrate together? It is surprising and scary, but also arouses Jiang Yifu's desire to explore. I really look forward to seeing the Wonder Woman scene later. Is there Olympus? Who is more powerful, Odin or Zins? How beautiful are Frigga and Hera? These are all secondary. The key is, if these exist, then there are many ways to find immortality. For a moment, Jiang Yifu felt like a Western. Like Sun Monkey at the beginning of Travel Notes, he began to cross the ocean to find the road to longevity. Thinking about it this way, I feel like I'm a bit of a bullshit. Who is Monkey Sun? The great sage Monkey King? Well, I will have such a day too. Come on. In the Chancellery of Berlin, a middle-aged man with a stern face and a tuft of beard sat at the top of the conference table. He could feel a strong temperament with his eyes closed. There is also a unique charm that makes people convincing at times. If you often read the newspaper, you can recognize that this person is the German head of state who stirred up the situation in Europe. What does the weapons department do? Isn't it said that the weapons they developed are the most advanced? Why is it suppressed by the so-called AK-47 now? Well, what is the army doing? Food? Actually lost the battle in the Czech Republic. Bastards! The head of state opened his eyes and slapped the table angrily. The conference room was filled with a sense of rage and rage. The Führer couldn't help but be angry. When they were supposed to show their muscles, the German army was blocked by a poorly equipped Czech and suffered a defeat. Everyone will be angry. The key is that war reporters from various countries still put this MO. Turns out, the whole world knows that the German army is not invincible, and there may be a lot of water to win against Austria. All this is because of the AK-47 that came out of nowhere? Many newspapers are still boasting, that as long as the elite army of their own country is changed to AK-47, then can also sweep the continent? Madness? No one in the day? Great powers such as Britain, France, and other old-fashioned powers are disdainful of Ganda, and they underestimate Germany's frequent actions. I believe that as long as the army is successfully changed, just pull out an army and you can defeat the German army that jumps up and down. Even the Czech army that is not as good as the brand name army can charge the German tank to the car and overturn it. There is no reason why their elite troops are worse than the Czech ones. Butterfly flapping its wings can also cause a wave storm across the Pacific Ocean. The impact of the next generation weapon AK-47 that appeared out of thin air is far more than that. All kinds of problems will come out. But one thing is certain is that the war that breaks out next will definitely be more tragic. After a period of fermentation, reporting the head of state, we Germans are the best, but occasionally others will temporarily overshadow the limelight, and we are the winner in the end. It is said that this time the AK-47 was developed. Still a young man with half-bloodline, Sergei, the Minister of Weapons Research and Development, hurriedly stood up and explained that the flattery still had to be filmed, and it had to be filmed in the heart of the head of state. Here the bloodline. It was only by relying on the selfless help of a family. The angry head of state is not so rage after all. In the period when the head of state did not make his fortune, and the other party is selfless, kindness and unrequited character also made the head of state full of goodwill towards this great country. Otherwise, we will not carry out a series of cooperation and assistance with the government. It can be said that in this era of Europe, the people living in the country are definitely the safest. Then quickly show your strength to prove your own Zyulian blood. Don't lose the glory of the Germans. Otherwise you don't want to be this minister, and you will hand it over to Hydra in the future. Do it in the lab. The head of state suddenly told a secret, and he started to cooperate with the Hydra organization very early. Schmidt, who is sitting at the bottom of the head, has a look of joy in his eyes. No matter what, the Hydra organization has provided a lot of help on the road to the rise of the head of state. The two are a cooperative relationship, and each other it's not really a subordinate relationship. Schmidt, the Red Skull, is not a loyal person, but a supervillain. Dear head of state, I think this person who developed the AK-47 can be absorbed into our Hydra department. And according to our information, this person is called Jiang Yifu. The young man is also a fellow student of Dr. Zola, the chief scientist of our department. With him, we can develop more and better weapons to equip our army. Schmidt put forward a plan very insidiously. If it succeeds, Jiang Yifu will be a member of his department. If it fails, the person who shoots is also from Germany, and it has nothing to do with him. It can be picked cleanly, as expected of a sinister old fox. Heydrich, let your people come in contact with them. If you can bring them back, bring them back. If you can't bring them back, you can do it yourself. The Führer's voice was cold, but revealed that a chilling indifference, a word of life and death. It is the cruelty of World War II to arbitrarily decide a person's life and death. Yes, Führer, I will follow through. A middle-aged man in military uniform with a gloomy expression stood up and made a military posture. His posture was rigorous and meticulous, showing the absoluteness of a soldier. Obey? Schmidt evoked a sneer below. Not only the developer of the weapon is going to die, but also that abominable Howard is going to die. No one can let him after humiliation. Also, can live? Across the Atlantic, Jiang Yifu didn't know that a conspiracy against him had begun. Even if you know, there is no way, there is no ability to compete with the countries. In the teacher's apartment of number 2 middle school, A fiery battle has just ended. The long-awaited reunion of lovers meeting. Xiaobi wins the newly married. Naturally, the sky is on fire. Mr. Dana, let me ask you one thing. Do you know anyone from the Wayne family? Jiang Yifu still asks first. It's better to talk about some things. After being nourished, teacher Dana was originally a great beauty, now even more beautiful. Wiping her hair with a towel and pouring a cup of black tea for her little husband, her red lips were slightly open. With a sweet smile, he said slowly, "Hee, little guy, you found out. Wei Qiaji's total failure is my mother? What's wrong? Do you really blame me for not telling you? Good husband, I am afraid you have heart burden. In fact, nothing. My marriage, my aunt will not interfere with me. I grew up with my aunt. My aunt hurts me very much, just follow my mother." Teacher Na's coquettish soft and glutinous tone made Jiang Yifu feel like she was watching the wind for a while. The woman was so coquettish, the man couldn't stop it, and the object was a beautiful woman. What? Well, but if it's still a girl with a relatively low value, well, then it's another matter. Jiang Yifu didn't mind. In fact, if a rich woman with a net worth of over 100 million took a fancy to him, he wouldn't mind being a son-in-law. What? This will not too dignified? Sorry, for a BD, face can always be exchanged for a golden Franklin. Actually, it's okay, I don't mean it. He only told me when I went to Howard yesterday. By the way, there is a sprinkle party for Wayne's career today, and he invited me to. You know, your husband, I am a genius. Jiang Yifu put his arms around teacher Dana and comforted him. This is simply a trivial matter. Besides, he is now a little rich man with a net worth of 100,000 yuan, so he is worthy of teacher Dana. Just hope no dog appears. The grievances of the rich and powerful, the bloody plot of the wealthy family. The most annoying? That's good. Little husband, you are actually very smart. In time, I believe you will become a great inventor and scientist. Don't worry about me. It's good to face the usual too. I always say it's your wife. Mr. Dana comforted her little man very gently. I have to say that the women taught by everyone May are more elegant, especially the family that has been passed down for a while. Although teacher Dana is not from the Weiss family, he grew up with Mrs. File Size from the Wayne family. Will always be affected by some? Jiang Yifu was both happy and troubled, and he was not afraid of other conspiracies. But how do you explain that you have? Looking at the gentle and considerate teacher Dana. What about an affair? Well, there's more than one. Ouch, I'll go. It seems that you still need a little bit of skill to open a harem. There is a saying how to say, the red flag at home does not fall, but the colorful flags flutter outside. First and foremost, get your home set up. After spending some time with teacher Dana in the morning, Jiang Yifu came to the Stark building in Manhattan in the afternoon. Start working on your own project inside, improved magnetics for self-defense. Arms. People are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being strong, and big trees attract wind. All these Jiang Yifu know, people are famous, everyone wants to chat with you. Unlucky and troubled, anyone may step on a few feet. In the face of all kinds of difficulties and conspiracies, the most important thing is to be your original author. Only with good skills can you calmly resolve various crises, and then in turn will dare to yin yourself. The grandson of the fish was hung up and beaten, repaying grievances with virtue? Sorry, Shinza can't do it. Even if Jiang Yifu agrees, readers will not agree. Ask for flowers 0. Only a fool will be beaten and not fight back. If you have revenge, you will report it on the spot. It is the same as the Ballistar gang. It doesn't matter if you can't do it with virtue, but Jiang Yifu can do it with a fist. Complaining about guns. It's a truth, and it's cool. In the gang conflict the day before yesterday, it has been tested, and the power of the firearms amplified by the magnetic field can basically reach 0.5 to 1 times that of the original traditional gunpowder. Power. It's big and has plenty of firepower, but it has a lot of shortcomings. First of all, the battery life ability is not enough, it can last up to 5 minutes, and this is still the case of using a pistol. If you replace it with an AK-47 or a submachine gun, the time will be even shorter. At the same time, the problem of heating of parts is more serious, and continuous use will lead to the danger of explosion. And it's not light. In general, it is still successful, but it still needs to be improved before it can be fully put into use. This is also the biggest encouragement for Jiang Yifu since his rebirth. There is no bullpen Goldfinger and no enviable system plugin. You can only rely on your own excellence. Full of poetry and books, talented, unparalleled in the world, unprecedented. The talents and brains of the latecomers are struggling. Hey, it is really hard. Just why did I smell a strong sour odor? AK-47 was only designed by borrowing what happened in the future, not originally his own creation. But magnetic weapons are different, even in the 21st century. There is no such weapon. It's just an idea. When you turn your fantasy into reality, you are also taking the most important step. Innovation? Successful innovation creates confidence. At least Jiang Yifu feels that he is just relying on himself. You can also invent black technology? One of the smartest scientists? Originals are always the most confident, and Jiang Yifu felt that his previous references were just flukes. From this moment, ABD's mind began to undergo qualitative metamorphosis. Towards the most important first step on the road to a superhero? No matter how heroic you are, the essence of ABD will never change. Just like Tony taking off his steel battlesuit, he is actually a playboy and a big radish. 5. The Wayne Building is located beside a canal in Upper Manhattan. New York is a large port close to the Atlantic Ocean, and several areas are divided by staggered canals. Near the canal, buildings are expensive. An inch of soil, 4 inches of gold. How expensive is it? Simply put, an ordinary person who struggles for a lifetime may be able to buy an area of 1 square meter, which is equivalent to the area of a large tile. Cannot. Speaking of expensive, it should be said that it is more distant than robbery. The advantage of being expensive is that most of the famous enterprises are located nearby, and the port is close to the canal, and the commercial value is the highest. Manhattan at night is very attractive, and every man appears in suits and leather shoes. Women are elegant evening dresses, conservative and revealing. Absolutely eye-opening, feast for the eyes. Jiang Yifu appeared for the first time at this kind of reception, wearing a specially tailored suit. I have to say that Howard arranged it very well. Saying 537 is wrong. Should be Howard. The secretary is very attentive and keeps things in good order. Sometimes I blame Naomi Morward and Tony assholes. The character is not very good, but the secretaries I find are all first class, and they definitely have first class work ability. Can handle anything. The hanging and hanging strips are originally a very good ability. Details are what the secretary needs to do. Howard's secretary ordered the custom-made clothes of this famous family, otherwise it depends on Howard. That guy probably doesn't even remember the name of the woman who spent the night with him last night. Still miss a man? Dream? Although in 38 years, the years of the 20th century. But the banquet was very luxurious, no worse than a modern banquet. Whether it is full of period-style decoration, or leisurely. Yang's classical music makes every guest feel very comfortable and happy. As expected of a business family that has been passed down for decades, the banquet held by the company can reveal the cultural heritage. But these bastards like Jiang Yifu can't understand it, they just feel. It's comfortable. There will be no embarrassment of being out of place. The shuttle waiter brought champagne and wine to each guest with a tray, and the table in the middle was placed with a variety of exquisite food, pastries, sweets, roasted turkey. It is extremely rich, and a table is estimated to cost hundreds of dollars, which is enough for ordinary family life for half a year. And at a banquet, it is only the price of a small table of food. It is indeed high society. What? It's nothing compared to the poor. Ever, enjoy the banquet, maybe you will have a good date. Haha, you are a fiery weapon design star now. Howard is very sow. Blink your eyes, revealing a look that a man understands. Brother Zhang Yi secretly said, stinky rascal, labor and management are serious people. Colorful neon lights, coquettish girls, cigarettes, and wine, this is the way of life of the upper class. Jiang Yifu doesn't know anyone here, and damn Howard doesn't know where to go. It seems that there are no particularly outstanding people in this era. Outstanding people. Things haven't been met yet, so Steve, who becomes a super soldier, doesn't count. Hey, handsome man, do you have a dance partner? Jiang Yifu turned around and saw a young woman in a black elegant dress with a clean back, fair skin and slightly drooping eyebrows. A pair of Danfan eyes reveal charming. Charming. The style exuded attracts the attention of men, but it is a bit unnatural and contrived. It seems that it is an expression that is not used to this dress. Interesting. Jiang Yifu is sure this is a woman with a story, definitely a spy or something. There was a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. No, I don't know. Can this beautiful lady be my dance partner? Seeing the goal is easy to achieve. Yang Li's woman was agitated but pretended to be calm, but her trembling body betrayed her heart. This is an unqualified agent and spy. That tissue culture? It's a failure? But it seems that playing is also good. I just don't know who the other party is. A jazz band is playing elegant music dutifully to cheer up the dance of the hugging men and women. In the center of Dajin is a wide dance floor. Jiang Yifu put his arms around the waist of the beautiful woman who had just been approached. He held his left hand and the other's right hand. He could feel the calluses on the other's index and middle fingers, which were formed from long-term gun touches. Beautiful lady, I don't know what your name is, but I'm sorry to tell you that I haven't learned any dance yet, so I hope when I step on you, I hope you can forgive me? As soon as she heard the other party's words, the woman's expression was startled, as if she was afraid of being exposed by the other party, but the following words made her high-hanging mind slowly drop. Thin sexy lip smear. Delicate red lipstick. Spread a charming smile. Hihi, the handsome guy is joking. I don't understand it very well, it just happens to be fate. My name is Ophelia Sarkisian. Remember? How about you? Jiang Yifu? A student who is still studying. Jiang Yifu said lightly, neither too enthusiastic nor too cold. Keeping just the right distance, in a good position to attack and defend. Ophelia Sarkisian? It seems like I heard it somewhere. Strange, why can't I remember it? And many more. Isn't Ophelia the legendary femme fatale? The notorious Mrs. Hydra, the woman nicknamed Viper. Extremely beautiful in length, coquettishly dressed. Then, the legendary woman who made countless men willing to go through fire and water? Hiss? Jiang Yifu gasped. My darling, I just said that I didn't meet any legendary characters. In the blink of an eye, it appeared immediately. Still a big fish? It seems that it is a young chick who has just come out of the cage, and there is still a hint of greenness on his body. It just doesn't seem right. Jiang Yifu looked at the nervous, clumsy woman. Yuan Yuan is not the lady of the snake who will be playing with countless superhero in the palm of Chen Fenjian's hands in the future. Ouch. Sorry. Ouch, you stepped on my foot again. It's hard to think about it. This time I stepped on you? Hey. The two didn't know if they were born enemies. In less than 5 minutes after a dance, they had already stepped on each other without knowing how many times. Fortunately for Jiang Yifu, as soon as he stepped on his foot, he withheld strength. Lu was defeated by Felina, but she was wearing high-heeled shoes. If Jiang Yifu hadn't spread it so fast, she would have given a few holes to her shoes by the stilettos. Although they were very embarrassed, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had found a confidant. Everyone is new to dance, and no one will laugh at anyone. Hee, Eve, you are such an interesting person. Nice to meet you at 0.5 tonight. Ophelia happily stretched out her hand. At this time, she was not Mrs. Snake, nor didn't inherit the title of the snake, just a cute novice agent with a little clumsy. Jiang Yifu also stretched out his hand to hold the other person's soft and boneless hand, clenched it tightly, and said, I'm also very happy to meet you. Your dance is very good, thank you for teaching me. Philia blinked, showing a playful and cute girl appearance, covered her mouth and said with a very ladylike smile, You're welcome. You are also very good. Hee, Eve, I can stay. Down your phone number? You are such a charming boy. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Definitely okay, call me when you have time. Although I don't necessarily answer the phone on time, but... Jiang Yifu pretended to be flattered. I will get back to you. Hee, I thought I was just a log that would only stay in the lab. Civil seeing the playful Ophelia, Jiang Yifu's heart moved. Everyone has a bright and innocent time, maybe they can get a deeper understanding? It didn't take long for the melodious music to dissipate, and a middle-aged couple appeared in front of the dance floor. The man was resolute and handsome, wearing a black dress suit, a handsome gentleman. Bump. The woman is wearing a veil scarf and a well-cut slanted evening dress. With light makeup on her face, she is just a simple dress, but it sets off an elegant and intellectual temperament. Easy to get man legs day. Ladies 10, gentlemen, I'm Thomas. It's my pleasure to come to the Wayne Enterprises Gala, and I'm honored to invite all distinguished capitalists, politicians, and all walks of life. Elite. Elegant gentleman speaking in fluent English with a strong the United States accent. Jiang Yifu stood farther away, but he still saw the situation in front of him at a glance. It turns out that this is the father of Batman. The chairman of Wayne Enterprises? That graceful beauty. MF is Batman's mother. The two are a good match, they look like a wealthy couple, and they have the temperament of being close to the people. One thing to announce before we start tonight is that Wayne Enterprises will be working with the Stark Group in many ways. A new partnership will be announced tonight. Taste? Okay, I'm sure you all have 15 o'clock wondering what the hell is? Well, let's give a round of applause, Mr. Howard, chairman of Stark Group. Thomas calmed down. Calmly facing hundreds of guests and chatting with each other. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause, and everyone gave Mr. Thomas enough face. I have heard of it, and I have not heard of it. I am very curious, why the Stark Group will be with Wayne Group has cooperated? I'm afraid there are great business opportunities in it. The Kinjo man with the look of a sow bag came up, took the wired microphone handed over by the waiter, and frivolously placed it on the back of the other's hand. The one in the back was wearing a black suit. I kissed. This is a unique kissing ceremony in Europe and America, but it is usually initiated by the woman, which is normal and enviable. Tang, hello home, it's a pleasure to meet you here. That's right, our Stark Group has launched a new hairyin. This hairyin is transgenerational and will change a lot. The multi-industry pattern will also promote the progress of science and technology. Geng Hui did not directly introduce the theme, but used an exaggerated tone to hang people's risers, which is also an art of speech. If you want the other person to listen to you, then first attract the right person. Party attention? Then he took out an arc-shaped thing from behind and placed it in front of him. This is the latest invention of Stark Industries. Lithium battery? Howard paused and let the guests below absorb the previous news, and then said slowly, I believe everyone is wondering, what is there to introduce about the battery? I only tell everyone, this little thing has 3 times the capacity of a large turkey file-size battery. With this kind of battery, electrical furniture in the future will become smaller and the efficiency will be improved. And this technology can also be applied in many fields. For example, the military industry, the electrical industry, even the energy industry. Products with higher efficiency and larger capacity will interview. At that time, whoever acquires this technology first will be the first to open up the future market and become the industry leader. Let me show you how. Howard enjoyed it. A feeling of standing in the foreground. Perhaps in prime years, with endless ambitions? After speaking, she snapped her fingers, and the beautiful waitress came up with a microwave oven and a plate of cold noodle soup. Howard is skilled at connecting the socket of the microwave with the lithium battery. Hooked up, put the noodle soup in the microwave and screwed it to full power. Did he? Everyone was surprised to find that this microwave oven was not connected to a socket, but only connected to a black battery pack, and it could work. In a minute, ding, a crisp voice sounded. Howard turned on the microwave and took out the steaming and bubbling noodle soup and put it on the table for the guests to see clearly. Neat? Wow, incredible, this battery can actually make the appliance work offline. Mew Diao, it's amazing. 1. There are so many inventions in the snooker industry. Everyone present, either business owners or industry elites, and their minds are not stupid, they suddenly thought of changes related to their own industry. It is no exaggeration to say, who would? If you don't dare to get on this train, it is estimated that you will be squeezed out by competitors. This is a capitalist vision problem. Just as the Android touchscreen mobile phone was born in the past, the Nokia Symbian system that dominated the early 2000s, totally beaten, so much so that a world-renowned company was directly collapsed within 2 years. This is a matter of vision, and everyone present flashes thinking eyes. Howard was satisfied with the shock of the crowd, then picked up the microphone and said, "This is the first cooperation between Stark Industry and Wayne Enterprises, and there will be more high-tech cooperation in the future. There will definitely be cooperation with all the guests present. Chance? This time, I will tell all about the battery technology to the full agency of Wayne Enterprises. Wow, it's all handed over to Weiss Enterprise. It's too liberating, humph. It's so clever that Ward is smart. There are surprises, admiration, and disdain. Not everyone is kind-hearted, some people like it and some people hate it. But all have to admire that Stark Industries is really sharp. Every technology can cause a wave of trend indicators. Wow, is that battery so powerful? Eve, do you know?" Ophelia asked curiously, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Jiang Yifu smiled, picked up 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to the beautiful girl in front of him. "I definitely know. Because this is what I invented. Hehe, that's actually pretty sketchy version, and can continue to improve. But I have too many things to do. Let's talk about these follow-up improvements slowly." "What? You actually invented it? Wow, you are amazing. Eve, you are a genius. Oh, I remember, you are the man who invented the 537 AK-47. Ophelia covered her mouth in surprise. A little girl saw the excited look of the idol. Jiang Yifu sneered in his heart, "I believe you. Do you really think I'm a fool?" But he didn't expose the other party either. Hehe, play with feelings and see who conquered whom. Hello. It seems like it would be nice to have a smarter woman as a good helper. Conquering a woman with a scheming face is also a challenge? Haha, no, it's actually okay. I'm not very smart either. He said that, but Jiang Yufu's appearance is so whistle, if he has a tail, I guess. It's almost up to this guy. Defeated Felina had a look of surprise in her eyes. Bali thought, if I can get this guy down and count him for my use, then I can be the leader myself. It seemed that Chitauri, one of the leaders of the Nine-Headed Wheel organization who adopted her, was always staring at her, but Ophelia would not be tempted to kill. Close is recent. The urgency of each step made her very disgusted, and she had no choice but to accept the task of approaching Jiang Yifu, trying to find an opportunity to get rid of the opponent's control. Even if she knew how powerful the Hydra organization was, Ophelia never thought of giving in. You can't just throw away the self. I have to say that Ophelia was still a chaste and conservative woman when she was a girl, and she was a bit young. I didn't want to suffer huge amounts of pain and misfortune like that, and became an all-purpose snake beauty. Dark. The atmosphere of the following banquet seemed to be pushed to a climax. Many people gathered around Howard and Thomas, chatting about lithium batteries while climbing friendships. Cooperation. It's just that the lithium battery is only initially launched. Although Wayne Enterprises has taken over, the corresponding business plan is still in the making. Tonight, I just take out the principles of Zen for a show, and give. Everyone is vaccinated, and it also plays a role in warming up. In particular, the AK-47's European battlefield advertising benefits are very good. Stark Industries has worked overtime to process orders from various countries and accepts arms orders from countries around the world. America originally did not allow such powerful and durable weapons to spread, but faced with the 4 powers of Germany, the sun never sets, France and the Soviet Union, threats and intimidation, America, which is not a superpower, can only endure the grievances and let the other party buy it. It can only take the opportunity to raise tariffs to make a fortune. And Stark Industries is a domestic enterprise, naturally impossible to suppress. Neither Congress nor senators will allow their own capitalists to do anything. Because they are capitalists in the first place, it is naturally impossible to make an exception. Because once an exception is made, others will use the same means to deal with them in the future. The most important is the period. Stark's industrial expansion has also solved the employment of many unemployed people. If you do anything to the Stark Group, you will probably be sprayed to death by the voters. Both Soviet agents and agents from other countries have been eyeing Jiang Yifu, a design genius who turned out to be a genius. Did you actually invent a gun? In addition to Hydra, there is nothing remarkable, and it will not be stared at by jealousy. Blame Jiang Yifu for wanting to gain a certain social status and evaluation in order to quickly get money and gain fame. In the future, it will be very convenient to enter higher education institutions for further study and enter theocracy. Go to the Science Strategy Core for easy access to Super Soldier Serum. Everything has 2 sides, there is a good side and a bad side. This is not because Jiang Yifu designed a battlefield advertisement by himself, which caused him to be targeted. Still the captain of the United States, the nemesis of Red Skull Schmidt, is eyeing. Ophelia looked at the flickering eyes with some malicious intent around her, and knew that she had met her peers. Possessed and put one hand on Jiang Yifu's body, red lips slightly opened and said tentative words. Stop ahead /1. Anxiously waiting for the other party's reply. Judging from the data, Jiang Yifu's contact with gangsters could not be concealed under the investigation of professional agents. And that annihilation Bala. During Starshao's battle, why all wore the seal and face of a big octopus. It's easy to think of the organization Hydra. Jiang Yifu was stunned for a moment, but he almost didn't react. This little wing actually used a slogan to test himself? Grow 2 more heads instead. Ophelia shook her lips lightly, and Roar took a sip of fragrance, and whispered against Jiang Yifu's earlobe, whispering like a flirt between lovers. Oh, handsome boy, you really are. It's from the Hydra organization? Jiang Yifu frowned. With Hydra, it is possible, but not too involved. And as a top scientist, even if he is captured, he will not be killed directly, just like Tu. At the end of the war, Dr. Zola was captured and was not serving America's secret services, and could not die at all, except to die of illness. As long as you are alive, there is hope, and you are afraid that you will not be able to escape by then. Said calmly, I'm not from Hydra, I just cooperate with Hydra, hee. Jiang Yifu couldn't help but Roar took a breath of the perfumed air. Don't say it so nicely. There are many people who cooperate with Hydra. Who are you and what's the matter? Ophelia doesn't believe Jiang Yifu's words, and if she's not a loyal member, she won't shout such words. This is the slogan of testing and greeting each other, it is very meaningful. I'm from the Eastern European faction, this is not a good place to talk, let's go outside and talk. Ophelia leaned on Jiang Yifu, as if she had hooked up at a banquet. Dogs are the same as men and women. Jiang Yifu also generously hugged each other's slender and elastic waist. Okay, let's go, you lead the way. The moment Ophelia's body was touched by the man's big hand, the hairs on Ophelia stood up, like a cat with frizzy fur. She resisted and suppressed the killing intent in her heart. Lean on Zhang Yi. On Fu's body, he walked a little mechanically stiffly. It's normal to leave a banquet, maybe to go to the bathroom, maybe to have other business to discuss. Definitely, maybe it's a man and a woman looking at each other and want to do something. Ophelia took Jiang Yifu out of the Wayne building, got into Jiang Yifu's special car, instructed him to turn left and right, and drove out of Manhattan to Queens, where dragons and snakes are mixed. Finally stopped in front of a nice-looking apartment. The apartment was neatly tidy, and it could be seen that it had been cleaned. Ophelia breathed a sigh of relief, and after confirming that no one was following, she cut it for Jiang Yifu out of the master's courtesy. A cup of tea. The Hydra organization has countless branches, and the largest faction is divided into 3 factions, namely the faction led by Schmidt, the faction led by Baron Strucker, and the faction led by Aktower where I am. The others are just small factions, or small faction alters that fish in troubled waters. Ophelia calmly spoke about the basics of Hydra, sitting upright on the seat with her hands flat on her thighs. For example, people who recite fighting and fighting in the city will find that the other party sits like this. The posture is a fighting posture that can react the fastest and deal with various emergencies. It looks like he is doing it, but he is actually ready to fight. On the contrary, Jiang Yifu is the most comfortable sitting position where he sinks his body into the soft sofa. Wrong, that's not the point. The focus is on making raids. It's the easiest time to get killed. I don't care who you are in a very dangerous situation now, and many people are staring at you. Maybe someone will come, Liz, in the next moment to take you away, or kill you. Inventing weapons allows you to prove that you are a genius, but also brings disaster for you, Ophelia said with a serious expression, as if intimidating and telling the truth. Jiang Yifu leaned on the sofa lazily, reached out, and took a sip of the teacup like the landowner. Authentic black tea? The taste is not bad. I know, this moment will come back sooner or later. It's coming, I expected it. No way, I am a firefly in the dark night, no matter how hidden it is, I am so dazzling and sleepy, I'm used to it. With a deep look on his face, he has the demeanor of Star-Lord back then. For a time, the atmosphere suddenly changed, and the serious atmosphere was completely destroyed at once. The air is full of a strong sour smell. Ophelia was almost out of breath. Is this person an idiot? Or an extremely narcissistic guy, blind and a good pair of skins? Humph. Hihi, I made you laugh. Since you brought me here, you must have something secret to say. Please tell me. No. Time to waste. Jiang Yifu, who had finished pretending, suddenly became serious and serious again, making people confused as to which one is the real him. Ophelia was stunned for a moment, and organized the language. I want to cooperate with you, you are a genius. I really want you to hold on. Weapons and equipment, I am in charge of taking the place of the head of Hydra. The power of Hydra can provide you with great help. How? Jiang Yifu looked at the beautiful girl in front of her with a playful look, as if she was not used to wearing an evening dress. Accustomed to the life of mercenaries and wars, female men will not like this leisurely and elegant life, which will wipe out their blood and will to fight. Cooperation? You and me? Jiang Yifu pondered for a while, watching Ophelia nervously. This was the first time she had the idea of betraying the leader. She has seen too many innocent women being separated from the organization. The beast played to death. If it wasn't for his agility and ruthlessness, he might have been sullied long ago. Rao was able to hide on the first day of the first year but not on the 15th day. The old silver stick of the leader Akwater began to think about himself, and he was his adopted daughter? How could he make a request for him to serve in the bed? How shameless? Ophelia felt nervous about the other parties pondering, and she would shoot if something was wrong. Killing someone is nothing for her. It is one of the daily must-do homework, and there will be no psychological burden and pressure at all. In troubled Europe, more than 540 people die every day. See hell and you'll find nothing here. Hihi, there is competition. Yes, very good. I promised, you can put away your killing intent. We are partners now, don't be so nervous. But here, before, can I ask why you did this? Jiang Yifu still doesn't understand why this future famous snake lady would do this. There is a kind of mysterious plot to explore unknown in the RPG world. Burning. The heart of gossip rises again. Learn about the most honest world? For a moment, Qing Yin was indescribably angry. Because the old silver stick of the female can't wants to stick to me? Impossible? It is impossible for these royal men to touch me? Defeated Philia pondered. Jiang Yifu looked at the excited Ophelia with a bit of sweat, for fear that the other party would get excited and take a shot at him, then he would be dead and wronged? She, who is flying snow in June, is even more wronged. Don't get excited, calm down. I know, these gangsters are the most annoying thing in Brooklyn. If you are caught, you will be sentenced to death. Jiang Yifu tried to soothe the other party's emotions. This woman went berserk, and she was not the opponent. Angry. Suddenly I heard the other party ask again. Then that old silver stick didn't succeed, did it? Fortunately, Jiang Yifu succeeded. Ophelia took a deep breath from roar, pressing down. He was so angry, that he almost went crazy again. He gave Jiang Yifu an angry look, and gritted his teeth. No, get out of here. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Jiang Yifu coughed, took the lipstick and tea, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Said, cooperation is possible. But as allies, we are now comrades in a trench. We need to think long-term? What you said before was too general, we need to go into detail. Cigarette. Precise battle plan, step by step. Finally get the fruits of victory. Ophelia glanced strangely at Jiang Yifu, who started to make plans. You have fought wars before. Been on the battlefield? No, I'm just a genius who likes to read military classics to relax my brain. Well, don't digress, let's talk about your situation first. I'll add to you. 1 counts long, 2 counts short. Jiang Yifu began to enter the thinking mode, and the air of Qinzhou became rigorous and full of the charm of a wise man. Ophelia is a little bit unaccustomed to the other party's style change. It's not that she hates it, but that this kind of unique man who is caught in work has a charm that makes her heart warming. This is not a good thing. My plan is to convene people after I get the weapon, and when the old silver stick relaxes his vigilance, I will lead someone to kill him in one fell swoop. After speaking, his face still showed a vicious look. You can see a lot of resentment. Jiang Yifu touched his chin, but he didn't have a beard, but it was just an act of thinking. You can't be like this, it's too hasty. No. How precise do you think it is? First, I denied the plan of violent sister paper, and continued after a pause. You don't have to worry so much. I think he should let him relax his vigilance, and at the same time use some intelligence to numb the other party. Secretly gather people, and then use false information to lure him out. You don't have to shoot him personally. Sometimes a case of dynamite is enough. First of all, you will send back the news that you hooked up with me. Just say that I am a pervert, and you have to continue to seduce me. Set out my secret and let him relax. Neither let. He's on guard against you, and you don't have to go back and face that old silver stick. This is the first step. The light in Jiang Yifu's mind constantly flashes, and every moment will come up with all kinds of whimsical compositions. A perfect program plan. The second step, we need to develop our forces. Cheng Lin, let you know, the third gang in Brooklyn, that's what I support. I'll give you the management, where can you be? Recruit talents, and at the same time, where funds can be used. I believe that with my gang development plan and your leadership, it will definitely rise. Step 3, you can sell the news of the old silver stick to his enemies. Let them fight, and then we will kill the old silver root. During this time we need. The only thing is to let him relax his vigilance, develop our strength, and solve him for the last time without leaving a dead end. Jiang Yifu let out a sigh of relief and finished the whole plan. The plan is very good, clear, and give 100 likes. No, wrong. Give 100 praise. Ophelia nodded for the first time and made a positive expression to Jiang Yifu, an ally. A little curious, he asked, I can't see that you are very handsome and your mind is so vicious. Oh, it's really unbelievable? Jiang Yifu smiled bitterly. I can't help it either. Life is so cruel. If you want to live and live better, you must have more ideas. Isn't it the same for you? We can say that they are all the same kind of people. My parents were also killed by an agent I don't know. I can only rely on myself. Avenge them too? Defeated Philia looked at Jiang Yifu, who was a little sad. I don't know why I suddenly feel a little distressed. Also agree. For they are all poor people. A group of people who want to get rid of misery. People who live and struggle constantly. He took the other party in his arms and patted Jiang Yifu on the head. Maternal comfort. Jiang Yifu is stunned. How did this violent girl suddenly change her S**X? But if there is a cheap price, I will definitely take it. You can't tell it by looking at it, and you can only know the real majesty by feeling it for real. Thank you, Ophelia. Don't worry, I will definitely take you out of that fire pit. I can't say how good it is, but at least you can be free and Roar is breathing fresh air. Jiang. Eve left the warm embrace and said in a firm tone, although he didn't know if the other party was acting at this moment. But that doesn't stop him from being ready to help this beautiful girl. The key is that blood is attractive. Still a very smart girl. It doesn't matter if you are cruel or not, as long as you are good to yourself. As long as you get your hands on it, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to adjust. Count it? Ophelia blushed a little, which had never happened before, and asked with a trembling voice, Jiang Yifu, why are you being so nice to me? Jiang Yifu smiled and said happily, no reason, because we are allies. We all have similar experiences. Because you are a good girl, although I am a philanderer. People. But that doesn't stop me from pursuing you. I'm not a good person, but for relatives. My woman. They will do their best to protect it. Ophelia smiled, and the peerless elegance began to bloom, as beautiful as flowers. Asterisk ever. You are such a fool, just call me Afe from now on. In our country, men can have many wives, provided they are strong enough. I don't mind sharing you with other women, as long as you are strong enough. Can be strong enough to protect me, then I am you. You can't do it now, dark. A woman's mouth is very tempting, no, it's wrong again, come again. A woman's mouth, at least according to Ophelia's character, is half right. If a terrorist who has always been armed with guns is really so easy to fall in love with himself, Jiang Yifu doesn't need to do anything. He just lies at home and waits for the rich woman with billions of dollars to cry and shout. Fighting to take care of your own way? But no matter what, it was a good thing to be able to get in touch with Ophelia. If you can get the opponent, wow, I will face S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra. And the criminal alliance does not need to consume too many brain cells. In that case, let's strike while the iron is hot. Let's go to the Qinglin gang and take over for you. Jiang Yifu finished his last sip of tea and was ready to get up and leave. Ophelia laughed. In such a hurry? Aren't you afraid that I'll put you on the air? If you don't leave now, do you want to stay with me for the night? When I handed it over to you, I wasn't afraid. I don't have any doubts about using people. I still know that. Besides, you don't. Are you going to be my woman? I can't even give you anything, and it's too embarrassing for me? Haha, let's go. Jiang Yifu said. Haha, he doesn't have much experience in picking girls. Even the serious Dana teacher still used some jerk methods to succeed. Laugh at you, you rascal. Don't try to touch me until you're not strong. Ophelia seems to hate men a bit. If it weren't for Jiang Yufu's character, I would have just pulled out a Gatling gun and fired. Jiang Yifu asked curiously. What is power? When you have your own power, it will be powerful. But you can also become a very powerful person. It is said that Schmidt is researching super serum, a kind of super serum that can make ordinary people become Superman serum. Physical fitness reaches the limit of human. You can try, if you succeed. Then be my man. I only like men who are strong and feel right. Ophelia's heartfelt words came faintly, and there was a trace of sincerity in her cold voice. Jiang Yufu's heart skipped a beat, and the key scene finally came. Super soldier serum? A good thing that makes the original Silk counterattack. Mutation and technology? It's just that the mutation is uncontrollable, and the technology is controllable, but it belongs to external forces, and the two forces are good and bad. See how you choose, but it seems that most superhero and supervillain, all are passively accepted. Moisturizing things silently, the two walked downstairs side by side. Although they didn't pretend to hug before, they were closer to each other, whether it was true or false. Now, while still a cordial cooperative ally, the old sailor's bar has become the place where the high-level leaders of the Qinglin gang stay, and it seems that black people are particularly interested in this place where they made their fortunes. There are always people here all day long. Do not fight. The bar is filled with the smell of smoke and sweat. As a low-level gang, it is impossible to get high quality there. Get together in twos and threes. After drinking, seeing a man and a woman wearing a nine-headed snake face, they all looked at it slightly and turned their eyes away after confirming that they were not the enemy. Malos remained in the office. Is happily counting the money with Liaota. Recently, not only did he control a large area, but in addition to the snack business, he also opened the first express delivery. The company is currently in charge of operations in the Brooklyn area. Zayadai, his subordinate, is more familiar with the corners of the Brooklyn area than the local residents. He dare not say that he can find the place with his eyes closed, but basically the house number is in, where is roughly known. The express delivery business started to develop after World War II. Now the most is to use the post office to send the parcel, to send it at a fixed point, but also to pick it up at a fixed point. The business has just started, and there is not much, but at least people see hope. After all, there are a lot of people at the bottom who have no culture and skills, and they work a little hard. As long as you can eat enough, it's acceptable. Master Eve, you're here? Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Lyode, go and bring the barrel of wine. Master, do you want one? Marlos took out a cigar and handed it over. It was a fine imported cigar. He was reluctant to smoke. Definitely don't dare to smoke in front of the little master. The boss doesn't smoke, and the younger brother smokes in front of the boss. That's no distinction between superior and inferior. Just call her Mrs. in the future. You can concentrate on doing things under her hands. When I am not here, her words are mine. No need. In the future, the gang's affairs will be handed over to her. The leader is the introduction, as for whether the other party is convinced or not, it depends on Ophelia's ability. Jiang Yifu introduced Ophelia, definitely. Marlos swept up and down, but only asked with eyes, okay, master, is this your woman? My question, you know that the guys in the gang are all rough. If you don't have the ability, you can't convince them? Before Jiang Yifu could speak, Ophelia laughed and didn't mind the other's warm eyes, and said disdainfully, it's nothing, I'll let them know, whose fist is better than. Bigger? Ask for flowers 0. Hihi, I brought it here, but Malos, let me tell you, don't underestimate women, especially women who have held guns. I'll give you half an hour to talk to the outsiders. Say hello to Roar. Jiang Yifu opened a bottle of beer and drank it slowly. Although I don't like drinking, but there is no milk in the sprinkle bar? Ophelia rubbed her fingers and made a snapping sound. Follow Marlos out. It didn't take long for a man's laughter to be heard, followed by a pop. What followed was the man's painful wailing and scolding, and within 5 minutes, the hall fell silent. The silence is terrifying, even the sound of a needle falling to the ground can be heard. Here. The black Marlos swallowed in disbelief and was a little frightened. This coquettish and beautiful girl actually slapped more than 20 black people with her hands and feet by herself. The big man gave K0. It can be seen that the other party is deadly, and it is not ridiculous at all. After a while, I heard Ophelia's voice. It seemed to be saying something. It was nothing more than a declaration from the elder sister. Every boss has to say a few words to shock the following people, but also give the following little brother a little sweetness. Back in the office, Ophelia filled 2 bottles of beer and threw the beer bottles on the ground. Straight? It's fun, now you can rest assured. Jiang Yifu undeniably shrugged. I've never been disappointed in you, now that you've made it. Then I toast you. I wish you an early achievement of your goals. The two held the bottle and clinked directly. Wait. Jiang Yifu stopped Ophelia, who was about to blow another bottle in one breath, and crossed their arms to form the appearance of a glass of wine. It's okay now? Ophelia looked at the strange posture, which is inconvenient for drinking, and asked a little puzzled, what does this mean? Have a glass of wine. It's a traditional custom and etiquette. We'll be husband and wife after drinking it? Haha, I want to book you. Jiang Yifu winked a little rascally, a kind of villain. DG's sour and sour taste came back. Ophelia's red lips curled into a smile. She didn't borrow or refuse, she just drank this bottle of wine silently. 5. Jiang Yifu went home to sleep that night and nothing happened. There's nothing I can do if I want to. If there is a fight, Ophelia can bring Jiang Yifu to the ground. The friction of the back, hang up and hit casually. Even if the room has not slept for a long time, it is still well maintained. It seems that someone comes to clean it irregularly. Maybe Sira? It's only her, otherwise there won't be a second one in the house. Should I find something to do? Before my friend Ollie got up, I quickly slipped away, otherwise I would be discovered. In the kitchen, Mrs. Barra smiled generously when she saw Jiang Yifu, who got up early. Get up, little guy, your favorite burger is ready, take it with you and eat it slowly. His tone was gentle, as if nothing had happened last night, but his face was astonishingly good-looking, exuding the strange charm of black pearls May 40, mixed with mature women. Of seductive style. Like a quail, Jiang Yifu took the hamburger and milk and went out to Mrs. Barra's laughter. Sitting in the car, Jiang Yifu took 2 breaths of fresh air. He was such a jerk? How can such a thing be done? It's not as good as a beast, Gan. Beautiful. Having said that, Mrs. Barra didn't drink last night, so why didn't she refuse? If you don't understand it, you don't want to. Anyway, the meat has been eaten in her stomach, and she can still spit it out. To make? Early in the morning, it is estimated that the old B.D. Howard hadn't gotten up from the bed. Hey, it seems that it is better to exercise. Eat the hamburger in 3, 5, and 2, don't. It was delicious. Lever up, push UPS, jogging, sit UPS, lifting dumbbells. I did all the regular exercises. After a while, my yawning friend Ollie came out and joined Silver. Hey, BD, got up so early, haha, you can't do it, it seems a little empty. Ali laughed lightly while holding a 100-pound dumbbell. Jiang Yifu is a little guilty. He can't say that he did something bad last night and tossed it all night. It is estimated that no matter how good the relationship between the two is, Oli can't help but feel dumb. The bell was thrown and asked to let Jiang Yifu know why the flowers were so red. Haha, you need to have a good body when doing research. You can't compare to someone with muscles in your head. By the way, when are you going to report? Jiang Yifu quickly changed the topic. Before his death, Uncle Brad put Ollie in the last train of the military academy with connections and credit. 2 days? Hey, then I'll be a serious officer now. Now the newspapers say every day that European countries are expanding their armaments, and Asia is also fighting hotly. Maybe. One day America will also join the war, and I will also be able to make a fortune on the battlefield. Ollie patted his chest, having come out of the slump of his father's death after the gang war. That day will come, and it's not far away. It just depends on when America forces the resources of chasing the little devil to come out. Once the card is made of materials such as steel and oil, lack of supplies, the little devils of the gang will launch a surprise attack on America. Those rubbish who have lost their minds by the war. Suddenly Ollie patted Jiang Yifu on the shoulder. Hey, BD, I'm going to the military academy, over there in San Francisco, and California is far from here. Since my mother, I'm going to be your babysitter, you have to take good care of my mother and my sister. Otherwise I won't let you go. After coughing twice, trying to hide his embarrassed expression, he asked tentatively, haha, this is definitely. You don't. This sentence made Jiang Yifu, who had just eaten secretly, feel a little guilty. Said that I would do it too. I was afraid that my aunt and little sister Shu Lin would fall in love with me together. Hey, I am a firefly in the dark night, and I will attract the attention of beautiful women wherever I go. Ollie sighed in disdain. I said you don't care anymore. It's impossible? If you have the ability, I don't mind. Hey, tell you, my mother. Marksmanship and fighting techniques are not covered. Be careful to hit you all over the head. I don't know if Li is very powerful, but he squeezed me out, I know. Jiang Yifu said silently in his heart, but he didn't say it. Just laughing haha. After saying goodbye to my friends at noon, I went to the 49th block, where there is still a family waiting for me. After 2 days of rest, the coughing woman is finally getting better, but the long-term malnutrition still looks a little thin, and the outline of her appearance can be seen faintly. Shadow of man. Seeing Jiang Yifu coming, he hurriedly jumped up. Thank you for saving me first. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely pay back the money as soon as possible. Please don't embarrass my 2 children. Great motherhood makes both Lex and Lena cling to their mother's arms, and with their mother supporting them, they feel that there is still warmth in the world. $200 a month and I'll give it to you. If you don't have money, you don't need to talk about it. Let's take care of your body. In the future, you will always be clean when you work slowly. Be a nanny for me. $100 for living expenses, and the rest of the money owed by low pressure. Definitely, if you have anything to buy, you can pay me in advance. Just clean the room. Oh yes, cooking and stuff. A woman needs you to take care of. Jiang Yifu will not pretend to be a good person. Good people are not popular in this era, and those who have repayment conditions can also make the other party feel at ease. $200? That's a lot of money. For the 2 Lex siblings, who have never seen $10, Franklin's $200 is really too much to expect. It's too much. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment. She was not a woman who likes to be petty and cheap, and she was originally smart enough, otherwise she would not have given birth to 2 super IQs. Group of children. Not much, my previous nanny is also the same price. It's normal to do as much work as you pay. Besides, since he entered my house, it is a family, and the salary is higher. Work will also be diligent. Right, after saying so long. I don't know your name, madam. Jiang Yifu suddenly asked with interest, are mature women always special? I'm sure 0.5 will work fine. The middle-aged woman said weakly, but her tone contained some. My name is Lydia, don't worry sir. The firmness of silk. You pack up, I'll take you to where I live. You should familiarize yourself with the environment first, and take care of your body first. The things these 2 little guys read. Okay, I know. Just wrap it on me, but there is also a fee, and I will pay it back later? Jiang Yifu looked at the time and was going to buy some more things before sending them to the academy. All is well. Great to say. MIT generally does not allow outsiders to enter, but under capitalism, with money. Jiang Yifu called the director of the college, and with his fame and the most important money, he agreed to change to a big house as a dormitory. As long as you have money, think. I want the palace to cover it for you. The premise is money. Jiang Yifu doesn't have any special hobbies, but who makes the other party older than him? Besides, there are really people of the same age, and you can find them casually when you go back to school with your own reputation. Several beautiful girlfriends? But the ambition is good, but not now. What I have to do now is to save my life. Ophelia made it very clear last night that she was already being targeted, and she didn't want to be caught and enslaved or assassinated, so she had better be careful. Don't play. I played myself half to death. That makes people laugh out loud. After sending Lydia's family of 3 to the academy, Jiang Yifu only stayed for 1 day. He spent the whole day in the laboratory improving magnetic weapons. The magnetic weapons were not going to be sold. In this way, he has no life-saving trump card. However, the magnetic technology acting on firearms can be used in other places, such as enhancing the power of generators, and developing induction cookers are all good choices. Occasionally the most important. The foundation of the maglev train is still determined. This is a cross-generational invention. As long as this technology is authorized to be used by others, you can earn the patent fee by yourself. But I really enjoy the feeling of being cared for by men, taking 15 steps every day, basking in the sun, or chatting with the neighbor's professor and husband and wife. Pregnant Aunt Sarah Swollen is not known. With her friendly personality, Aunt Sarah quickly became acquainted with most of the professors in the college. In the college, there are not students who have invented patents, but they have invented patents and published them in newspapers. There are not many people who are well known and talked about. Jiang Yifu is among the best. After all, the college is a private place, mainly for profit. But instead of earning student money, students earn MIT money. The college mainly earns state money and business money. It has arranged the patent application and utilization of students, making it famous and letting more people know the name of the college. The real money-making routine is still not good at 6, which makes people unable to refute. Those who can achieve something must be obsessed with technology. Once distracted, the effect is not so good. Metropolis. Leave the chores to the specialized personnel of the college, and concentrate on doing experiments or further studies by yourself. There aren't many people who can be smart and distracted to other things like Howard, an old BD, but Jiang Yifu barely counts. Using money to open the way, the Lex siblings were placed in Boston High School. It is more than 10 kilometers away from the college, so Jiang Yifu has to buy a car and let Lydia learn to drive. Be the driver of the car? Perhaps knowing about Aunt Sarah's pregnancy, Lydia was always a little shy about Jiang Yifu, the owner, for fear that she would become a stranger to Sarah at some point. Same? Jiang Yifu had no idea about the opponent, and sometimes he just made a move at will, and he was not ready to get anything. During this time, it can be adjusted. Teach the future bald Lu. It can be seen that the other party is very concerned about his mother and sister. Hey, it's easy to do things if you have weaknesses. Since losing the lithium battery to Wayne Enterprises, Howard has been much more relaxed, and seems to be in the lab all day tinkering with his inventions. There are big companies worrying about themselves. Just wait for the dividends and monitor the financial affairs at the same time. The factory produces a large number of accessories every day. It is divided into several departments for production, and then assembled, tested and packaged in the final department. Each heavy box represents a golden Franklin note. The first thing that Fiboya did when he took office was Liwei, the younger brother who disobeyed the discipline, and those who had a heart for her, were bloodily killed. At the same time, promote a group of people at the bottom. It is said that it has also accepted a lot of dusty women as escorts. After killing and standing up, it is carrots. According to Jiang Yifu's proposal, the gang members are counted, and the party will be held to celebrate, and at the same time, it will be announced that the welfare will be improved. En route. A novel way of integration to build a clear upward channel. What kind of good, what rights do you have, what benefits, and what obligations are all written clearly. At the same time, you will get corresponding points for every action you do. Enough points. Just upgrade, get a promotion and raise your salary? Simple and crude, but very effective. For the gangsters who have no culture, only the Golden Franklin can convince them. The second is the gang problem. Like a noble woman. But only in private will reveal the vicious side. Although when I got along with Jiang Yifu, Ophelia's performance was harmless to humans and animals. When it comes to seducing men, Ophelia is not as skilled as she is in the future as Lady Snake. But when it comes to murder and arson, it is definitely a first-class professional. 10. Even Jiang Yifu can't keep up. The Jinglin gang, who used to be in the snack business quietly, seems to be starting to move, and they don't know what they are planning. 2 days later, Ollie was taken to the station and taken the train to California. Don't know when we can meet. High school graduation is a watershed, a dragon. Whether it's a worm depends on the future development. Ollie gave his friend a hug. I'm gone, brother. Remember to take care of my mother and my sister. Jiang Yifu also gave a hug to his friend. Hey, another familiar person left. Don't worry, I will do it. Definitely will try to satisfy physically. Just. This particularly wretched remark was not spoken, and even a friend had to do it when he said it. Go to school to say goodbye to teacher Dana. Although I am reluctant, for the future development, the separation should be separated. After the high drive station. So Mr. Dana's classes were all changed to self-study classes, and she spent the morning with her husband in the room. Go back to the academy and arrange all the Swiss affairs. Jiang Yifu started talking about his own experimental invention. The first is to improve the problem of electromagnetic overheating. I don't know if it's been too long since we left. The invention patent of the lithium battery is still written with the names of Jiang Yifu and Jenferny. While Ms. Jenferny was surprised, she also took care of Jiang Yifu's guidance. In the past, 543 was watching most of the time, but now occasionally when Jiang Yifu was thinking. Strange to express your own guesses. The problem of overheating, either change the material or increase the cooling method. In addition, there is also the problem of the resistance of the wire, which can also cause heat if it is too large. Ms. Jenferny is indeed a lot. The old professor pointed out the problem in a straightforward manner. Jiang Yifu's plan is to first research weapons, then research self-defense protection, and finally improve means of transportation. Then start studying biology, and at least join the so-called science strategic group. I see, the previous materials were too rudimentary. I needed to replace the best materials, exceptionally using the principles of dynamics and aerodynamics. After the bullet was fired, the extra material, the kinetic energy should be able to open the exhaust valve, increase the efficiency of air cooling, and play a role in cooling. Slow down the complexity of the circuit, simplify the circuit, and increase the space to reduce the heat problem. Enter the thinking mode. The brain runs very fast, and all the equations flash in my mind. Engrave the model of the magnetic pistol on. Jiang Yifu blurted out without thinking. Improving every possible situation. In mind. Saifu Si Lao of Tian 3N Orange Magazine. Ms. Jenferny glanced at the thoughtful student in surprise, and stroked her silver hair with her right hand. Turning around and going back to the desk to sit. 2 beautiful legs crossed and folded. Excellent. Yade picked up the black tea and took a sip. The other party already has a solution, and the rest is an experiment. Hands-on things are left to young people to do. When I get tired, I go home to sleep, and when I get hungry, a nanny will bring me food. Jiang Yifu spent the whole day in the lab, and it was no surprise to Ben at MIT for this phenomenon. Scientists? They're all a bunch of lunatics. It's often like this. All night is just a basic operation. Sit down. Classmates, don't need a drum hall. Sometimes when Kurosu gets stuck, he goes back to Mrs. Berra to vent. Let's get some inspiration by the way. Time flies. Unconsciously, half a month passed. In the college test range, Jiang Yifu took out an exquisite pistol and pulled the trigger at a target 400 meters away. The moment the trigger was pulled, the electric current passed, the magnetic field was activated, and the bullet flew out at a rapid speed under the increase of the magnetic field. The distance of 400 meters should not be 0.3 seconds. Hit the reel. After the target of the heart, huge amounts of kinetic energy directly tore a large piece of wood weighing 30 pounds into pieces. Powerful power? It's just a pistol. It can shoot farther than an assault rifle. It can be used as a sniper rifle. Jiang Yifu's heart did not fluctuate, and there were even some who wanted to laugh. The weapon finally succeeded. Next is the anti-magnetic flight backpack. Just an idea. An imaginary emergency tool that allows people to take a short flight or even fly. Far less than what was later developed by the military. What is a diamagnetic flight backpack? This is only flight backpack, which is what Falcon Sam used. Regarding the technical patent of magnetic force, Jiang Yifu handed it over to the college, and recorded the name of the tutor by the way. There are microwave ovens in this era, but there are no induction cookers. A quick and convenient thing, just a little bit of technology from the fingers of this BD Jiang Yifu. If a student comes to the door, the college will naturally accept it. Almost none, Jiang Yifu is like an ancestor to support him. MIT is famous because it has been created by generations of students. From provide the best research environment and reading environment for students with ability, and then get funding from Congress. Back at home, Aunt Sarah, whose belly was slightly bulging, was sitting quietly on the sofa reading the newspaper. At the dining table are two little guys biting their pens and doing their homework. The career is not difficult, but because of the silver power of the eldest sister, Shu Lin, dare not put the pen first. Otherwise it will be caught for a while. Wow, big brother, you're back? Came back. You're back, little. Everyone's approach to Roar is different. Jiang Yifu greeted Roar enthusiastically, and then moved the pile of books back to the room. What a lively crowd. This is home. A feeling of, if there are better protection measures, it is MIT, and there is a military base 2 kilometers away. As a state-funded private college that provides talent with cradle, natural security measures well done. Typical service for capital. The response of lithium batteries is getting stronger and stronger. Some small accessories and small electrical appliances gradually appeared. The most critical thing is that this node appears in the sustainable charging setting. The lithium battery transformed by Jiang Yifu is naturally not too bad, except that it has a larger capacity and smaller volume than the traditional sulfuric acid battery. You can also use a special charger to charge the battery that has been used up. The battery is charged to achieve the purpose of recycling. I don't know how many times stronger than the battery of the training. In the past, the batteries were all disposable and had to be thrown away after use, which was wasteful and polluted the environment. As soon as the lithium battery appeared this time, especially under the packaging promotion of Wayne Enterprises, it directly occupied 90% of the market. If it is replaced by Stark Group to promote, will be blocked by most. The battlefield of capitalists is very scary, and people who can't see clearly are often bankrupt. Anyway, Wall Street often goes bankrupt and jumps off the building. If you die, you will die. It's just that you don't have the ability and vision. In addition to omitting the external promotion link and borrowing resources, Jiang Yifu also took the initiative to update the technology of lithium batteries. Also to make the president of Wayne Enterprises love chassis her own potential and wealth value, so as not to interfere with herself and teacher Dana's affairs. Snooker Group is still expanding, preparing to develop business in many fields, but mainly in the arms industry. This industry is also the most profitable, with AK-47 like this. The big killer, even if it is made by others, you need to pay. It's also fine to secretly create definitely, then don't blame others for the heavy hand. Not seen for a while. However, under the leadership of Ophelia, the Chinglin gang successfully defeated the Lens gang and turned the general area of Brooklyn into its own territory. Young girl. Finally showing the fangs of Jinghuo. It's just that every time I talk to Jiang Yifu on the phone, I always speak softly. I don't know if it's sincere, or fake competition. Jiang Yifu is immersed in a sea of cloth books, this time about dry machinery. Make a simple electronic 1000 arms. AKA Tony's in Iron Man. Mechanical assistant, that thing doesn't seem to work. In fact, when Jiang Yifu started to do it himself, he realized how helpful those mechanical stunts are. It is definitely not something that can only be seen. Decorations, mechanical engineering, ergonomics, biological cell evolution, anthropology, engine principles, power transmission theory. Another pile of books. Fortunately, there was a hellish torture before, but this time I have endured it. Learn, boy, learning makes me happy. Sometimes Jiang Yifu really admires Tony for being a playboy. He deserves to inherit Howard's mind. It's the extremist that can deduce the formula. It's really awesome. There is absolutely no way to do the corresponding things without enough theory. Science is a rigorous course, although many things cannot be explained by science. If you don't want to cultivate immortals, make breakthroughs, etc., it will be completed naturally when the time comes. After a long time, it can still help you solve a lot of things. For example, go out shopping today. What should I do if I don't want to walk? Then take a car. There is no car without science. One is very simple. For sure, if you are entangled in the following Superman, female Superman, Doomsday, Oxygen, Kree, Asgard, etc., forget it. Those guys aren't. Learn to explain the disturbance. The iron block built at home was sent to the laboratory. Large blocks of natural magnets are ground into squares, loaded with a multitude of wires and magnetic field devices, and connected. Several metal batteries containing palladium. This battery is the latest research result, made by Jiang Yifu using the basic elements of the arc reactor. To say that the arc reactor thing has not been born yet. That's Howard and Anthony Vank worked together with a scientist from the Soviet Union. Just like Tony now, how is Lee? Not even a shadow? Jiang Yifu carried the iron block on his back, took a deep breath and fastened the bandage. To Ms. Jenferny, who was in front of the black and white camera, ready. The first test of the flight backpack, August 23rd, get ready, start. When the battery is energized, the entire magnetic field device is activated, forming the principle of same S*X repulsion with the electromagnet below. The powerful magnetic pole repulsion suddenly exploded. Drop, switch on. I just pushed Jiang Yifu forward. No idea how many tables were knocked down and how many test tubes and parts were broken. Jiang Yifu couldn't control himself at all, and was directly pushed against the wall by the magnetic force, unable to move. It's like being blown away by the 10th level wind and unable to take care of yourself. The first test failed. The reason cannot control the strength and direction. After saying that, he turned off the camera. Cover your mouth and laugh. A seductive smile appeared at the corners of Ms. Jennifer's mouth. It was a lot of fun watching this student do experiments. Seems like I haven't had this much fun in years. Bah, this is too difficult. Jiang Yifu turned off the switch, and instantly fell from the wall to the floor again. Straight is an amazing idea. Come on, I believe you will become. Hehe, it's already very good, at least it proves that your genius idea is right. Using the magnetic pole flight. Work, don't worry. Ms. Jenferny is liking this student more and more. Young, energetic, and talented, what a rare gem. I know. Just thinking about it, if you use electromagnetic fields to interfere with metals, wouldn't it be bulletproof? Jiang Yifu's ideas became more and more unpredictable. It's not impossible, just like humans going to the moon. Is it possible? Is it possible? Is it easy? In the next life. The bell rang, the doorbell rang, and Ms. Jenferny naturally wouldn't go to open the door. Still sitting gracefully on the sofa, Jiang Yifu thought viciously of this lazy woman. Own past. The door is open. Put it on next time. An automatic door switch is ready. A man with gentle eyes appeared with an envelope. Oh, Eve, here's your letter. Thank you very much for your help last time. The door to the laboratory opens. I was picking up letters in the reception room just now, and when I saw some of your belongings, I brought them together for you. Do you have time? Come to my house for lunch at noon. Let me thank you. The teaching in front of me is called Bupin. Who is this? I do not know either. Well, I really don't know. Jiang Yifu took the envelope. It was sent by Sister Sira. It was nothing more than some concern. Greetings. 543 as if this traditional method of communication would allow her to meet Jiang Yifu. Thank you. Bulletin Pigeon, please wait for me, I will tell the instructor. Jiang Yifu doesn't care either, because the other party is also a professor who has been working with the students for a long time. It is said that children. Son is also very smart. But Jiang Yifu always only pays attention to men? No, I'm sorry, come again. I always only pay attention to women, how can men pay attention? Can. It's great to be called by name. Ms. Jennifer waved. Signal Jiang Yifu to take care of himself. She is in a good mood lately. Thanks to the generosity of student Jiang Yifu, she directly added her name to the invention patent. As a result, she now hears the golden franklin falling into her bank account every day. The attitude towards Jiang Yifu is getting better and better, now the college's monthly salary. Water is not as good as her patent income for a day. Jiang Yifu put on his jacket and brought a magnetic pistol with him. This powerful weapon must be brought along. It is a must for self-defense. Although it is said that it is relatively safe among students, but the heart of guarding against others. Absolutely. Professor Bulletin Lois's home is also in the villa area. It is said that he is still a descendant of a big landlord. In the college, it is purely a hobby. The real career is actually a very cool one. Promising, charter company. Jiang Yifu's house is also here. Since he passed by the house, he naturally wanted to go in and say hello to his sweet wife's roar. Go through the door 3 times without entering? Bye. Soon we will arrive at the villa area. Not everyone is so noble. At least this BD Jiang Yifu is not. Cloth Lois's home decoration is not bad. Let's talk. Is there anything bad in the villa area? The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman in an apron. The feeling of Jade is well maintained. It looks like he is only 30 years old, but in fact he doesn't know it. Generally, rich people are well maintained. Dear, you are back. Oh, this must be Jiang Yifu. Hi, my name is Sharon and I'm Blythe's wife. Please take a seat inside. Lunch will be ready in a while. Sharon is very enthusiastic move by Roar. Must not be afraid of strangers. Jiang Yifu couldn't help but look at it a few more times. He definitely just looked at it a few more times. Don't think about it. A point made last time by Bo Lois is falling into a self-contradictory position. Jiang Yifu passed by at the time, so he simply said a few words to him. The point of view was discussed at once. The paper was also successfully published and received some positive reviews. That's why Bulletin Lois thanked Jiang Yifu for coming to the house for a meal. A young man who is also in his teens appeared, a little handsome, and it was easy to make people feel good. But it seems a little scary. Feeling beep, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the stairs. Contact with others. Bulletin Lois snarled in dissatisfaction. Charles, there are guests coming, you should take the initiative to call roar. You can't be so rude, this is Jiang Yifu, Professor Jenfernie's student. A very capable weapon inventor and scientist? Hello. My name is Yals, nice to meet you. The young man nodded restrainedly, as a gesture to roar. Usually people in America shake hands. This young man seems to be a little afraid to shake hands, not afraid, as if he is worried about what will happen. It is an attitude of standing on a high place and overlooking. Jiang Yifu was stunned. Wait, what did you say your name was? Charles, what's wrong? The young man asked suspiciously. No, it's the full name. Jiang Yifu said with a frown, this name is so familiar. Is it? Sure enough, the young man said slowly, Charles Xavier? Jiang Yifu hurriedly covered his mouth, beckoning that the tea in his mouth would spurt out. Ever? What's the matter? Any questions? Professor Bulletin Lois asked with concern. It's all right, what's wrong? It's Professor X, that psychiatrist? The guy who reads other people's heads when he doesn't agree. Oh, no, that's wrong, it's Fool. Khan and Fu waved their hands. The guy with the mind of world peace. I was shocked, I went. Professor X ran out. Paralyzed, this world is too dangerous? Charles was a little surprised, wondering if the other party noticed something. Jiang Yifu ate his lunch without changing his face, and even took a look at Mrs. Sharon's figure, feeling a little confused for a while. I whispered to myself, it was Aunt Sarah and Mrs. Barra took him down. Under the warm reception of Professor Bulletin Lois, Jiang Yifu finished a sumptuous lunch. He opened his mouth and said, Charles, I think you're fine, let's go out for a walk, I'm still. It's the first time I've seen someone my age. Buffingen is eager. Although it can't be said to be high, it is still a good thing to be friends with smart people. Okay, please. Fels nodded. The two walked on the boulevard in the college. Just now it wasn't GAI's kind. Jiang Yifu stopped. Variant ability? Telepathy? Charles turned his head sharply, the sight shrinking sharply in surprise. Who are you? Why do you know? Jiang Yifu smiled. I didn't know, but you told me just now. Wrongs looked at each other with a gloomy face. This is his own secret? I have always been afraid of being mistaken for a monster, and I hide it. Even my parents don't know it. Don't be nervous, I'm not malicious, I've seen it before, so don't be too nervous. This was not originally. Jiang Yifu waved his hand and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had no malicious intentions. And try to do what you think is right. But remember, don't use it to harm people. Okay, whoever you are, but please don't tell my secret, I'm afraid of causing panic. Charles's face changed gloomy and sunny, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hehe, it's okay, don't be too nervous, I'm not a good person. No, I'm a good person. It's not right. Hey, you can always treat me as a friend. A super ability friend is cool too. Jiang Yifu said with a smile, but he didn't dare to shake hands with the other party. For fear of being perceived by the other party's mind? Jiang Yifu, who said goodbye to Charles, was almost scared to pee. Can you stop this shit? First World War precursor, then Howard appears, Mrs. Snake. Zhang was scared to death. Hydra, Gotham City Wayne Enterprises. Now it's out Professor X, my Maya, it's not letting people live. The characters in it are all brilliant. It seems that only I am an ordinary person. Hey, hurry up and update the equipment. This world is too chaotic. A character with a sharp pen? If not, can't be bothered. And many more, like Charles's mother, Mrs. Sharon. What are you thinking, by the way, at this time, I don't know if Raven appeared or not. Well, definitely not the broken sword. Faith Raven like recasting. It's Mystique Raven in X-Men. Think about that skin, a little excited? There is still a lot of experiments to do in the afternoon. I have to say that scientists are really poor. Follow. Jiang Yifu wiped Yin's saliva, tidied up his clothes and walked to the laboratory. As poor as an author? Well, wrong. Poverty is not a state, but a normal state. It costs a lot of money at one time. Behind a successful invention, it may be tens of millions of enemy billions of bankruptcy in exchange. Not everyone. It costs money to buy materials, and the experiment is broken. Despite this, you have to keep a bunch of wives. She forced it, right. They can be like Jiang Yifu, relying on royalties to support themselves. Back in the lab, Ms. Beverny was still reading the newspaper gracefully, with a cup of steaming black tea on the table. Her posture was always so elegant, it was really endearing. Can't stop being a little bit crazy. The most important thing is that Ms. Fy has no husband. It is said that she divorced many years ago. She doesn't even have a child, a typical dink thought, that is, no children. Live freely and drink very well. Especially when I met Jiang Yifu and became a student, I felt more comfortable. Scared ding you? The sound of hammers. The pine scent of electric shears. Jiang Yifu concentrates on transforming his own exclusive equipment, not necessarily the inventions thrown away. He always uses the good product. No way, selfish bastards always keep the best things for themselves. Drink the strongest wine. The most beautiful, what the hell? Capacitors, guards, buffers. Ring after ring. With the experience of the magnetic pole amplification device, it is also handy to make. The future is uncertain. Magnetic pole guide. Will actually make a car that can fly, not a theoretical vehicle like Howard, which can't be seen and can't be used. After a busy day, go home to eat, bathe, and sleep. By the way, I'm used to spending the night in Bera's big room. I'm used to it anyway. Since there is no objection, let's continue. Every time Aunt Sarah looked at Jiang Yifu's expression, there was an inexplicable smile on her mouth. However, he didn't say much, and seemed to acquiesce to the situation of polygamy. Lex and Lena became more energized under the rich food, and they were taught by the virtuous Delia. The children of poor families are at home early. Will actively help. My mother does housework, washing dishes, taking out the trash and so on. Shu Lin played well with the two brothers and sisters. She looked like a big sister. After a period of cultivation, she gradually came out of the sadness of Uncle Brad's death. Not to mention Mrs. Bera. The whole day was extremely nourishing, and Jiang Yifu took good care of him both mentally and physically. I'm just a little worried that I'll get the same as Sarah. I have a big belly. It's hard to say then. Bai Yin has known since childhood. However, Jiang Yifu has some burdens along the way, so he will get on, and he is still afraid of this, so he is not a man. If you have it, you will be born, but I am a little curious. After meeting Wonder Woman and Asgard, is the child born with the physique Superman too? It's a little exciting to think about it. Well, Yiyin is Yiyin, and the work has to continue. At present, Jiang Yifu is preparing to take the graduation certificate, and after getting the diploma, he will send it to the doctoral degree. Shock? Doctors these days are genuine, not as bad as later generations. If you don't have the skills, don't try to get a doctorate degree, especially from a high-level institution like MIT. Do experiments every day while recording with a video camera. After the failure, go back and watch the video. How did you fail? Look at the problem from the perspective of a third party. You can find some things that you didn't expect. Occasionally chat with Charles. This guy is really good. As for how good he is, you can tell by watching the movie yourself. However, he looks like a good old man, and he can be regarded as a wrong friend. Ask for flowers 0. A person who can pour out. Naturally chatting with Jiang Yifu is better. And Charles has. It turns out that Charles is currently studying at Oxford University. This guy has already graduated from Harvard University. He is a genius. But he has not published any famous papers yet. Therefore, the reputation is not obvious, and some news can be remembered in this year. This time Charles came back to visit his parents during his school break. He usually lives in an apartment in Boston. His family has a large land and a farm in New York. Nourish. Typical rich second generation. Ivir, do you want to come to my house and introduce you to a friend? Charles said uncharacteristically, seeming to be very happy, not knowing what was going on. Jiang Yifu is a little interested. Friends who can be good people must also be good people. Even if they are not, they are very capable. It would be good to know them. Okay, can you take my car? Charles didn't suspect him, got in the car, fastened his seatbelt, and began to show the way. Jiang Yifu suddenly smiled mischievously. Charles, get ready, don't be too surprised. The great Dr. Iv will take you to experience a low-altitude flight. Li Su put the gear on, and then turned on the switch of a device. Roar! The car rushed out like a rocket, and the improved speed reached 150 kilometers per hour. Although it is similar to a modern car, but in 38 years, it can definitely scare a group of people to death. The car roared past, sending the dust from the road flying everywhere. It stirred up a flock of grazing sheep. After half an hour, we reached our destination. Charles couldn't take it anymore. Directly pushed the car door and lay on the side of the road and vomited. That appearance seems to have been changed for a long time by the big smelly feet. Same, that's not right. Jiang Yifu seems to have foot odor when he said that, probably after being drunk. Jiang Yifu whistled and locked the car, and said playfully, haha, Charles, I told you to be careful. Oops, such a big man is still getting motion sickness. Charles glared at the other party angrily, and said intermittently, I'm not car sick, but plane sick. You're a car. Are you? You're a lunatic? Jiang Yifu shrugged undeniably. Well, he just got a car on a whim. How can it be so exaggerated? 5. The apartment in front of me is well decorated. After all, it is one of the more developed cities, and America's population is relatively sparse, so the environment and greenery are very good. It took a while for Zionjersid to recover. A strong mind ability doesn't mean he won't get motion sickness. In particular, the shock absorption system forgot to upgrade, and the fast sparkling car can easily. Geez, firm people give what they need. Wow. The apartment door was opened, and the two entered the room talking and laughing. Charles looked around and didn't seem to find anyone, and said apologetically, I'm here. A friend is a bit strange. You won't be surprised to see it? Jiang Yifu nodded. Wait, is it a man or a woman? Is there a difference? Charles asked curiously. Yes. Girls, why are you so cute? Men just get to know him? Jiang Yifu said shamelessly, a typical friend who has lost his temper. Charles 543 was speechless for a moment, but he was not too surprised. It is normal to like women. Even he has a girlfriend. As a brilliant scientist, it's normal to have any special hobbies? Raven, come out. I'll introduce you to a new friend. Don't worry, he won't be surprised to learn about my ability. We're actually still good friends. Charles exclaimed. Shouted, I hope this friend of mine can call more friends. At the corner of the building, a girl with orange-red hair and blue skin appeared. Maybe many chanting people will think this is a monster, but Jiang Yifu felt a sense of surprise. It was amazing. Totally a man's impulse. Staring blankly at each other, Rongs thought that the other party was frightened, and hurriedly said, her name is Raven, she has special genes like me, and will have some special abilities. The little girl at the corner was trembling with fear. The little hand is a little awkward holding the corner of the clothes, which makes people feel a little distressed. This is a poor girl, I thought. Someone was frightened by himself. I feel a little ashamed of myself. Beautiful, so beautiful, perfect. Charles is your friend. Jiang Yifu said loudly, not sure if it was real or fake. Charles was a little disgusted, but soon became happy again. After all, Jiang Yifu was able to accept this kind of person with special mutation ability, which was a good thing in his opinion. This man is the first person who doesn't hate his appearance? It is a lie to say that you are not happy. Rico looked surprised, except for Charles. After the death of his parents, he was homeless and became a stray kitten. Before because I was talking about the apartment looking for food. Since he was a child, Raven was rejected by his parents because of his strange appearance. He was exposed by Charles, and he was relieved after knowing that the other party was also someone with special abilities. Otherwise, ordinary people would scold her if they saw her, and would call her a monster. If you think about it, in fact, many villains have become resentful people because of childhood experiences. Magneto Eric, Mystique Raven, Bald Lou Lex, Cunning, the God of Deceit, Loki, and more. Batman Bruce, these childhoods were not bad, the most important thing is that their parents' humanity affected them. Needless to say, Superman Clark, Dion. Phase Superman Clark. Types are brainwashed into Earthlings. Human beings are kind. Batman is not bad. He was about 12 or 13 years old when his parents died, but he was also influenced by his parents' kind and peaceful ideas. The most important thing is because, what is cultivated? The most exciting and exciting? Well, Jiang Yifu wiped his drool and decided to take this Mystique home. Take good care of. As for whether to be a gun friend in the future, oh no, whether to be a girlfriend or a wife, it depends on the future development. What? You say be friends? How is it possible? It is impossible to be friends. Impossible in this lifetime. Only being a girlfriend is the most suitable. The three soon sat down and chatted like friends. During this period, Raven also recounted his own experience. Jiang Yifu's surprise and excitement could not hide from Charles and Raven's eyes. Even more excited than Jiang Yifu was Rowan. After all, it was her greatest joy to get a new friend. What I hope most is to be recognized by others and to be able to live freely. A person is strangely lonely. Jiang Yifu quickly revealed his thoughts. Shuang Lang said, chances. It's not good that you keep Raven here all the time. Why don't you come to my house? Playing together and having a partner, what do you think, Raven? A little naughty. You know there are 3 in my family. Raven is happy. I don't want to beg or dare to trust people easily. Can only look at Charles. Charles knew the situation of the other party. After all, it was difficult to know whether he was a famous person or not, so he hired 3 babysitters to take care of him. That's not a bad thing, after all. Scientists may be weaker than ordinary people in life. It is normal for the right long outside to have the short outside. One is 13, and there are 2 who are 4 or 5 years old. It would be better if Raven passed. Ever is not a bad person, he has 3 children at home. Just don't know. A research idea? Research why there are more special abilities than ordinary people? Will they accept it? Charles was still a little concerned, but also inspired. Is that your child? Raven asked curiously. Haha no. It's just that they were young enough to let them live together. Jiang Yifu has absolutely no idea of file size taking everything, absolutely no. Those 3 are my nanny's children. A good person can't possibly have such an idea? Not now anyway, oh, that's it? Then I'll go to Eve's house and live for a while. Raven was a little overjoyed for some reason, but he didn't want to be alone. Raven, in order to protect your safety, I need to say that you have a rare disease, and I am in charge of treating and taking care of you. Jiang Yifu touched his chin and said, so that no one else. I will despise you, what do you think? In this way, everyone will sympathize with you, instead of hating you. I really hope someone can identify with me. Raven's eyes flashed with joy. Xianger sighed a little lightly for some reason. After all, with Raven around, he was too embarrassed to bring the girl back. Now this big trouble, should be said to be big. He was really happy that the burden was taken over by Zhang Yudi. It's best for the other party to live happily and not come back. Jiang Yifu said curiously, that's the decision. Rowan will go home with me, and we will be a family in the future? Please give me more advice in the future. Let me see yours. Ability? Rowan happily shook hands with Jiang Yifu, and just like that, the historical 0.5 track wheel began to deflect slightly. After coming into contact with Jiang Yifu, the blue skin changed quickly, becoming Jiang Yifu's appearance, and even the height has changed. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it's hard to believe that there is such a vivid and magical ability. Hello Ming. Rowen, who was transformed, said a sentence, which was exactly the same as Jiang Yifu's emphasis. Jiang Yifu touched his chin. This is a magical ability? Hey, sometimes it's used in a certain way, isn't it just to face different women at first glance? It's just evil? Far in the east, the magician holy place in the Himalayas, Chitauri, Ancient One opened his eyes, felt the flow of time emanating from the eye of Agamotto, and muttered to himself. Said, the time has changed again. Every time is a different trajectory. Back in the villa area of the academy, Jiang Yifu introduced Raven to Aunt Sarah and Mrs. Bara and several nannies. And Raven's poor life experience also made several wives overwhelmed with motherhood. Bubin treats each other as his own daughter to love. Shu Lin, Rowen will be handed over to you in the future. You have to be a good sister and take good care of Rowen's sister, you know? She is already very pitiful, don't bully her. Jiang Yifu. He touched Rowen's head, and the little black beauty Shu Lin's little head. After all, she is now a big sister. Shu Lin was very excited. This feeling is really great. Pulled Raven's little hand to sit on the sofa, pulled out a lot of snacks and handed them over. My name is Shu Lin, and I will be your sister from now on. Don't worry. I will take good care of you for the big brother. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I will take care of him. Raven nodded gratefully, reaching out for a potato chip for the first time. The family did not discriminate, only a strong sense of sympathy and curiosity made her feel very comfortable. With a new member joining, to celebrate, Lydia picks up Lex and Lena as well as buys more food. Jiang Yifu stretched his back, and the matter was finally settled. 15. Suddenly seeing Mrs. Bara wearing an apron. I was a little moved for a while. People are beautiful. What are they wearing? The clothes are all good looking. Don't ask. Ask is ability. Mrs. Bara, what are you cooking? Jiang Yifu asked with a smile and leaned over. You like to eat grilled chicken wings and steak burgers. Are you tired from work recently? Take a break. I boiled some gooky water for you. Mrs. Bara smiled virtuously. Take it to the lab to drink it. It's good for your body. Isn't wolfberry water a healthy thing? A cup of wolfberry water a day is impossible to be happy like a fairy, but it can still be done to strengthen the kidneys, and the taste is not bad. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Bara. Jiang Yifu smiled. The nanny he hired was really competent, so if you want to hire a nanny, you should hire someone older, or a female. Because they know how to take care of people. You're welcome, it's me who should thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. You are a good person. Mrs. Bara smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes filled with a happy smile. Jiang Yifu's 8 emotions are very good, the more he does, the less burden he has on his heart, and now he's used to it. Back in the lab, you have the key, just open the door yourself. Jennifer. The Jealous Girl Chapter 10 didn't stay in the lab, and I didn't know if she went home to sleep or went for a walk. Picking up the flight backpack and continuing to transform it, using the mutual repulsion of magnetic force to achieve the effect of flight, is really amazing. It's just that the strength of the magnetic field varies from place to place. This requires the use of other electromagnets to form countercurrent magnetic poles, so that the upper and lower magnetic poles can achieve different strengths and weaknesses, and use the mutual gap of magnetic force to achieve the purpose of flight. It's just that there are still many things that need to be solved, such as the reverse flow problem. Will the 2 electromagnets directly tear the flight backpack to shreds due to the excessive magnetic force? The fly explodes on its own? The fun is on. Jiang Yifu put a piece of chocolate in his mouth, hummed a little song and made a cup of black tea to refresh himself. He picked up needle nose pliers and started to make a backpack. Make your own equipment successful first, then go to plot. Super soldier serum, but also learn Tone's fighting techniques, military fighting techniques, unique martial arts around the world. The most important thing is to learn the ancient oriental country with a history of 5 dry years. What is Huxia martial arts? Those on stage? Or those in competitions? Those can only be said to be martial arts. Martial arts can be used for self-defense, fitness, or even available for performance. But the martial arts can't do it, it can only do one thing. That is killing. It was originally created because of ancient wars. Fighting on the battlefield, every move is fatal, you don't kill and others will kill you. Even the battlefield divination of the lone generation is the same. If you don't rush to kill the opponent, you will be killed by the opponent. Therefore, a deadly martial art will be born. Advanced high-tech equipment plus blood relatives of super soldiers plus superb bed fighting skills? Well, no, wrong. Yes, plus superb bed fighting skills, people who barely have the ability to protect themselves. Why can Xingguo Captain Si Fang be able to attract thousands of people? The most important thing is the shield that defends against ability, which adamantium alone cannot do. A person with super defensive ability will definitely be able to open up with someone. A play chapter that even Mjolnir can't hit with a hammer? Scrap parts are thrown aside, and naturally someone will come to recycle them. Jiang Yifu bit the pen, quickly wrote down a formula, and then began to deduce it. Seems like a bit of a miscalculation. Paralyzed? Play with a hammer. If you don't have a computer, I think you're paralyzed? No way. Let's fiddle with a computer first. Eve was dizzy. No wonder Howard knew the existence of the Rubik's Cube and couldn't do it, because there was no way to calculate it. If there is also a smart computer J.A.R.V.I.S at this time, then Jiang Yifu can also make a steel battlesuit. It's just that it's so special, it's impossible. There are simple calculators, but the 2 decimal places cannot be calculated. Every time I have to spend a lot of time on the calculation, it is really a dog. Too much delay. Do it when he thinks of it. Jiang Yifu immediately waved and took a bunch of diodes and electronic conductors. Haven't eaten pork and never seen a pig run? Take apart the simple calculator in the laboratory. Lose. Although it is said to be worth 50,000 yuan, it may have been a huge sum of money before. Now, it is just a small wealth. Drumming till 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Yifu just came back to his senses, looking at the big brick-shaped computer frame assembled in the 1980s. A flash of pride flashed in his heart. Hey, I'm also a genius. Keep going. Maybe with a computer, my work efficiency can be even faster. It's not that Jiang Yifu 543 is really awesome, but that with professional knowledge and insight beyond a century, he can make something like this. For example, a titanium alloy kidney reader in this book has traveled to the Stone Age, even without any skills. It is also possible to use the method of seawater exposure to obtain the root of that era. Crystallized salt that did not appear. This is the power of transcending knowledge? Do you say that this lucky person who has passed through is very good? No, in fact, it is not good, but he used modern knowledge to make a comparison in ancient times. That's it. But people in that era would think that this reader is very good. This principle is very simple and obvious, but it makes people feel comfortable all over the body, and I can't help but put on another. This is the case with Jiang Yifu. He has professional knowledge and theory, as well as excellent insight, so it is normal to have such behavior. It's just that some things are limited by the times. The level of technology can't do it. It takes a step-by-step footprint to complete. It's like kicking a ball. You shoot me a goal and see. At this time, you will subconsciously look for the ball, which is right. If you want to play football, you always have to have a ball first, and then you can play. No ball, you kick a hammer ball. Do you want to eat one bite at a time? You need to eat one bite at a time. If you want to learn to walk, sometimes you have to learn to run first. Well, wrong. Howard said this. Come right. It should be learned to crawl first. Right. That's right this time, learn to crawl first. Shaking my swollen head, when I got home, the 4 little guys were having a great time playing catch and hide, playing poker and so on. The childhood friendship is the most impressive. Just so bald-headed Ludu scratched his head and started to use his small brain to count cards and prepare to do some. Being stared at by Shu Lin's eyes, she quickly shrank her head in fright. There are many puppies painted on the face with watercolor brushes, and the 3 girls were pasted with small notes. Mystique Raven has been happiest. Not only eat, sleep in the right place, but also have companions to play with. No one bullies her. Even the 3 ants are very gentle, caring about her. I took her to buy clothes this afternoon. So happy here. Wow, Big Brother is back? Master Eve? Ever, you're back? As soon as you talk about the door, you can be questioned by Duo Jiaocha. Hey, this feels really good. Oh, little guys, have a lot of fun. Haha, next time I'll design something. Play for you? Okay. Go and help me warm up the food. Mine is going to take a bath first. So tired? Oh, okay. The 4 little guys stopped playing games. All crowded into the kitchen. Aunt Sarah sat on the sofa watching. A tear of happiness flashed in the corner of his eyes. This is the feeling of home. When will I have a few cute children myself? Little hand. Feeling the slightly bulging belly, there is a little life growing inside it. A child belonging to Master Eve? Hot baths, delicious fish soup, delicious steak, and mashed potatoes. This feels really good, but I seldom eat vegetables and eat the richest vegetables and meat as meals. All the appetite. Filled with nutrient-dense foods. Supplementary energy consumption to the greatest extent. That's why it's rarely served with rice in hotels in the future, but rice is a good thing, and it's all about filling your stomach. It's just that the eating habits are different. I can't say that. Well, it's up to personal preference. Enjoyed a delicious meal, and continued to touch Aunt Bara's room for the night, doing something bad by the way. Continue to go out to class early in the morning. By the way, I ordered someone to send more textbooks for elementary schools, and let Wensheng's Aunt Sarah teach the knowledge of Ruwen. A vase? Best cultivated to be. A secretary? Well, it's the kind of secretary who is a secretary Gan, and if it's okay, well, it's okay. Jiang Yifu doesn't want to make Ruwen into a. If you want to learn to make progress. Isn't it? The next day, Ms. Jennifer showed up in the lab with a bad face, but her expression seemed to be relieved and relaxed. Teacher, what's wrong with you? It doesn't seem quite right. Jiang Yifu was surprised. It's okay, I met an old friend yesterday. Eve, what kind of person do you think I am? Ms. Zinfini shook her head. Jiang Yifu touched his chin, circled Ms. Jennifer seriously and looked around, then said, do you want to hear the truth or the lie? Seems to have been noticed by the students' unusual responses. Oh, listen to all the lies. Ms. Ruffney is in the mood. The lie is that you are so beautiful. A little smart, and a little strong. Ms. Jennifer frowned. The truth is that I'm ugly and stupid. Very selfish, isn't it? Speaking with a hint of anger, Jiang Yifu laughed and patted a certain part of the tutor's waist. feeling the amazing elasticity, shook his head and said, "No, you are wrong. The truth is that you are really beautiful. Very charming, very attractive to men's eyes, smart, but also know how to care about people." The flattery-like compliment made Ms. Jenferny very happy. Then he roared angrily, "You BD, where are you putting your hands? Hurry up and go back to me and be real. Test." Seeing Jiang Yifu walking to the lab table to do the experiment, Ms. Jenferny seemed to be in a very good mood, and she subconsciously played with her silver white hair and soaked it for herself. A cup of tea began the daily petty bourgeoisie life of reading and reading newspapers. Jiang Yifu is still tinkering with the original computer that he just started assembling yesterday. Unlike the first generation of Big Macs, this computer uses the latest technology. There are many parts that were not sold outside at all, and there are no parts here, but you can make them yourself. Materials are readily available, but the circuit boards are a bit difficult to work with. The integration of glue and wire also requires professional machinery and molds. Barely can only polish some of their own use. Scientists with strong hands-on ability basically play with tools such as hammers and iron pliers. Ms. Jennifer looked at the square machine a little puzzled, wondering what the student was messing with. While picking up biology books, transfer important knowledge. Click to mark it out. The rest of the fonts are just some crap and there's no need to look at it at all. If you can read through a book, the most important thing is to eat the most important content. Just like eating Boston lobster, the main thing is to eat lobster. Some side dishes, tomatoes, cheese, and so on are all secondary. It doesn't matter if you eat it or not. A truth? If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Let's get the computer first. It's not too difficult anyway. It's simple to help you calculate it. In these years, if you want to develop the computer industry, you have to slowly explore it. After World War II, computers slowly began to spread slowly, and a large number of computer experts emerged. It made things like software code skyrocket. Forget it now. Diodes, light-emitting diodes, or the most important raw materials. Before LCDs, light-emitting color diodes replaced black and white TVs. The disadvantage is that it consumes. Disadvantages such as large power, low pixels, and average service life. But there are no color TVs yet. All black and white TV, this seems to be a patent selling point. Jiang Yifu has fallen into the eyes of money recently. There is no way, the expenditure is too high. Don't look at whether the current pregnancy is stored in his mentor's laboratory, but everything in Wu costs money. Don't spend money. Don't you use it for your body? Especially, Li Ma Zhao / Dashi. Non-recyclable spare parts, that's a lot of money. Not counting the parts that require special craftsmanship and mold making. Therefore, scientists can make money quickly and burn money quickly. As long as there is any invention that can be popularized, it is. You earn oil, but the premise is that someone invests and there is a huge amount of money invested to burn money. Not everyone, like Jiang Yifu, can copy the technology they have seen before, improve the manufacturing, and then invent it. Every technological breakthrough costs a huge amount of Franklin paper market. Arrange them one by one, and use thin sharp pliers to arrange them neatly. If you make a mistake, it will cause the display to be blurred or even unusable. Place a colored diode. Happening. Unlike the LCD screen, there is no broken place and it can still work normally. So in those days, TV repairing was also a hugely profitable industry, but it was only a few years. Diodes, signal converters, motherboards, capacitors, memory sticks, large capacitors, cooling fans, a series of them. Rao's Jiang Yifu knows that most of the components are also. It's busy enough. A computer, which looks simple, is actually very difficult to make. Don't want anything Goldfinger, slap. A snap of your fingers can exchange for a super advanced, small size, fast running speed. The battery life ability still has power after playing games for a month. Jiang Yifu can tell himself with certainty. That's all fake. Italian silver is too much. It will take at least 100 years. No, at least close to 200 or 300 years to do it. Converted in one sentence. Something like that. Give him a spare finger, and he can fly now invincible. After venting his emotions, Jiang Yifu continued to bury his head and lived a miserable life. He used to think that Ms. Jenferny was lazy, but then he realized that he might as well do it himself. At least not like his mentor, put the parts on the left to the right. No wonder she taught a few great people, but her original ability to do it was not strong enough. But the theoretical knowledge is very strong, and the calculation ability is excellent. Is a giant on paper. Dwarf in action. If she hadn't followed her, it is estimated that Ms. Lufuni would only be living a modest life with a salary. What are you doing at 547? After looking at it for a long time, Ms. Jenferny didn't see anything. This kind of square thing, say it's a microwave oven, doesn't look like it. TV? Kind of like, but not. She knew that she, the student, wouldn't do pointless things. Like a lord who can't see the rabbit but not the eagle. Hey, this is a great invention. Teacher, I'm not bragging. This thing, any invention is a patent. You can definitely earn hand cramps. Jiang Yifu couldn't help slipping again. Indeed, not to mention the computer. It is to take out a color screen formed by a combination of light-emitting diodes, and add transparent refractive glass to form a color TV. It's shocking enough. From nothing to black and white, from black to self, to color, from color to high definition, it is a step-by-step. Each step is a large-scale patent that has left a strong legacy in history. With this, it is estimated that it will really make a profit? Hehe, not to mention your own shares. Even if you eat patent money, you can eat it for a long time. By the way, if there is a chance, you should collect shares. S.I. Zhang. Every company with a long heritage, such as the Graham Group, Wayne Enterprises, etc., has to buy back shares and become shareholders. Waiting for the money, sheep sizzle. Losing money is, bff, impossible to lose money, only make it until you don't want to make it. Jiang Yifu admits that he has no interest in money and has never made any money. I have never touched it, but, are you interested in spending money? Oh, what is it? Ms. Jennifer felt that she was becoming more and more curious. Every time she was amazed by this student. Suddenly, a bad thought flashed by, and without revealing a trace, she glanced at Ms. Jennifer's proud figure, dignified and elegant temperament. Mature. Jiang Yifu seemed to think of something. The face of a person is really a beauty? Okay, but if I say it, you have to cook for me, teacher, and invite me to dinner, and give me a bottle of good Portuguese wine. The more she said that, the more curious Ms. Beverny became. Like women, she couldn't restrain her curiosity. Eating or something, it's just a small thing, don't say. One meal, that is, a month, she can agree to it. It's kind of like a cat scratching my heart. Say it, I'll cook a dinner for you, take out the treasured front. Wine for you? Jiang Yifu smiled, like a fox who succeeded in his tricks. The diode combination screen was assembled. He took a videotape, installed it, and plugged it in. The projection box began to rotate and made a mechanical sound, and the diode screen began to flash, starting from black and white, and the lines were floating up and down. Like lightning flashes, more and more. Quickly, wait for a while, after the crystal has warmed up. The screen began to function normally, a trace of color began to appear, slowly began to cover, and finally the entire screen was full of color. Above is Jiang Yifu flying experiment. The 30-second experiment of the backpack. Although there is no sound, the shock is no less than an atomic bomb exploded in situ. Ms. Jennifer was speechless in surprise. The slender jade pointed at the screen, the colorful picture, the effect of the first time was shocking and sensational. This is too amazing. Jiang Yifu's heart is full of pride. There are too many opportunities to pretend in this era. You can make money here with a little brain. Hehe, when the time comes, let Chinglin help sell his own. These civilian products are available all over the world. Well, making money and earning hand cramps. Don't look at how much money it costs now. At that time, when there are more women, the money will be spent like water. Clothes, reading, education, life, medical care. There are many places with flowers. If you are a genius, I sincerely believe that you will become the best and most outstanding scientist. Ms. Jennifer was very relieved, just like seeing what she sowed. Seeds bloom and bear fruit. Although the way of helping may be different, Ms. Jennifer really taught Jiang Yifu very well in the basic knowledge of theory. Well, it's like laying the foundation. After the foundation is solid, it is Jiang Yifu's business whether to build a villa or a building with several hundred floors. With the expression of Mr. Defang. You'll find out later that you'll see more. Now, Jiang Yifu triumphantly patted Ms. Fanny. It's good to know, haha. Go make a dinner for your bright student and give him a good time. This time, Ms. Jennifer was not ashamed and angry, maybe she was too happy. After all, this kind of epic-making thing, color TV is a great thing for both civilian and military use. Applications. Definitely a hit again. As Jiang Yifu's mentor, he will be honored at that time. After all, isn't the pursuit of fame and fortune for some people as professors? Satisfaction when students become talented. Zanlao. Amid Jiang Yifu's wanton laughter, Ms. Ni left with a happy pace. Wait, teacher, take this. Jiang Yifu handed over a round object, black and flat. The plastic shell has the texture of a golden fart. What's this? Ms. Jennifer took the thing and looked. This is an original roar, the most primitive version. I've been planning to create a short-distance chanting tool that can stretch two people to talk to each other. However, in the short term, it is impossible to come. This is a simple electromagnetic signal. You press the button, and I will receive it. You don't have to come and call me for dinner. Jiang Yifu seems to be unsatisfied with his invention, but the walkie-talkie is not so easy to make. Requires knowledge of electromagnetic principles and sound transmission technology to do. Come out. The former is not difficult for Jiang Yifu, but the latter is not very difficult to understand. Ms. Jennifer put away the roar and walked away without looking back. The sound of the high-heeled shoes always seems to be stepping on my heart, and with the swaying pace, it makes people feel beautiful. Jiang Yifu is in a particularly good mood. It seems that women are also a conditioning agent in life. There are still more babysitters at home, otherwise such a boring scientific experiment will definitely be able to drive people crazy. No wonder that Guy Howard is so romantic. It turns out that the secret investigators are all here. All that's needed now is to make a keyboard and internal mainframe parts. Real. Jiang Yifu, who was in a happy mood, continued to tinker with his computer. Now the display has the masters of, well, computer masters use keyboards instead of mice. The keyboard shortcuts are many and complicated, but once you remember them, the efficiency is not very high. Many people may not believe it very much. For the simplest example, copying and pasting, using the keyboard is definitely faster than using the mouse. It's that simple. A few clicks on the keyboard. It's better than holding the mouse and clicking for half a day, and it saves time and effort. Can't go wrong? The front display is not difficult, the key lies in the mainboard settings of the host. This is a kind of delicate work. Jiang Yifu took a deep breath of roar and calmed down. Love. The thread is stabilized in a calm state, otherwise this troublesome design will definitely allow a person who is not very patient to smash the keyboard. Long strip boxes, wire strips, capacitors, diodes, power supplies, circuit design. The most troublesome thing is that you can buy the motherboard without buying it. There is no such thing these days. To sell, you have to do it yourself. This is the hardest part. I don't know how long it took before Jiang Yifu heard the bell and recovered from the boring experiment. Fine and not sloppy. If you click the wrong place, it will come out. Time flies. Not working now. And then the inspection will take a lot of time. So having a smart computer is really important. Dirty all over. After going home to take a quick shower, after talking to the nannies, I came to Ms. Jennifer's house. Opened the door. Lady Jennifer in home clothes opened the door, even in high heels at home. I don't know if I'm used to it, or the reason for the stronger character, but it's pretty nice one. Throat, Eve, your eyes look haggard. Ms. Jennifer asked with concern. Jiang Yifu waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. It's nothing, it's just that the experiment is too concentrated, and it consumes a lot of energy. Just sleep, just a good night's sleep. Read books with me first, and then enrich your foundation. That's fine, don't worry too much. Take your time, you've done enough. What is needed is to slow down and start tomorrow. Jennifer taught very experienced. Pass on your decades of experience to the oxen. Move Sue because of the talent of the other party. Along a little hiding. Listen while eating. What the famous teacher said, naturally has his reason. As for whether it is suitable or not, it depends on the individual's behavior and habits. Just like some people like men. Jiang Yifu nodded. Some people like women, it's normal, there's no need to struggle. Just choose what is right for you. Anyway, Jiang Yifu likes women and doesn't explain. This is a wine from 10 years ago, or from a French estate, which is more suitable for growing grapes. I'll give you a taste, remember that you have to be greedy. Ms. Jennifer did not forget. Remember your own inheritance, and pour the wine to your students to drink. She was in a good mood, thinking that another patent was invented by a student in her name. A kind of satisfaction of being a teacher arises spontaneously. Money is enough, and fame is enough. It seems that life is enough. It just seems to be missing something. Jiang Yifu, whose head was swollen by the complicated circuit, also drank cup by cup. Not to mention, this wine is really good, not very astringent, but rather sweet. It is mixed with a unique grape sour taste. The red wine on the tip of the tongue, the aroma fills the mouth and taste buds. While eating steaks and drinking red wine, it felt like a date in a hotel. Drink and drink, the food is delicious, the wine is delicious, and the people are beautiful. Then both of them got drunk, and Jiang Yifu seemed to be still a little sober, looking at Ms. Jennifer, who was already drunk and hazy, and carried each other directly into the room. A long night has passed. Jiang Yifu hummed a little song, left a note and went out first. I'm in a good mood today, I can definitely make the motherboard today. When the computer is more than half done. Ms. Jennifer was very calm. After Jiang Yifu left, she woke up and sat silently for a while before getting up to make breakfast. I took the note on the table, and the corners of my mouth twitched. A knowing smile. Humming a little song, frying an egg. The two have a tacit understanding and do not speak. Sometimes it seems that one action can know what the other party wants to do, what they want to say. Ask for fresh recommendation 0. Before returning to the laboratory, Jiang Yifu went home to have a meal, and then asked Mrs. Bara to deliver the meal to the laboratory at noon. Today he is very motivated? The Miao-La girl asked in a puzzled way. Why is Eve so energetic today? Hee, this guy is really worrying. Aunt Sarah smiled and put the fried eggs on the plate and said with a smile. What else can I do? I must go and eat it. But I didn't care too much. Anyway, women of this age are very open. Coupled with the atmosphere of America, these are very. Mrs. Bara is a little embarrassed to say that. For 2 days in a row, Ms. Fanny didn't show up. She seemed to be resting at home. I don't know if it was too much concealment, and I didn't come back to you. But on the third day, Ms. Beverly appeared and started to teach Jiang Yifu the most detailed and comprehensive knowledge of mechanics with a pile of books. One after another. They are constantly studying in class. Ms. Jennifer's teaching method is very special. She directly starts with the principle, and then introduces the working process and formula. Say it and give an example. Change to the next after you like. The next knowledge point is very fast, and it is very simple, no unnecessary nonsense. Days of reading are boring, and so is doing experiments. Fortunately, since the last time, Ms. Jennifer occasionally has a drink after class, and then asks Jiang Yifu to deliver it. She goes home. After, there is no after. Anyway, after both of them feel very good. After each time, Jiang Yifu will be particularly motivated, at least he feels that he can still read well. Go. Occasionally fiddle with the assembly of the computer at night. Some parts need special processing, and it will take a few days to arrive. At that time, it is estimated that the simplest and most primitive, the calculator came out. The color display technology has also been sold. The reason why Pian Funi is dedicated to serving Jiang Yifu is because this invention patent also has her name on it. The old man Howard seems to be running all day, and there are unspeakable entertainments and receptions every day. Relying on Wayne Enterprises to promote battery applications, it has innovated a large number of electrical appliances, earning. The pores are full. 5. Color display technology can make the TV industry more developed. And correspondingly, the cameras and projection screens will also be renovated. Jiang Yifu, who has absorbed a lot of knowledge like a sponge, received an invitation from Howard this day. It seems that he is going to the country for academic exchanges, and the initiator is a famous machine tip. Dr. Zola, the Tiger tank invented by Dr. Zola, made the German army advance smoothly. The laboratory under the command of the German army has a large number of talents. This time, Jiang Yifu was invited to participate in the roll call. I don't know if there is any conspiracy, a hint of playfulness. After all, Dr. Zola can be said to be his senior brother, but the two have never met. They are secretly. Looking at the invitation card in his hand, Jiang Yufu's mouth flashed. Anyway, it's a bit of a feeling of seeing each other. Confrontation. You invented the AK-47. I invented the tank. Now that you've invited yourself, let's go. I don't know if there will be any gains. May 47. Anyway, the World War has not yet started. Germany seems to be preparing. What? A large number of frequent mobilization of the army is preparing to plot something? Looks like the drama is about to start. Before that, it's best to find the super soldier Sweja first. The Blitzkrieg raided Poland, defeated Poland within 2 days and made it surrender. Blitzkrieg. Siege Paris through the Maginot Line and crush France. Dunkirk is great. These are terrible battles, and that battle was fought by hundreds of thousands or even millions of soldiers. When bullets fly, shells explode. Not everyone will survive. Not even Xingguo Captain Stoff. The Rice teams are playing small and medium-sized battles. The great battle has not yet been fought. That's straight. Not one person can recruit Lao Khan. To put it badly, in the face of the aircraft cannon, even if Iron Man came, he would be hit and exploded. Once the number of shells and bullets has accumulated to a certain level, it is estimated that except for the Hulk who can never be killed, everyone else has to kneel down and sing Conquest. Jiang Yifu did the math. It seems that the plot of Wonder Woman will appear earlier. Because that's what happened during the Dunkirk retreat and some lucky guy flew into Paradise Island. Looks like it should be somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. The timeline of the Rice team should be around 1942. After the Pearl Harbor attack at the end of 1941, America began to declare a state of war. There is Jiang Si. Check out Jiang Si. Jiang Yifu returned to the laboratory, packed up his tools and equipment, and this time he went abroad. It is better to bring his own equipment. Life safety comes first. Say goodbye to Mrs. Berra and Ms. Jennifer before departure. Don't you think this will add any novelty to the body? A 15-story building was bought. The Chinglin gang officially moved into the building. According to Jiang Yufu's plan, they switched to Chinglin. Block 49 in Brooklyn, New York City. Company. Get the blackout and do some serious business. Under the propaganda of many younger brothers, the express delivery industry has gradually become popular. The main thing is the promise of 3 times the value of the damage compensation item at the beginning. According to the bill, you can get cash when you go to the company. Although it hurts a bit, it is indeed a way to establish integrity. Anyone who has used it will say yes. In the beginning, it was only for laundry such as laundry, and slowly developed the takeaway industry. Meals are ordered over the phone and delivered to each resident. And at the same time set up a novelty daily to report the news. It doesn't make a lot of money, but the main thing is that a large number of idle people can be resettled. But the power of the media can sometimes be very useful. Can promote some exclusive news, or praise, or discredit a certain person or a certain group. You'll definitely lose money in the beginning. These are great tools. These things will be useful when superhero comes out. Think of Cold War era coverage. Report on mutants saving the world? Avengers vs Aliens report. Hydra activity, dirty deals by politicians? These are all. It's something that can be reported and detonated all over the world. Hey, when the Sokovia Treaty comes, it's just a fart. It takes less than 2 hours to get from MIT to Brooklyn in today's fast vehicles. It's still thanks to the lack of people, otherwise the traffic jam can be jammed into the heart. J exploded. It would be nice to have a steel battlesuit, which is very practical except for the ratio. Unlike the poor function of mutation, it is estimated that it will be very slippery for Hulk to do demolition. A comparison, but it is not enough to engage in construction. I haven't seen each other for almost half a month. In the office on the top floor, the future Mrs. Snake still has a little bit of youth, which has something to do with age, and is older than Jiang Yifu. Not much, probably about the same age. Anyway, Jiang Yifu didn't ask, and when asked about the age of the woman, most of them probably wouldn't say. Definitely, if you apply for the job, you will tell the truth. A lady's white shirt wraps her figure tightly, with a black trench coat over it, long high-heeled shoes on her feet, and a black blue silk tied with a horse behind her. Clean and cool, clean and natural. After dealing with gang affairs for more than half a month, I have become more and more like a big sister. If you add a whip, it is estimated that you will be a real queen. Ivir, you're back? How are you recently? Ophelia, the man in front of her, didn't want to offend, and the two worked together like honeymoon couples many times. Talk on the phone for a while at night and know what to do. It's okay. How about you? Is that old silver root still harassing you? Jiang Yifu took over the black tea that the locality brewed himself, but very few people can make Ophelia tea herself. The person. It is estimated that there will be many. Thanks to you. All is well. Seems like Ping wants me to figure out a way to get some tech back from you. Hydra is not short of money. What is lacking is talent and technology. Ophelia did not hide her secrets, and generously shared all information. There is no direct conflict between the two, the interests are the same. That's good. How about the manpower? Don't worry, we will have a chance. We must kill the old silver stick once. If we miss it once, we will be very disappointed. Movable? Jiang Yufu's eyes flashed with wisdom. It has always been either don't fight, or be afraid to fight others. When you can't beat him, pretend to be a grandson. If you have the ability, come over and teach the enemy a lesson immediately, and let the other party be his grandson. Why would you rather die than give up? It doesn't exist. If you don't agree with life or death, just do it. Is not there either? Shooting quietly and entering the village quietly is the real business. Already training. Eve, are you going to the country? Be careful, the Schmidt guy seems to have some opinions and thoughts on you. 0.5. Ophelia said again. Secretly, in the Hydra organization, it is not difficult to know something. Jiang Yifu asked curiously. This Schmidt likes men. Pfft. Ophelia, the goddess of the battlefield who killed hundreds of lives under her command, was amused and sprayed Jiang Yifu with tea. Quickly take out a paper towel to help the other party wipe. I don't think so. I'm sorry, you, stop joking, we are talking about business. Just finished speaking, the boss staring. There was silence in the air. For a long time, the lips are divided. Jiang Yifu picked up the black tea and took a sip, this way it will be even. I killed you, Jiang Yifu, you big BD. This is the first kiss? Ophelia can't wait to kill this daring guy, definitely just. Instant idea? Eastern European women like strong men, especially women who grew up in a war-torn environment, they like men with a sense of security. The two chased and fought for a while before they stopped. One didn't really want to fight, and the other didn't really want to fight back. Very tacit so far. Ophelia touched her lips and looked at the eyes in front of her with a complicated expression. A man who is difficult to give up both emotionally and profitably. Emotionally, she was the first man to fall in love, and in terms of interests, the money, power and various equipment provided by the other party made her unable to refuse. It seems that so far, the other, just giving, nothing to gain? Hard to say harvest words? Does it count as your first kiss? Evir, why are you helping me? Ophelia asked this for the second time. Her heart was a little flustered because of what happened just now. Because I want to take care of you? Didn't you say you wanted to be the woman behind a strong man? I just tried to do it. Jiang Yifu said with a smile. His expression was very sincere and his expression. It's in place, 100 years of professional bastards? Even the Oscar winner is ashamed? A happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You idiot? You have to come back alive? Don't forget me no matter where you go. This thing is for you? Ophelia bowed her head. After speaking, he took out a strange ornament made of a strange straw rope. The appearance cannot be seen, the shape is very strange, and 15 is not ugly. It's a tough touch in the hand. What is this? Jiang Yifu asked curiously. Mrs. Hydra wants to give her something? I'm really curious and shocked. At the same time, my vanity has skyrocketed. Second rate. This is the amulet of our hometown. Don't worry, you can take it with you. Remember to come back alive. Ophelia shyly pushed Jiang Yifu's body out. When I got to the office, I leaned against the door, holding my heart beating strongly. This kind of amulet was made by a woman who was defeated in the East, hoping that her husband would return safely. It is said that it is blessed by the Queen of Heaven, Hera. Some places believe in Greek mythology, some places. Fang believes in Norse mythology. No matter what, it's just a spiritual sustenance. Although Jiang Yifu thinks this thing is very cheap, but it is also a kind of care, it can be seen that it is carefully prepared. Could it be that this rumored insidious and vicious lady snake? Do you like yourself so much? Or is Mrs. Snake, who has not encountered any changes, just Ophelia? Maybe there are. In short, a dark childhood can really change a person and turn an originally kind person. Become a wicked villain. Hanging the jewelry around his neck as a necklace pendant, Jiang Yifu went out of the WEI building excitedly. It seems that Ophelia's potential is really good. In a short period of time, a male. The gang developed into the second largest gang. According to past traditions, there is no chance of drug smuggling and smuggling. Robbery and extortion can't do anything, at least it won't fail. As long as the shops on the street will pay 1 cent a day for management. It's only $3 a month, which is not much. You can use the services and protection of Qinglin gang for a fee. The most basic thing is to prevent hooligans from making trouble. As long as someone makes trouble, if you call roar, there will be patrols. What are the benefits? It's more useful and quicker than finding a patrolman. Moreover, poets, people who give gifts and so on can be hired by Lin gang, and they can even do hard work. Anyway, there are all kinds of things. And just so, Jiang Yufu's sister is this. The patrol captain of the area. Don't live too casually that day, just sit in the office and read newspapers and magazines every day to go to work. Occasionally, if I want to exercise, I go to practice boxing or something. Every month, a fixed amount of $1,000 is put into the bank account. Don't worry about what's going on in the precinct. You can also shop and go shopping, and you can't spend all your money, or you can communicate with your younger brother by original letters. It's not as bitter as the other patrolmen. Today is either the gang members are making trouble, or the robbery and thieves are rampant. It's really miserable, sometimes encountering the core of the gang. The child still can't move the other party, this is the most embarrassing. Whether the Chinglin gang will be controlled by Ophelia, Jiang Yifu is not worried at all. Instead of worrying about these, it's better to get Ophelia early. After all things are just foreign objects. The only one who can really rely on is himself, which was reflected in Iron Man Stanley when Tony fought Killian. This thing is really a real black technology in this era? A 5-pound 7.62mm mouth. Touching the magnetic pistol in his arms, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. A pistol is more powerful than a sniper rifle. Pinyuan moment distance can reach 600 meters. It just affects the accuracy a little bit. And between 400 meters and 500 meters is the most stable, and the power generated is enough to tear non-steel materials. The closer it is, the more powerful it is. A powerful move. It can even tear people apart. This thing can't be circulated, and it is more terrifying than the energy weapon developed by Dr. Zola later. The energy weapon hit, leaving only a vaporized hole, because that thing is pure energy, there is no tearing effect of physical bullets. Luckily, like Hawkeye, he was hit with a scar. If you are unlucky, you will be cut off. If you are unlucky, you will die directly. However, in terms of level, energy weapons are relatively high level. After all, it is something made of Rubik's Cube energy, and there is still a lot of potential to be tapped. The most important thing is that Dr. Zola is not a top talent like Jiang Yifu who does experiments and R&D all by himself. Only when he uses it will he know the consequences and areas for improvement. Neither Demon nor Steve took down the institutes one by one with the Howling Commandos. It is not just relying on pure scientific theories to design and transform. No matter how you improve it, it won't make much of a difference. Magnetic weapons are the ultimate in the development of traditional gunpowder weapons. Otherwise, there will be problems with stability. Sierra, the laid-back captain, immediately skipped work and went home to cook. I just want to have a meal with my brother. 547 learned that Jiang Yifu was back. I don't know what I'm thinking. Jiang Yifu, who wanted to invite Mrs. Dana to dinner, had to give up, and didn't know why the elder brother and elder sister had to pester him. To be honest, Mrs. Sierra's skill in frying steak is terrible. Either it is fried and there are still large bloodshots, or it is too cooked to bite. But looking at the old sister's eyes, Jiang Eve still eats it silently. Ouch, I'm going, this meal is really a bit uncomfortable. How is it? Is it alright? Sierra said with a little expectation. Jiang Yifu hammered his chest, swallowed the beef stuck in his throat, and almost didn't get killed. Otherwise, laugh at dead man, in the army of transmigrators, the first. An unlucky BD who is obsessed with beef. It's alright. Old lady, it's actually not so troublesome to cook. Jiang Yifu still persuaded his old sister, this meal can kill people? Don't you like it? Sierra's brows twitched, and she seemed to have a tendency to run wild. How? Haha, no, I'm just afraid that you've worked too hard. By the way, you should be more careful while I'm abroad. This is for your self-defense? Jiang Yifu quickly explained that this kind of woman who is too close to him is really hard to turn his face, and it's also his old sister? Well, although it's annoying to be controlled by my brother, it's okay. Teacher Dana is really a woman with the character of a good wife and mother. It's been so long since I haven't seen you, it's just like Jiang Yifu is here, very happy, he left, and he doesn't force him to stay. Of the kind. Perfect woman? After taking Xiao Liu Shengxiang, Jiang Yifu went to the Stark Group building. Today is the day of departure, and the academic seminar will start the day after tomorrow. If you take a boat, it will be too big. The Western Ocean, through the English Channel to reach the German country. Although the actions of the Third Reich are frequent. However, the decadent economic trend after World War I led to the reluctance of Britain and France, which controlled the World Security Conference, to send troops to intervene. Only, thinking about making concessions and sacrificing other countries to maintain development space and time. But no matter how and temporarily unable to hit the American mainland. Even with the outbreak of World War II, America's mainland has not really been devastated by war. This is a typical appeasement policy. If it is affected, I will definitely not say anything about the Pacific Ocean. This is also the reason why it became a superpower after World War II. Other people's territory is full of fire, and it is easy to make money and make a fortune across the Atlantic Ocean. No matter what, it is a big profit. But these tubes Jiang Yifu farts? He is not worried at all, even the Sorcerer Supreme, the Magicians 547 Brigade Association, and some ancient. No one intervenes, and no one is worried. You a guy with small arms and legs is worried about a hammer. Might as well go to the bar for a drink if you have time, it would be better to hang two girls. Since meeting Steve, Howard, and the Waynes, the rumors of the past have come true. This is a real world, a world of great heroes and villains. Usually, this point is probably followed by the unknown woman. But going abroad is more exciting than this kind of thing. Howard has a hard time getting up early. Hey, Zaya-shun, you little BD, have you had breakfast yet? Let's have breakfast together and see my private jet later. I just ordered this from Boeing. Howard. The very Sao bag has begun to show off. There are not many private jets these days, and it is a symbol of wealth. Just like future villains and heroes, if you don't say that you have a super ability, you will be despised by others. Even the always serious Batman can only surpass himself among others. Right, money? When it comes to ability, I come up with 2 words. Cut. What? I will build a private jet myself in the future. Also ask a lot of beautiful girls to dance on it as flight attendants. Jiang Yifu seems to have come to the spirit. Stewardess, wow. The presence of nosebleeds. Oh, that's right. It's creative. This one is fine. Howard seemed to get excited too. When he talked about women, the 2 file-size bastards got excited, and they talked about themselves incessantly. Views. After talking for a long time, I drank a glass of milk with no end in sight. It's really a hero who sees the same thing? A little hammer with you? The satyr sees the same thing, 2 shameless hooligans? What are you going to do with the color display technology? I don't care, I'm just waiting for the money. Jiang Yifu talked about the latest way to make money. People who order black water will really not starve to death. Even if they are terrorists, they have some skills. Kidnapping, extortion, robbing and so on are also very professional. No matter what, they will not starve to death. Guo Huade glanced at the minority shareholder with a bit of taste. Your kid's taste is really unique? Jiang Yifu didn't react at first, although he was stunned. He said with a sneer, then you better not pray that you have a daughter? Ward was also taken aback. Master Ma, don't think about my non-existent daughter in front of me, okay? Let's go, minority shareholder. Just wait for the money? Haha, I didn't say it clearly, but with Howard's ability, it wouldn't be too bad. On the original trajectory, Howard laid a big business, empire to give. Iron Man Tony. Even Justin, the sworn enemy of Hammer Industries, respectfully calls Howard the father of the military industry. These days, private jets are just small planes that can't transport vehicles or anything. The import and export of vehicles are all by ships, and no one can send them by plane at once. Even a large plane can't do it. The plane is a bit rudimentary, with only 1 aisle. But it's not bad, at least there are sofa wine cabinets. Outside the cab is the cabin, and at the back is the place to put things. Because it is a private jet, and the security check is relatively loose. You just bring a rocket launcher, no one cares about you, just bring as much as you want, and it blows up. Its own business. It may be that the proposal just now was very good. Howard actually found 2 young ladies to dance on the plane, chatting while drinking. In addition to this, there is a military colonel who is responsible for protecting Howard and docking arms business with Howard. It's an official bodyguard. It's worse than Tony and Rhodes. Not much. The strict character of the soldier just made him close his eyes and rest, and he didn't drink. To be honest, he was very disgusted with this kind of capitalist thing. I just took over because of the task. Otherwise, if you meet such a person, even if you don't show your face, you won't say anything. In a sentence. Howard didn't seem to care either, just watching the girls dance while drinking. Jiang Yifu is not so superficial anymore. All he has to do now is to study. The golden bottle of plum in his hand? Oh, no, it is wrong. It is the knowledge of human diseases and cell division. It's still a copy of Ms. Jaffney's collection, but a copy was brought out to see. The price of reproduction is high, and the pictures are not very canonical yet. However, Jiang Yifu is not bad for this amount of money. Although it is said that there is no booth enough to light a cigarette with banknotes, there is no need to hold it. Hair, thinking of using $1 as $2? No way. When a person has a little money, he doesn't care about a small benefit. It's not a big deal, but there's no need to waste time. Is not worth it when there is this. It takes more than 10 minutes to haggle and reduce a few dollars. It is better to spend some time reading a book and sitting in an experiment. By then, you will earn tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah, that's right. That's important. It is conceivable that it is not stupid, but a problem of vision. Well, it's just a sentence anyway. Poverty limits the imagination of the author of The Poor. That's right, that's it. It takes about 5 to 6 hours to fly from New York to the country, limited by the current aircraft mode, or the propeller mode, so the flight is not fast. Jet. The formula was first developed by Germany, but by that time it was no longer able to turn the tide of the war. The time of plain divination is boring than teaching, and it is not pleasing to be there when Ward is there. Keek keek, definitely not a broken back or something. It's that 2 scientists with excellent knowledge can hate each other and make up for the shortcomings. Oh, what you said is very good. The suspended car can indeed reduce the ground friction effect, which greatly improves the driving speed. Howard stroked his mustache and muttered to himself. The colonel next to him rolled his eyes while listening. What the hell, a floating car isn't an airplane? That's a gross car? It can only be said that his knowledge is not broad enough and his knowledge is not comprehensive enough. I don't know about the maglev train at all, but Howard can understand it all at once, and start thinking. It can only be said that the chicken and the duck are talking. If they talk about military tactics and things interspersed back and forth, it is estimated that Jiang Yifu will have to roll his eyes. He can hear what the other party is talking about, but he can't understand it. Opposite. Positive knowledge is different. But fortunately, while reading a book and chatting, there are occasionally beautiful women who can be eye-catching, which is not bad. I just miss Ms. Hefuni and Mrs. Lula a little bit. Bai Yin Jiang Yifu. If you are troubled, you feel that the work cannot go on, and you have to find someone to vent. Come on, I don't have a girlfriend by my side now, which is really annoying. Chatting with Huide's 15, Jiang Yifu felt that a new door was opened, and the other party's thinking was indeed top-notch. But not the smartest possible. I haven't put all my mind on this, half of it is estimated to be on women. The autumn wind is bleak, and the Berlin airport is very large and wide, and there are many civilian and military aircraft parked. But they are all used to transport materials, and now there are not many people who learn it. Taking off a plane is something only the rich can enjoy. Besides, the safety is not so good. Not everyone can fall from a height of several kilometers like Hulk. Yes. Compared with the depressed Yangjian, the streets of Palin are full of people, and everyone is working hard. War machine starts, all materials need to be ready to be charged. It also created a lot of professional jobs. As far as the treatment of soldiers is concerned, the German Third Reich dares to say second, and even America, who is still wealthy, can only hide in the back and say, Big Brother Niobe. Big Brother continues. Continue Tokyo. A soldier from a toothbrush, a razor, a water shell, a lunchbox, a toothbrush, a lighter. The odds and ends are all distributed uniformly by the military, so the German army can fight. If you are more ruthless than anyone else, then you can do as much work as you can, and this principle is the same everywhere. Looking at the bustling and lively streets, Jiang Yifu seemed a little thoughtful. It seems that my idea is right. After the war, the most profitable thing is arms and food. In the plan, there is a clear investment aspect, the acquisition of a large amount of farmland. Let all the idle people go to the fields for themselves, planting corn, potatoes, and carrots. These three are the mainstream foods. Corn can be eaten as the main food, and oil can be extracted. Potatoes can be eaten as a meal instead of rice. Carrot as a vitamin energy supplement. You may have effectively reduced many oral diseases. The key is that these three are not expensive. Well-fed, not squeamish. Just like sweet potato leaves, you can live wherever you want to plant it. It is simply the favorite of the common people. When the signing war broke out, the farm's food is also starting to mature, and energy sources are constantly imported. That's a lot of money. It's not very good, but if you don't make money, it's earned by others. Since they are all earned by others, why don't you earn it yourself? It does make sense when you think about it this way. Just like picking up girls, people will pick them up anyway, so why don't you pick up crushes yourself? The big deal is to be rejected. At most, there are multiple slap prints on the face. What's the big deal? Understand? Bet. Why did Jiang Yifu want to cover his mouth when he said this? So that he wouldn't laugh out loud. The person who received Jiang Yifu and his party was a German officer who was rigorous. Be meticulous, work and reception are all straightforward. Such a soldier is a qualified soldier. As for whether it is powerful or not, I don't know. The first place where the academic heartbeat Ambin is located, this time, in addition to the scientists from Yangjian, researchers from many countries came here. Even if the war, how amazing, these scientists will enjoy better treatment than Lun. It was only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I settled down in the shop, and there were still a few hours before the open banquet. For the first time going abroad, Jiang Yifu felt relatively new and excited. Not too excited, just a little emotional. If only it were in France, where beautiful women are famous for their passion. If you stay in the store and don't go out, you don't know where you live, and there's nothing to shop around. It's better to read a book here. He doesn't know German at all, don't look at the surface. Calm, maybe there is something yin conspiracy in the dark. Just wait patiently. This time, it's better to find a chance to get in touch. It would be even better if the super soldier serum could be found, with a list for further study. It's hard to invent, but it's not that hard to improve an item. But it's not that simple. Jiang Yifu is very obsessed with serum. This is the only way to get stronger at present. As for relying on black technology, at least you have to stay at home and study for 30 or 40 years. Maybe there is a chance to make a flying steel battlesuit. Therefore, if the intelligent assistance of science and technology really needs to become stronger, it has to rely on practical things. I don't think that all the cucumber tombs flowed out at that time. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door of 550. Jiang Yifu was curious about who it was. Watching in the cat's eyes while being alert, it was a man with round eyes. He opened the door and said, "Hello, who are you looking for?" The middle-aged man with eyes was a little dull and a little wise. He smiled and stretched out his hand. "Hello, my name is Zola. Nice to meet you, Jiang Yifu. First meeting, little brother?" Jiang Yifu's pupils shrank. This is the famous Dr. Zola, chief scientist of Hydra during World War II. With a smile on his face, he said, "Ayo, it turned out to be Senior Zola? Nice to meet you. It's an honor to meet you. Please come in." "One white and one black." Dr. Zola said blankly, "Wait for me outside, my little brother and I. In addition, there are 2 sturdy bodyguards outside the door." Good reminiscence. "Want to drink coffee or black tea?" Jiang Yifu calmly touched a magnetic pistol hidden on the outside of his thigh. This was one of his trump cards. The environment design of the hotel is not bad, maybe the reason why the room is more expensive, and there are some tea and coffee for entertaining guests. "Don't bother, just make a cup of tea." Dr. Zola took off the hat from his head and matched the almost bald Mediterranean head. Are smart people bald? Top? Zola is like that, and so is Lex's bald Lou. Squeeze, it's interesting. Ivy Swaty is a wise man, and even I am ashamed of myself. Dr. Zola is just a researcher, but he doesn't have so much scheming, and his combat effectiveness is still. Fight the 5 scum. Jiang Yifu is not afraid, just worried that there will be follow-up details. Bring the black tea you brewed. The senior laughed. Tomorrow will be the exchange meeting. How can senior came here so soon? Dr. Zola was not surprised, but said meaningfully, cut off a head. Jiang Yifu looked at each other helplessly. Why do people in Hydra like to shout this slogan? Senior, don't test me. I just cooperate with them, but not the people they organized. Although Hydra is huge, it is not the only organization. I have no interest in these. Cooperation is still possible, even if there is a devil, as long as there is a suitable. I don't mind cooperating with each other. Dr. Zola looked at this apprentice with a little surprise. Well, that's it. In fact, you can really consider joining us. You can't imagine how huge the power of Hydra is. Little brother, you are a smart person. You should know what to do. Jiang Yifu touched his magnetic rifle. Even if a group of people came, he wouldn't be afraid, as long as he wasn't approached. A team will give you Ganoff? Senior, speak directly, you come. What can I do for you? Oh, if that's the case then let me tell you, Mr. Shit is going to invite the younger brother to join our research group. If there is nothing to do at night, no device. Let's go and see for my brother. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After all, you are also the one who registered with the American military. Dr. Zola's news is well informed, which is not surprising. However, messages that mainly crossed continents were still conveyed by telegraph. The telegram password is mastered by any organization. The most primitive things are also the most difficult to decipher. Not like an encryption program in a computer. Then please. Jiang Yifu was a little curious, what kind of ability Hydra has at this time, and what it was like originally. The more you live in this world, the more it feels real. And the fact that Aunt Sarah was pregnant also made Jiang Yifu feel that this was not a dream, but a real thing. Dr. Zola nodded appreciatively. If the other party did not agree, he might have to use a little tougher means. In the third belt countries, Hydra is still a bit. Student is a smart man / energy, but this is the territory of the head of state. The arm cannot twist the thigh. Sitting in the jeep, Dr. Zola was very relieved to sit in the back row with Jiang Yifu. Both of them are discussing academic issues. Since they are here, they must not be left empty-handed. Things that were only seen in movies before, can now be felt for real. Excited mood suppresses the fear of the unknown. Even if you cooperate with tigers, you will earn a profit. Upside down. Otherwise, how can I be Ophelia's man? This ambiguous object of my own is not a simple master. In addition to playing with men and stocks, even Mephisto has been played. Turn around, like a monkey? So, the third magnetic conflict, in addition to being affected by electricity, will also affect the human body. The more people there are, the more complex it is. This is the truth. Jiang Yifu. On the other hand, it can be seen from Dr. Zola's attitude that this time is not so dangerous. Besides, cutting-edge scientific and technological talents have always been paid favorably. Even if you are captured, you will provide delicious food and drink, and even if you want to find a woman, the other party will obediently give it. Is completely a death-free gold medal? Definitely this is only in the case of being captured. You find it. No need to worry at all. No matter how clever you are, even if you put white underwear on your head, if on the battlefield of millions, it's a dead end. So this situation is only suitable for being captured, not really not dying. Oh, Swaty is really well researched. This point is really important, amazing. I will cooperate with you on this point. I believe that Mr. Schmidt will be very happy to meet the younger brother, Zola. The doctor has a good impression of this junior, someone who can compare with himself. Working together is sure to make huge amounts of weapons and let Hydra rule the world. Don't know if it's tech or glamour. Hydra's brainwashing skills are really top-notch. No matter S.H.I.E.L.D. or other organizations, I can't keep up with this. The jeep did not hide, but came to a building that was guarded by soldiers. At this time, Hydra had not formed its own army, and the members were all attached to the establishment of the Third Reich. Such behavior, or there is no accident. Either there is no danger or the performance of the strength to the explosion. There are a lot of firearms display cabinets inside. Little brother, these are the military configurations of the Third Reich Army. You take the lead in front of Dr. Cloth. Jiang Yifu follows. It took countless military designers' hair to design it. I didn't expect to be beaten back to its original shape by your AK-47. Low cost, easy maintenance, strong and durable. Hearing the other party's compliment, Jiang Yifu was still very proud. After all, AK-47 is indeed the existence of the sky in this era. If the soldiers were more interested, it might even be possible to play golf with it. Haha, this era is all about waves ahead and waves behind. Whoever is not strong will die on the beach. Compared to some huge amounts of power, these are just gadgets. Already? Jiang Yifu pretended to say something that he didn't understand. Okay, say yes. It seems that Mr. Eve is also a person who pays attention to strength. A strong male voice sounded from the second floor. I looked up and saw a white man with a gloomy face, standing on the stairs. Wearing a German military uniform, it is still difficult to hide that tyrannical temperament. From the first impression, I feel that the other party is not a good person. Seeing Jiang Yifu's puzzled expression, Dr. Zola hurriedly introduced, Junior, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Schmidt. Our leader? Schmidt stretched out his hand and said, it's a pleasure to meet, Lilies, you, Dr. Eve. You make a deep memory in my memory. After speaking, there was a trace of resentment in his eyes. It's this home. The AK-47 invented by the team made him lose the battle in Czechoslovakia and became the laughingstock of the officers. At this moment, the enemy met. Although Jiang Yifu said that he has never met the other party's mood doesn't seem to be very stable. That kind of tyrannical mood is really uncomfortable. Reached out and shook it. Oh, hello, Mr. Schmidt? Dr. Zola knew why, but he didn't dare to say it, so as not to offend this guy Schmidt. This man is not a kind person. He once ordered the killing. People from a village. It can be said to be insane. Come in, and sit down. I'm very impressed with the elephants. We can talk more. Schmidt made a gesture of reaching out to invite, but no matter what. That aggressive aura is still very uncomfortable. The three entered a room full of weapon accessories, along with several sofas and tea tables. The sun comes in through the window, and the warm sunlight shines, making people. She felt very comfortable. There are naturally service staff in military uniforms who help see tea, and they still use the traditional method of cutting tea. People are beautiful and have a good figure, which will inevitably make Jiang Yifu look more. A few limits. Schmidt has been paying attention to Jiang Yifu, seeing the other party's eyes, nodding. The other party is indeed a satyr, and he is also a hidden satyr. Not bad, but it's lustful that not many people know about it. Think about it too, who would go around showing off how many women they have and who they are? Even if there are a few women, they are secretly having fun and speaking out. Isn't that just looking for a draw? Dr. Eve likes this woman? If you like it, I can give it to you. Schmidt had little interest in women, and he was full of scheming tricks, and he didn't know where he was going. Planning what? Jiang Yifu was pulled back to reality by Red Skull's voice. I stopped Yian and smiled. No, if I want, I will say it directly. I don't know that your excellency Schmidt came to me. What's the matter? Wouldn't it be to send a woman? The beautiful female officer who cut the tea seems to have no dissatisfaction with being pushed around as a cargo, but what is certain is that this woman must be a Hydra 550 snake. Either an agent or a spy. The quality of the heart is very strong. The women in the boat can't stand it. How many will there be? One. Some reaction, but this woman didn't, but very calmly continued to cut and pour tea, all in one go. Dr. Eve just said. For huge amounts of power, firearms are just a little trick. I don't know what force makes you say such a thing. Red Skull looked gloomy. Playing with the teacup, as if caught in some kind of memory, waved his hand and let the female officer who cut the tea go out. Many, natural and unnatural. For example, the power of a meteorite, falling from a sufficient height, the massive impact of the dimensional equation of weight plus acceleration can. A large area of loopage. It even caused earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Even another doomsday is normal. How the dinosaurs died, that's how it is. Jiang Yifu opened. Started the bragging mode, facing a guy with a ruthless mind. Only if you keep bragging until the other party thinks that he is a good writer, then nothing will happen. Like Dr. Folra. As a scientist, Red Skull doesn't just kill. All unarmed civilians and opponents are killed. Captain America 1 movie opens with a Rubik's Cube. I slaughtered a village at the time. Pff, pay attention to the fire order issued after getting it. In the era of Luoji, everyone who goes to school has heard of it. Although it is said that the dinosaurs were extinct in the doomsday of the volcanic eruption, the magma was everywhere at that time, and the air was full of suffocating sulfur smell. Dinosaurs that relied on pure physical strength naturally perished. But what happened in fact, no one knows. These are inferred. Of. Maybe there are many hidden cows who know, such as the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. But Ancient One is not so boring. These things are only for the hobbyists to go back and do. Obviously, Jiang Yifu's words aroused the interest of Red Skull, and he took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Jiang Yifu. It's a good statement, but everyone knows it. Dr. Yifu, please keep talking. Political cough. Jiang Yifu was very happy and started the outfit comparison mode. Compared with the power of nature, the power of guns is naturally much weaker. The power to destroy the world, rely on guns. Just like the AK-47 I invented, it is indeed very powerful, and it has completely exploded most of the machine guns. The power is too small. But compared with the full rocket and the large caliber fire, it is much weaker. There will always be something beyond the power of a weapon like the AK-47. And human potential is unlimited, I believe this. One point, whether it is the development of the brain or the mining of physical fitness, human beings are far from reaching the limit. Jiang Yifu paused and drank all the tea in the cup. Red Skull added in time. Shishinyo continued. Why, there are studies showing that some people are very smart, bright, learn anything quickly. Some people are stupid and slow to learn anything. Some people are very strong, and exercise for a period of time is the whole body muscle. Some people are still weak no matter how much they exercise. This is because of personal fitness, and also because it is not fully developed. There are many unsolved mysteries in this world, and behind them are the shocking forces that make people puzzled. Puyong people can't see it, but I believe that the two smart people will be just like me. They will feel puzzled, confused, and deeply doubtful. After Jiang Yifu finished speaking, he was sold out. Make up for the two to digest what they said. In fact, it is not bragging, but a theoretical start to tell, and start to extend through the corners and corners, pulling the audience into the story that they have compiled. Indulge the opponent. I can't help but want to keep listening. Well, how does it feel like a story written by the author? Jiang Yifu's words successfully aroused the interest of Dr. Zola and the Red Skull. This feeling of discussing the power of nature has the feeling of a fellow man. Dr. Zola's research maniac is also very loyal to Hydra, otherwise he would not have switched from Red Skull to Pierce, just to research the lethality. Weapons to work for Hydra to rule the world. And Red Skull Schmidt is the unknown inhuman power of the Kai ship, which can be known from the desire to obtain the perfect super blood clean. And the original strength is also the least of ordinary people. 4 or 5 times. Note the beginning of the movie. 4,000 coffin lids that the 10 hills could not push were done by Red Skull alone. Serum definitely works, just not as much as Steve. That's it. What's wrong with Dr. Eve? Red Skull was getting more and more interested. It was really hard to find a like-minded person. Rarely does anyone seem to be with their own. Agreed, a little impatient to know what happened next. Hehe, it's very simple. There are rumors that someone has seen aliens? I believe this is true, but I don't know why it's gone. And there's another moment. The fact that you don't want to believe in front of you? Jiang Yifu is like pushing a tactical eyepiece to fit, but unfortunately he is not short-sighted. What fact? This time it was Dr. Zola who spoke out. He is also very curious, what has always existed, but he has not discovered it? An end to the unknown. Excited to explore? Jiang Yifu was very satisfied with the rhythm he brought. Simply, the Egyptian pyramids? There must have been a technology or power that we didn't know about. There is absolutely no way to do it without the power of the unknown? Red Skull's eyes shrank. As expected, there is still an unnatural ability. It seems that the so-called mythological origin is not unbelievable. Dr. Zola also looked pensive, as if thinking about this, using his bald head to think about how the pyramids were built. Jiang Yifu is very satisfied with his lies. He doesn't need money to brag anyway. Besides, he can brag as he likes. He doesn't know how the pyramids were built. After being able to blow this blindfold. 2 big queens are right. Haha, it really is a boy from a hero. What Dr. Eve said made me stunned. I don't know how Dr. Eve understands myths. Red Skull's rare heart. The relationship is good. Continue to ask your own questions, and attentively give each other a cup of tea. Doesn't seem to mind letting go. Jiang Yifu didn't care too much. If this kind of person is good for him, he can support himself like a father. If there is no use for it, I am afraid it will turn around in the next second. The red knife goes in and the white knife goes out. Hey, wrong. A ba knife. Hard to think. The white knife goes in and the red knife goes out. The leader of a terrorist organization, how could it be so simple? If it were that simple, I'm afraid I could become the president of America? Dr. Zola was very curious what this apprentice would say. After all, the teacher is from the same family, and he is a weapon design genius. It is normal to have a somewhat unusual view. Myths? Myths are meant to be broken. Although it may be false, if there is no basis for it, how can it be created? Although we can't see. But this kind of thing is hard to say. Anyway, I would rather believe it or not. Jiang Yifu pondered for a while. Express your opinion. The last sentence is true. Because there is really no way to explain many things on the right. Can you say it is false? It happened again. So I would rather believe it or not. Mysterious and mysterious East. Even the language is unclean, so you can't see it or touch it. Chatter? How to say that there seems to be a cold wind blowing here, and I feel a little goosebumps? Clap clap clap. The sound of the collision of the flesh sounded? It's definitely not that kind. It's the applause of 2 palms slapping each other. The applause isn't a bang bang bang, is it a bang bang bang? Don't bother with these things. Dr. Eve is indeed a young genius. I believe that after returning, a doctorate must be at your fingertips. I have a little fun here. Hong Guiying is very happy to pat the dry hall. I want to show you something, hope the doctor can give some advice. After saying that, he got up and took out a test tube filled with red liquid in the laboratory. This is the body-enhancing serum that I developed with my colleague Dr. Abraham. It can make people up to the power of Superman, become a god in the eyes of man. At a glance at the needle, I know that the oral meridian is deeply immersed in the obsession with 9 quantities. Seems to be a bit lost? Well, like a drug addict. Red Skull's eyes flashed madly. The same, pitiful, and helpless. Seemingly seeing Jiang Yifu's puzzled eyes, Red Skull Schmidt put the test tube on it, then picked up a steel plate as thick as an arm, and then with force, the arm was directly 15 centimeters thick. The steel pipe of rice is also bent. He threw it aside in disdain, and said with a grin, "See, this is the power of Superman. How, what does Dr. Eve think of this thing? With this power, I will definitely become a person with super strength. I will conquer the whole world." Red Skull laughed madly, as if he was dreaming of his own dreams. The Hydra organization is nothing but a tool for him to climb up. He is a selfish guy, only for the sake of live by yourself. A poor villain who is obsessed with strength and can't extricate himself. Oh, it's a very good ability, it's not bad. Can I see it? Jiang Yifu's saliva was almost drooling out of envy after seeing what he dreamed of. Fortunately, in time, he pretended to be very confused, and showed the professional level of the Oscar winner in time. Cheng Yaishin can live well with weapons. But this is not Jiang Yifu's purpose. His purpose is very simple, he wants to become stronger. Keep getting stronger. It's better to be immortal. In the normal world, this is just a thought in the mind, but here is superhero. Villains are like dogs. In the world of immortality is not too much at all, and it can even be said that it is a very low pursuit. Definitely, please, Dr. Eve. Red Skull showed it to the other party in high spirits, not at all worried that the other party would steal. As far as Jiang Yifu's body is concerned, he has only one. A lot of hands can be pinched to death. And asking the other party to come over is for the other party to study a list. The above is the basic information of Sweja, the definitely ingredient is not stated. Dr. Zola handed a. Jiang Yifu took it and checked it carefully, for fear of missing any trace of the cobweb horse. But even a semi-professional eye can see that this serum seems to be only semi-professional. Just finished product? Tell me bluntly, this medicine seems to be still unfinished, and there should be side effects. The idea is good, use the potion to strengthen the body, and then cooperate with. Metabolism is accelerated? Ask for flowers 0. It's just like this, it's easy to put the body in the position of being eroded by bacterial accumulation. It's dangerous, not perfect, not finished, hehe, half-finished product? Jiang Yifu shook his head. Speaking of it, it seems to be very professional, not to say that I understand it very well, but I still know the basic biological principles. Dr. Zola's eyes flashed with shock, then looked at Schmidt. Schmidt, on the other hand, smiled savagely, and took off the mask on his face, revealing the exposed muscle tissue, the scarlet muscle appearance, and even the nose was gone, only the left. A skeleton is there. It's as ugly as it looks, and if you meet a timid person, I'm afraid you can scare the other party to death. Dr. Eve is indeed a genius. Is there a solution to that? Jiang Yifu was inevitably frightened. It's so ugly, it's disgusting. Fortunately, I held back and didn't spit it out, that kind of look, how can I say it? It's good. Like the liquors in Resident Evil, extremely disgusting. The improvement method is very simple. After further analyzing the principle of the agent, the experimenter's assistance and ultraviolet disinfection should be more effective. This is only a preliminary plan. The details still need to be further understood. However, your appearance is estimated to be impossible to restore. Jiang Yifu paused and swallowed. The ability of this potion is very strong, but the stronger the molecule, the more stubborn it is. Once changed, it is difficult to reverse. This kind of thing does not. Good to say, really bad to say. Red Skull Schmidt is not surprised. He was originally a scientific researcher, otherwise he would not have been a colleague of Dr. Abraham. What can he do now? Love has to be careful, for fear that the mask will fall off. It's a trivial matter to scare others, but the key is to fear that after a violent game, it will be difficult to continue to complete your plan. Hydra's help is also needed to find the power that the gods have left in the world. And even the Hydra organization has to rely on the power of the country and has war as an excuse. Then, it is very convenient to find it. You can take a large team to collect it. Norway, the birthplace of Norse mythology. Rome, birthplace of Greek mythology. Cairo, the birthplace of North African mythology. All 3 places to look for. It seems to have unintentionally triggered the cause of the North African battlefield. 5. Red Skull grinned. Very well, you're very smart, Dr. Eve. I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in joining my faction and being my servant. I think we should be the same. Deist people, let's pursue the power left by the gods together. We will become the gods of our own world. Jiang Yifu was a little frightened by the other party's madness. Well, actually, I've been doing it too. I still work with Hydra. Well, a quarter, you know, that rascal? At this time, Zipping took out others as tiger skins to block it, and definitely didn't expect them to kill each other. Jiang Yifu doesn't have that much spider power yet. And as for saying that, I just hope that the other party will take care of it. Cooperation can be carried out, but it is not enough to join a faction? I don't see the back. Hydra is just like this family. Is it notorious? Cooperation is very 550 normal, even if it is known by the Avengers or the Justice League in the future, it will not say anything. People from all over the world who cooperate with Hydra have gone. I just need to be clear about each one. It is estimated that at least 90% of the people will be killed. So cooperation is safe. If you join, the nature will be different. Either Alexander Pierce or Baron Strucker will be destroyed by then. This broken ship. Never mind. If it is Mrs. Snake, you can also consider it. That's an amazing IQ head. Red Skull grinned evilly. That old silver stick. Hehe, it doesn't matter. I'll just ask you whether you want to join or not. Jiang Yifu shook his head. No, it's okay to cooperate. Just join. This point still has to be insisted on. The boat can't be chaotic, and there will be an accident. Just like a woman. No. If you want to mess up, you will get some poisonous, AI excited, and you will be finished. It's cool to wear a car, but be careful when getting in the car. Very good, since this is the case, then I can only use a little trick. Haha, Red Skull Schmidt grinned like a man crawling out of hell. Like the devil? In appearance, it already has a good fighting ability. Zhang Renkai also beat him for 100 times along the back lining to seek a husband. In the staring room that is begging to go. I was thinking, do you want to find a waiting girl to come and take pictures with me and threaten me? This is also very fragrant. The idea is just a flash, and there is no perception. Only then did Dr. Zola react. Although this Schmidt was said to be the leader, he was too impulsive in doing things, and his actions were tyrannical and cruel. The other party has America. Following, I heard that Jiang Yifu also got rid of Ophelia and put 100,000 revenge gold in the black market. Once something goes wrong, it will be converted into commission, as long as it can avenge him. You can take away $100,000. It means you don't do stupid things. This guy is not as simple as it seems. Don't kill people at every turn. I'm sorry to say it outright, but I can only secretly make a crazy wave of hints. It's like finding out that my colleague's wife is cheating. Just hold a green plant, a folder, what is it, and insinuate the other side like crazy. Some things are not good to say. And that's when crazy hints are needed? Red Skull smiled disdainfully. It's only $100,000. The annual patent fee will also be converted into a commission surplus. At this time, Red Skull's expression changed. But that ghost look, no matter how you change it, you can't see it, just like a black man. Oh, I didn't intend to kill anyone. You are too much. Indeed, Red Skull never thought of killing people at all, and if he could not recover such a high IQ talent, he had to imprison him to work for him. It's such a waste to kill. Top talent is hard to find. If it's bad street stuff, it will die if it dies. Then what are you going to do? He will also attend the exchange meeting tomorrow. When America's military finds out, we will be very passive. Now the head of state doesn't want to talk to America. The country is against each other, and we are afraid that we will bear the pressure over there alone. Dr. Zola, as a counselor, still has to analyze the form and let the other party know. If it really doesn't work, then change to another owner. Loyalty test? What is that? What molecule is it made of? Still needs some formula to figure it out? Zola. The doctor said he didn't know? Hihi, turn him into a person like me? Hihi, when the time comes, you will say whether he will join us. Haha, let's go, doctor, let me show you, the proof of the super soldier. Red Skull grabbed Jiang Yifu and strode out of the lab. It was as easy and stress-free as grabbing a chicken. Gong Ro was afraid that he would think of the Emperor's face like the Red Song skull. Oh, no, early ugly face. Just shook his head. This is simply to scare dead man. With this honor he would have committed suicide by jumping off the building. Still lost here. People show up? I have to say that the leader's mental quality is really strong, although Jiang Yifu and Jiang Yifu are both students of Jenferne's tutor, but with the mentality that it doesn't matter to me, and what Dr. Zola said, the red may not listen to the touch. After all, for those who injected Sweja, he also wanted to see how it mutated, or go and see how it goes. But the after effects are very serious. So far, there are many experimenters, or they are completely unable to absorb the power of serum. If you die, you may not die, either. The skin fell off without gaining Superman's physique. The muscles are exposed, and every movement will involve nerve pain, which is extremely painful every day. Moreover, the water will evaporate quickly because there is no protection of the skin, and it is very painful to live. These experimenters could not help but commit suicide, and other experimenters more or less because, or dumb, there are such and such problems because of the serum. Some things are shaking hands and feet, some are impotence, some are just blind. Although constantly doing experimental improvements, it seems that even Schmidt himself gave up. This is the last serum. Always this serum has not been successful once so far. I won't do it again after that, it's expensive and unrealistic. Anyway, Schmidt already has supernormal power, which is enough. For 0.5 careerists, it can be said that it is not a very important thing, because they are a bunch of shameless guys. Jiang Yifu was taken into the car while he was unconscious and drove all the way to the outskirts, on a desolate hillside. Few people pass by here, and it is basically deserted. Plus work. The industry is prosperous, and the factories are still recruiting people. Naturally, there are very few homeless people. Even if there are, they have been pulled out of the concentration camps and locked up. The desolate scenery seems to herald the hero's stranger. A person's life is about to turn the other way. Red Skull in a military uniform put on his own human skin mask and became a German officer. Schmidt, wearing gloves, he threw Jiang Yifu on the ground like a dead dog. Make people. He tied up. He took out the last serum from the trunk, and the corner of his mouth showed a wicked smile. Earn a hideous smile, the scarlet test tube medicine, the comatose man, no matter how you look at it, there is a sense of disobedience in it. Go, give him a shot. Schmidt said to the young female officer who had just been in the laboratory. The female officer with a decent figure and a good appearance silently obeyed, holding a needle and patted Jiang Yifu's body, revealing the shape of the blood vessels. Directly on the pillow, squeeze the push handle with your fingers, and press the liquid in the needle tube into it, chaw into the blood vessels. What's this? Dr. Yala wouldn't try these things, so I don't understand. Schmidt sneered, that's just penicillin? It's used to increase resistance, so that this guy will not die all at once? Hehe, this is an unfinished serum. I'd like to see how your talented apprentice will get through this. Can a clever theory save itself? Dr. Law was silent for a moment, his eyes flashing other expressions behind his rimless glasses. Mr. Schmidt, I want to ask, just refuse to join. Use expensive serums? The recipes were taken away by Abraham. He looked at Jiang Yifu who fell to the ground with resentment. If you want to blame it, blame your good schoolboy. Let me suffer a defeat in Czechoslovakia. Schmidt tired out a wicked smile. Battle? Long time no taste like this 15. Seeing Dr. Zola's disapproval look, Schmidt still had to rely on these cutting-edge technical talents, and continued to explain, and support the fall of King Snow. It was he who came up with the idea of K? Otherwise, do you think that the Stark group would come to Europe with the people from America, just to see the scenery? Reibo-shi suddenly realized this time, but he was a little disdainful of Schmidt in his heart. How can such a person be so stupid? If it weren't for Hydra now, it is this faction that has the greatest influence. He wouldn't cooperate with someone like Schmidt, and he didn't have the demeanor to do great things at all. Schmidt does not need to continue to explain. It's good to be able to explain. The tyrannical character has always been self-centered. But only this character, strong. Tyranny is the only way to be prosperous in times of war. Jiang Yifu still doesn't know that his greatest destiny has changed. It is true that he really wants to get the super soldier serum, but he wants the kind of perfection invented by Dr. Abraham. Sheep formula serum, not this semi-finished serum. If he becomes an ugly face like the red pen, he will be able to solve it himself without the need for others to do it. However, Italian silver is just Italian silver. The reality is that the female officer took Schmidt's super serum and walked to the fallen Jiang Yifu step by step. In the wilderness, it's impossible. What kind of bloody plot of heroes saving beauty appears? Wrong, it's a story about beautiful women teaching heroes. The scarlet potion exudes a dazzling light in the syringe, and the afternoon sun is very warm but cannot dispel the chills in my heart caused by fear. Even soldiers who have been with Schmidt for a long time will be terrified of this moody officer, a completely inhuman beast. Slap. The little white hand slapped the exposed skin again, and the slap made the blood vessels hidden under the skin emerge. The sharp needle shines with icy luster, in the pure white jade hand. Press down a little bit closer. Finally got in touch with Jiang Yufu's hand police. The acupuncture pierced the flesh tissue. Hundreds of accurate cha said and tube. The needle handle is pushed down. Scarlet liquid was pushed and inside the tube. After the scarlet super milk Shikyu Shuejimo was shot, the female officer pressed the white sponge ball on the injection site very professionally. Stop the oozing blood, and then, back off busy. After a while there was no reaction. Instead, Jiang Yifu woke up leisurely. Ouch. A little neck pain. This damn Schmidt, if he is caught by labor, he will definitely kill him. Tied up every day, washed his feet with chilly water, slept in a pigsty, and flicked his head 100 times a day. When I woke up, I found that I was actually tied, and there was a little tingling in the arm, looking at Schmidt, Dr. Zola, and the female officer standing in the distance. The whole feeling changes. Not good. Cough. Where is this? Schmidt, what do you want to do? Schmidt smiled sinisterly. What else can I do? I will definitely protect you from becoming mine. Ha ha ha. It's like a Brokeback Mountain who is about to do something disgusting. Looking at Schmidt, who was wearing a human skin mask in surprise, I'm going. Dr. Zola said you're not gay. I'm sure you are. Jiang Yifu hurriedly stood up and struggled. You kinky BD. Get out of the way. Get away from me. Schmidt's hideous smile was instantly frozen. He was choked, and he almost missed it. It took a while to recover, and she gave Dr. Zola an angry look, followed by, haha, at this time, it's very good, I'll see if you still have the strength. Then he looked at Jiang Yifu with disdain. For this kind of misunderstanding, Schmidt doesn't bother to explain. Those who achieve great things will never focus on women and the lower body. Zeus is very good, too lustful, so, to be driven to that corner by Odin of Asgard? This is the price of lust. Definitely, Schmidt will not know about this kind of myth, nor will Jiang Yifu, because neither of them have the corresponding strength. At best, a relatively strong ant. It's just an ant. It will still be trampled to death. Soon, Jiang Yifu felt that his body became hot and dry, as if the blood in his whole body began to boil. The temperature outside was only 3 or 4 degrees, but he felt as if there are dozens of degrees the same. For a while, it seemed that he had become a monkey grandson and was being baked at high temperature in the alchemy furnace of Tai's Hanglijan. This feeling is so uncomfortable. What have you done to me? Jiang Yifu can be sure that he has been passively manipulated. Maybe 550 has taken some poison. But the poison should be very painful. Why do I feel it? It's like being grilled on a fire. Schmidt's gloomy face showed a cruel smile after seeing the other parties suffering. Haha, aren't you curious? Then I'll tell you. You just now. The last super serum has been injected. Haha, you will be like me soon too? Live faceless? You bloody BD. Talking about it seems to have signs of madness. It seems that Ping is really a bit ruthless. This guy Jiang Yifu is talented, but if he is on the opposite side, he is so smart. People have to die. There is a saying how? The enemy you are not dead, I can't sleep. Super soldier serum? At other times. But Gu Zagan is too happy. The Sueja in the hands of Hunga Yen is a fake? Jiang Yifu will definitely be happy. It can also be said that it is a semi-finished product. Although there is an increase in it, the side effects are also great, not to mention the disfigurement, and other side effects have not been reflected. Otherwise Black Widow would have filled the sky long ago. Without the perfect blood clean of Dr. Abraham, other serums are only half-finished products. Maybe the serum of the Soviet Red Room is okay, but not much. Gone, and whether it is serum or not, I have to say too. And S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury uses a low-quality version of the serum, which needs to be injected frequently. Once it stops, it will die. When Jiang Yifu was tortured, he finally knew why people like Steve would scream in agony. Because the pain of being transformed by serum is too intense. People who are not determined will soon be tortured into a madman by pain. Or they will pass out and die. Without the control of the brain, the violent serum will directly destroy people. Body function, become a deadly poison. If he had a choice, Jiang Yifu would definitely not come to see Red Skull. What a shame. If possible, he would prefer to choose the perfect serum formula. A semi-finished recipe? Damn the rain. It hurts. If you let labor and management live, you damn Red Skull, labor and management will turn you into a real skeleton. UBD, it looks like you have to plan another one. Target? Damn, not reconciled? Jiang Yifu scolded the damn Schmidt Red Skull fiercely in his heart. In my head, I was thinking about countermeasures quickly. Since I was injected with serum, what should I do? By the way, it seems that Schmidt was in the secret room when he injected the ear. I'm in the wild now. Steve's success at the beginning, in addition to the maturity of the blood cleansing formula, is also a success with the ultraviolet radiation provided by half of Brooklyn's electricity. The elements of serum will speed up the body's metabolism, and metabolism will allow dead skin bacteria to accumulate on the skin. The more the accumulation, the stronger the erosion effect, especially the new skin. So vulnerable at this moment? No, you have to find a way. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifu couldn't help shouting, Schmidt, this damn guy, has the ability to untie my rope? Seeing that the experiment had reached a critical point, Schmidt was also very interested, waved his hand directly, and asked the female officer under him to untangle the rope tied to Jiang Yifu. Don't worry about each other. We'll take the opportunity to take hostages, the big deal is to kill together. There is no one that Schmidt dare not kill. Otherwise, it would not have formed its own army after the German army's disastrous defeat in the Battle of Stalingrad, especially when the target of missile bombing was rampantly placed on the countries of various countries. The capital, and even the Nazi capital, Berlin, was within bombing range. Jiang Yifu started to undress after being untied, definitely not trying to do something high. Instead, let your body be exposed to the sun to the greatest extent possible, so that the firewood in the sun kills the virus on the body. At first, the female officer despised Jiang Yifu, who took off his clothes. If the other party dared to come over, she would not mind using the military fighting technique to show him a little color. But see right. Feng took off his clothes and only had a pair of trousers left. After basking in the sun, he was a little confused. Is he not attractive enough, or is this young doctor too high-minded? Women are such strange creatures, sometimes sensible, sometimes cute, but more time is incomprehensible, right? Disinfectant? Bring me all. Jiang Yifu was not polite, and gave the order directly. The other party obviously didn't intend to kill him. If you don't kill yourself, you have to work hard to survive? The thoughts in my head run fast. Especially under the test between life and death, if you succeed, everything will be fine, and you will become a super strong man with self-protection and pretense ability. But if it fails, it's not a joke. The lighter ones are just disabled, disfigured, etc. The most serious, that is to die, to be smashed alive by blood. Grind to death. Although it is said to be death, the process must be very painful, and it will definitely not make people feel the impulse and thought of experiencing it once. The large bottle of disinfectant alcohol was taken out from being taken out and smeared on the body with a cotton swab. Wiped off a layer of off-white powder in no time. That is dead skin after the metabolism is accelerated. New skin will grow out of the muscle again. The cycle continues. It will not stop until Sweja has completed the transformation of the body. Exposure of new skin to ultraviolet rays can increase the growth of cattle. It also removes sloughed dead skin. It seems that the effect of this bottle of semester is just that. If it's the perfect serum, it can even grow taller. The original Me Team Steve was a head lower than the old lover KG, only about 1.6 meters. But after the injection of the serum, he reached a height of more than 1.8 meters, which is more than Peggy's. It should be a head taller than Peggy's play. As you can imagine, the perfect serum has what a role. Anyway, the semi-finished serum is not yet mature, but it also has certain effects and side effects. It depends on how to deal with it. If ordinary people, it is estimated that he will lie on the ground and pretend to be a salted fish waiting to die. Anyway, no matter how hard you struggle, you can't turn over. Even if it is successfully turned over, it is also still a salted fish. It's better to pretend to be dead honestly, at least you don't have to waste your energy. But Jiang Yifu doesn't think so. With such a smart head, especially in academics, how can he not be able to get a bottle of super soldier serum? Then if you face the so-called extremists in the future, can you wash it off and wait to die? No, it's definitely possible. There must be something wrong. I think about it. Damn it, you have to figure it out. Bloody serum. I don't know if it's an illusion. Zhang Yiping. Mrs. Vera and Ms. Beverny's hollowed-out bodies are back. I feel like my waist has been strengthened. Used to be always swept away by Aunt Sarah. Is there a lighter? Jiang Yifu couldn't hold back his pain anymore. Gotta find something to do. The female officer seems to have a treasure bag. Took out a hand over a lighter. Jiang Yifu took the lighter tremblingly, gathered all the dead branches scattered on the ground, and sprinkled a bottle of alcohol. Then light it with a lighter. If you only use a lighter, it is estimated that it is impossible to light it for a long time, and the wind is strong and the temperature is low. But with flammable alcohol, it's different, even for medical. Alcohol, that's alcohol too. Soon, the pile of dead branches and leaves ignited a blazing fire, and the fiery waves of air rushed towards him. The temperature that ordinary people could not bear made Jiang Yifu very comfortable. Why burn firewood? Because high temperature can kill viruses. Now the whole body is slowly shedding a little bit of dandruff, as if a big week is running in a martial arts novel, or it is the same as Cha Xian's novel was washed the tendons and cut the marrow. But the effect is not so exaggerated, the change is slow copy. Dr. Zola can be regarded as someone who has made some achievements in biology. He watched the operation of his little brother with great interest, and quickly understood the intention of the other party. As expected of a genius, if possible. Genius? As expected of a genius, a person who is praised by his mentors. With such an idea, a corresponding solution can be found in this environment. Join our department, then all the plans can increase the speed of Lily's by half. Even if it is only an assistant, it is a top talent. There was a haze in Schmidt's eyes, but after hearing Dr. Zola's praise, he couldn't help but think of soliciting. Quite simply, waste is useless. But once there is a use value, it is a treasure. It seems to use a little trick. Dr. Zola, I don't know how you think about recruiting this little brother of yours. Dr. Zola was stunned when he heard the leader's question. This is not his specialty. If Ven is also very sneaky, the leader's position is not as good as Red Skull. What's the matter? Go home and play in the mud? After pondering for a while, he said slowly. All men have weaknesses, either money or... Before he could finish speaking, Schmidt interrupted with a deliberate laugh. Either it's a woman. Lily, those who are weak on the right side are not enemies, but Zhu Luo to be slaughtered. Hehe, if that's the case then that's fine. Jiang Yifu, you better not die. Dark Jiang Yifu still doesn't know how Red Skull is plotting against him, but it seems like a good thing. Take one off as soon as you put it on. Piju is good at saying that the fire can also play a role in supporting combustion. The scorching temperature is baked on the body, warm, and the dead skin inside and outside is scorched. From time to time, the country is on fire, and with the passage of time, the serum is also changing. The originally normal figure slowly began to swell up the muscles, as if it was redundant. Fat is refined into solid muscle. Cairo, who did not have the power to protect his hair, was consumed, and replaced by muscles full of explosive power. The sunlight refracted by the sun falls on the body, shining a yellowish color. Because of many experimental explosions and flames in his childhood, Jiang Yifu's blood and body were filled with a potent factor. The potent factor is excited by the ferocity of the serum, plus ultraviolet radiation sterilization effect. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yifu felt incomparably warm and comfortable under the sunlight, as if his body had a feeling of strength. Every bone, every muscle. It is full of warm and comfortable feeling, and it is so comfortable that I can't help but groan out loud. This feeling is wonderful. The painful feeling gradually dissipated, and there was still a while of residual pain in the body. That was because the muscles were still fermented and changed under the use of sweja. The poles are coming. The eyes can see things more clearly, the thousands of feet are more active, and there is an incomparable sense of coordination between the gestures. Like a king. Between a roar and a breath, a large amount of cold air is sucked into the lungs, and oxygen nourishes every cell. Cells divide rapidly, engulfing bacteria in the body and turning harmful bacteria transform into nutrients for metamorphosis. It has been an hour since the incomparable pain at the beginning to the calm now. During the period, Schmidt seemed to see something, and ordered the soldiers to gather the firewood and throw them into the small room. Heap. On the other hand, Jiang Yifu closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed the sunlight, something like photosynthesis, but not like photosynthesis. The body feels comfortable when exposed to the sun. Just like the charging cable on the mobile phone magic noodles. It's amazing. The use of heat energy and Shi-Yang energy has become the restraint of the side effects of serum. At least there is no problem yet. As expected of a genius Shen. If this method works, then we can make batches of super soldiers. Dr. Zola's small-eyed boss, as if he had seen the truth of science, was excited. The whole body trembled. Schmidt glanced meaningfully at Jiang Yifu, who was still enjoying the sun and undergoing metamorphosis, and seemed to have thought of something. Cynthia, you will follow Jiang Yi from now on. Be his woman by his side. Remember to confuse him in your hands and make him your plaything. Remember, this is your first time to give such a smart person. Your pleasure? The female officer trembled all over. There was no sadness or joy in her beautiful eyes, only the hidden deep hatred flashed past. She stood at attention and gave a military salute. Received, father. Hey. Lumit glared at the female officer dissatisfied, and seemed to hate the other party saying these two words. Got it, Changgong. Female officer Cynthia immediately changed her mind and said. It wasn't until the sun went down that Jiang Yifu's blood-clean transformation was complete. For a long time of 3 hours, the original Steve was only less than 10 minutes. Limited by dry technology and environment, Jiang Yifu's serum is also semi-finished product. It will take a long time. Roar took a light breath, and even Roar felt a filling force when he sucked it. Junior Eve, congratulations. Successfully integrated the serum. Dr. Zola came over to congratulate first, not to mention anything else. Just this favor alone is enough for the other party to be 9. The head snake died? Human affection? But Jiang Yifu doesn't think so. Sooner or later they will have to serve the pot together. The scene is happening. After all, Jiang Yifu is not a lonely family like Steve, there are a lot of beauties waiting for him. If you want to do it, you will be killed with a stick, and you will never turn your face easily. Oh, it's fine. Roar roar, this feeling is really good. Give me the gun, Jiang Yifu said to the Hydra soldiers guarding the side, in an unquestionable tone that made him feel right. Feng was a little taken aback, and handed the gun over in a daze. Jiang Yi, holds a metal iron gun. This is the AK-47 invented by himself. I can't imagine it has been used so widely, even Hydra is used. The arms are used hard, and the blood vessels and veins are floating on the muscles, showing strong strength. The high-quality guns made of steel were directly bent with force. From the complete, the guns turned into curved and parallel scrap iron little by little. The muzzle and the grip present a 180-degree parallel trace. Clap clap clap. Schmidt swung his palms vigorously. Yes, you have overcome the side effects. Incredible. Jiang Yifu threw the scrap of guns in his hand to the ground, picked up clothes from the ground and put them on. It was a special situation just now, but now it's all right. Naturally I don't want to be in front of a group of men. She only wears trousers before, so she's not an exhibitionist. If the woman is okay, the man will feel a weird disgusting feeling no matter how you think about it. Want to take me back to Slice Research? Jiang Yifu smiled disdainfully, seeming to be a little disgusted by the forced injection of Sweja before. Lumit didn't mind citing. Among politicians, Yangkong is only Li yet, no friends and enemies. When you have interests, you are good brothers and good friends. When the bulls are in conflict, they are the undead enemy. Haha, I think so, but there's no need for that. Now the formula of the serum is not in my hands, even if there is no place to study it. The real formula is in the Aya who has defected. In the hands of Dr. Braham, you are now qualified to be our man. This is Cynthia, who will follow you in the future, and you can order her to do whatever you want. Otherwise, Aunt Sarah will not be given. Jiang Yifu was a little surprised to see this blonde, blue-eyed, and super punctual female officer, although there was no chubby plot. Get a big belly. But that doesn't mean you like to wear ripped shoes. This is still a big difference, and who knows if there are any traps in it? He gasped for a while and laughed. You seem to have made a mistake, Schmidt. I don't like everyone. This woman has been used by you so many times. I don't want to be the chopsticks. Before Schmidt got angry, the pretty female officer's chest rose and fell with anger, and she stared at Jiang Yifu fiercely, as if she was going to pounce on him in the next moment and tear him to pieces. This simple education is slander? She is still a serious yellow flower girl? Dr. Zola was stunned. Seeing Schmidt's gloomy face, he couldn't help but stand up and be a good person. Little brother Eve, you are mistaken. This Miss Cynthia is Mr. Schmidt. His daughter, not his lover? As far as I know, Miss Cynthia is a relatively self-disciplined person for a while. Jiang Yifu was a little stunned. What's the situation? This blonde female officer is actually Schmidt's daughter? That's right, the old B.D. Schmidt does have an Onagawa. But it doesn't seem to be very long. Schmidt said angrily. If you don't believe it, try it tonight and you'll know. Now let's talk about the cooperation in the future. She is already yours. This is the role. A gift for you to join our organization. Cruel and calm words came out of Schmidt's mouth. It seemed that he did not regard his daughter as a daughter at all. Every child was just a tool, a way to let him develop power. Tool of? Jiang Yifu felt dizzy on the way, and he got the serum so easily. There is always a feeling of being led by the nose, but I got the serum for nothing. The injection was also successful, which is a good thing. A Nazi female officer. Hey, Red Skull, you son of a BCH, you should get some interest from your daughter first for the crime of labor and management, and the most important thing is to give away. The two of them didn't speak on the way. I don't know if it was inconvenient or to hide people's eyes and ears. Jiang Yifu knew that this was a ticking time bomb, and it was not worth selling himself that day, but the bomb is really not difficult for him. Let's see who is more skilled. Did the bomb explode first, or did Jiang Yifu cut the lead? Puff puff, it is said that Cynthia and Ophelia are not easy people. I don't know if they will fight when they meet. Well, it's a bit interesting. If that's the case, then go back to New York. Throw this woman to Ophelia? Fight poison with poison. Hehe. Back in the hotel, Howard was hugging a girl who didn't know where he had hooked up from 15. When he saw Jiang Yifu coming in, he said happily, Hey, Iv, where have you been? Look for. It's been a long time since you. Someone said just now that Dr. Zola invited you out. I'm also going to let people go to find you. Blinking without revealing a trace, it seems to be communicating with a secret code. But how does Jiang Yifu know what the other party means? He immediately put his arms around Cynthia's waist and said with a smile, Haha, just to have a look. After all, we are all taught by a mentor. No, I also got one. Let's go. Have you eaten? Let's have a meal together. Howard is not interested. He waved his hand. There is a party today. Do you want to go to play? There are a lot of beautiful girls. A few words did not leave the woman. This guy early. The party is planted on women. Forget it. I'll go back to my room to sleep first. Remember to call me tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Yifu hugged Cynthia and walked away. Cynthia remained indifferent throughout the whole process. When the place hugs, my body is a little stiff, and it seems that I am not used to being in contact with men. First, I ordered a large meal of steak, seafood, lobster, and other foods, high-protein foods, and ate them in big mouthfuls to make up for the energy consumed by the serum just now. Hungry belly. Buddha can swallow a cow. The waiter who ordered the meal was also tongue-tied. This guy is too good to eat? But I was very excited, because it is stipulated in the restaurant that whoever orders will have a commission. The more customers order, the higher your salary. Cynthia has been sitting opposite Jiang Yifu expressionlessly, watching each other's every move. It is difficult to guess each other's behavior, especially when this guy is eating steak. Don't play as usual. It is still a kind of tableware spread in ancient countries, chopsticks. The two bamboo sticks are flexibly manipulated with fingers, directly using the power of Superman to divide the steak into several large pieces, and then throw them into the mouth piece by piece, eat the meat in big mouthfuls, and order it. Drink a large mug of mulberry lemon tea instead of red wine. Jiang Yifu didn't know that this pretty, expressionless woman was watching him all the time. I only know that I am very hungry, I am starving to death. I understand why the planet devourer is coming. I'm eating out, I'm really hungry. Jiang Yifu wiped his mouth reluctantly after eating the whole meal for an hour and a half, not because he was full, but because the hotel has been out of stock by him. The meat was almost swept away, while the more delicate foie gras was dismissed. Conversely, I ate 80% full, and I can call it a fortune. Hand over your conference credentials to the waiter for accounting. Anyway, for those who come to participate in the academic exchange meeting, the fee for this week will be. All are swept by the initiator Dr. Ziula. I don't know if Dr. Zola's face was stiff when he received this bill. I ate nearly 100 in an hour and a half. This Jiang Yifu is too special to eat? Food for 320,000 marks. This is close to 200,000 to 300,000 US dollars? Snort? Jiang Yifu doesn't care about this, because he didn't give him the money anyway. Don't eat him upside down, how can it be enough? Damn Hydra, Dem Schmidt, and Zolabo. This revenge must be avenged. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 10 years. I actually vint myself once. Very good. The villain takes revenge, from morning till night. Obviously Jiang Yifu is just a villain who avenged his revenge in a blink of an eye. Well, that's not too bad. Just a little interest. At the end of the day, take a flight in the morning and meet the chief of Hydra in the afternoon. Back in the room, I went straight to the bathroom to take a shower, washing away all the fatigue and stains. Schmidt, nicknamed Red Skull. After being injected with semi-finished serum, the brain is running fast between life and death, flashing through countless equations and solving the consequences. Finally, in a hurry, I used high temperature to eliminate the poisonous way overcame the side effects of the serum. After coming back is the energy consumed by overeating supplements. I'm exhausted by the end of the day. Sleeves and body are exhausted. I don't have time to check my body. I just want to sleep first. Get your mind back to its best and think about other things. Otherwise, the head is messed up, and there is no way to concentrate and think. Looking at his muscular self in the mirror, Jiang Yifu still feels proud. After all, not everyone has such a good figure. Not as exaggerated as Superman's. But it looks full of streamlined beauty and bursts of power. Beautiful and practical. Thinking of what Red Skull said, now he really doesn't seem to have the serum on his hands. Can't make serum either. No wonder 553 keeps chasing and killing Dr. Abraham. In addition to wanting to change back because I want the perfect serum, it is also a purpose to manufacture the super milk 10 hills in batches. After all, super soldiers who are several times more than ordinary people are really unstoppable. However, with a strong body, corresponding shooting skills and fighting skills are required. And also, a lot of knowledge needs to be learned, otherwise, you will not be able to become a strong man like Steve. In addition to fighting, the rest of the time is reading and studying. A very self-disciplined person can also maintain integrity and at the same time make risky. To know that Steve basically, the reason why the hammer of God shook, and others, even if they were injected with Sweja, without the corresponding knowledge, they are at best a thug. Just like the winter table tennis in the winter plan, it's just the life of a wage earner, and it can be at any time. A pawn who may be abandoned. Jiang Yifu clenched his fist. From the feeling point of view, the strength has increased a lot, but the distance needs to be a systematic test. Strength, speed, reaction. These are the most basic enhancements. But I always feel that it is not as strong as Steve of the Rice team. After all, it's the full version of the serum. Looking at Cynthia with an expressionless face, Jiang Yifu's mouth curled into a wicked smile. Since it's Red Skull's daughter, you're welcome. Find some interest first. Say, hey, I haven't tried the women of the Third Reich. Haha, struggling and resisting are all in vain. After one night, Jiang Yifu got up and took a shower humming a little song. In one go, save time, and people are also a lot of energy. Why do you have a sense of being lazy to a certain level? Take a shower early in the morning, brush your teeth, and wash your face at the end. Let the waiter bring breakfast to the room, and truly do a life into Jing. Anyway, you don't need to spend your own money. How can you get luxury? When Jiang Yifu finished breakfast, nothing can. Cynthia, who still had tears on her face, also finished cleaning up. From today until Jiang Yifu's death, she will belong to the other party. Resentful, this may be fate. There was still a blooming rose on the white bed sheet, which was put away by Cynthia. After all, it is still a symbol of purity. That girl will not easily forget it. This made Jiang Yifu feel a lot of good feelings. After all, it was the first time. It was a bit unforgettable anyway. Besides, there is no so-called artificial membrane technology these days. This is still the real deal. Since this is the case, then this bomb must turn her into a dud? Use it for yourself? Let Red Skull finally lose his wife and lose his army. Snort? That's called revenge? Sit down, we should have a good talk. If you know me, you know that I'm not a casual person. Definitely, I'm not a casual person. Jiang Yifu pointed to the opposite side. On the sofa, there is also an exquisite breakfast spot on the table. There is still some time before today's academic exchange meeting. You can talk slowly for a while, or at least have a heart-to-heart talk. Consolation afterwards is still very important for women, as a BD, a knowledgeable BD. This possession will never be forgotten. Cynthia was still sitting on the sofa with an expressionless face. Her expression was cold and she was even more beautiful than yesterday. She was blonde and blue-eyed, and her fair skin revealed a crystal luster. Women's taste? Jiang Yifu chose to express his thoughts. From a brief conversation yesterday, he knew that the relationship between the other party and Red Skull was not very good. But this woman doesn't seem to grow up in an instant. It looks like it's in the comics. In the familiar movie plot, this person has never appeared. Just because it doesn't appear doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Besides, it's a world where Gotham City has Batman and Hydra, and although it's dangerous, there's no uncontrollable imagination. At least I haven't seen anyone flying around in the sky. Haven't seen anyone still surfing barefoot faster than a plane. Aquaman. I said you didn't have a great relationship with Schmidt, and I hated him. On a certain level. We all have a common enemy. Besides, you are already my woman? No matter what, we should all pull together. There is an old saying in the East that a husband and wife are of the same heart, and their profit will break the gold. We should also cooperate well to get rid of the spin. Mit this trouble slash. Jiang Yifu started to play emotional cards, especially the first blood, which made Jiang Yifu a little reluctant, but the taste is really good. As expected of a woman who exercises regularly. Cynthia's eyelids lifted, looking at Jiang Yifu's smile. She picked up the knife and started to eat breakfast again. Rogue? Beast? What? A beast? Cynthia scolded very rudely. 4 hours a night, endless tossing, not a tall beast. You are one. Jiang Yifu thought it was amazing. Since the injection of super soldier serum, the legs are no longer sore, the feet are no longer numb, and even the waist is much better. In the past, I would at least rub my waist when I woke up, but now there is nothing at all. It's amazing. However, further testing is needed because I am really worried that this semi-finished serum will have other side effects, or it is just that the effect is not as good as the perfect serum. Just point. I admit that I am a beast, this is just what I should do. I don't think you want to go on like this. Follow me, you can live better. Code can be a woman with her own mind. You can enjoy the peace of mind at home. No need to be nervous outside. Jiang Yifu has started to attack his heart. Similar to Ophelia, the future Mrs. Hydra, so is Cynthia. A ruthless master, but the IQ is poor. There are many points, and the jealousy is also heavier. It seems that you need to train it well, otherwise the palace is on fire, and then you don't have to play. Cynthia ate breakfast silently. She couldn't deny Jiang Yifu's words, neither agreed nor opposed. Just listening quietly, eating with an elegant attitude. Very. The feeling of a noble lady. Jiang Yifu didn't have any accident. Not every woman is what others say, and will have her own ideas. For this. After pondering for a moment, Cynthia took the initiative and said, My name is Cynthia, Schmidt's daughter, or Tools. My mother is just a laundryman. When I was born, dying in childbirth, and Schmidt made me agent. Let people teach me a lot of skills, fighting, spying on intelligence, and even seduction. Jiang Yifu silently poured a cup of black tea to the poor woman. It seems that every heinous guy seems to have a bad childhood. Cynthia took the teacup, their fingers touched, a warm sense of security spread, and her fair face was rosy and shy. Even Schmidt thought about putting me dedicated to the Führer, but the Führer is not a greedy person, he is a person worthy of respect. A very self-disciplined person. We are all grateful that he took the German Empire from impoverished lead to a life of abundance today. Jiang Yifu silently praised the head of state. No matter what, the other party is indeed a very charismatic person. I don't say anything to the outside world, but at least it's worthy of my own country. Even as an opponent, it was an honor. The people. And it also helped a lot in the anti-Japanese war. A man who trusts his respect. Cynthia seems to be caught in the memory. Besides me, Schmidt has several children, but without exception, they are all used by him. He is not alone. A devil? A viciousness that makes people feel terrified when they think about it? I survived only because I still had a little help for him. It's gone now, it's been sent out as cargo. Jiang Yifu was also silent for a while. Everyone has something sad. I was no exception. I walked over and hugged the sad Cynthia in my arms. No matter what the other party said was true. It's fake, but at least it proves that you are willing to communicate with yourself, which is a good thing. A great start. Don't worry, I'll kill Schmidt someday. If it wasn't for my wit yesterday, I'd be dead long ago. I don't think that Schmidt guy would have been so easy. Leave me alone. They won't trust me either. I'm afraid some of them are just taking advantage of it. Jiang Yifu had to praise Li Lihao. Secretly, Cynthia's figure is really good. Useless will be betrayed. Crazy since he got a serum injection a year ago. Yes, Schmidt is indeed such a person. Only the useful are left. Crazy? You can't imagine how scary this guy is? The biological son will be betrayed without contempt. Cynthia seemed to be a little scared. The more she was with each other, the more she knew each other. Habit of behavior? A very similar character? Who's that person? Jiang Yifu doesn't have much fear, but how does he feel that this fish grandson seems to be the same as the history bulletin Yi? It's very simple. It's the stinky hooligan Liu Bang, the founder of the Western Han dynasty, a complete BD in the front of the car, in order to escape. If you can't run fast in the carriage, you will kill your son, daughter, and concubine. Get kicked out of the car. His father was caught by Xiang Yu and wanted to kill, but he was also shameless. Is he a genius? It's nothing fancy, because he relies on his subordinates, and he doesn't have the ability to fart. Then he is a spicy chicken? No, but his knowledge of people is extremely vicious. This point, Schmidt is a bit like him. It's not a day or two to deal with Red Skull, because there is almost a third of the Hydra organization behind the opponent. But it is not difficult to deal with, because Hydra is a place where force is respected. Whoever has the biggest fist is the boss, and whoever has the best pen is the master. So if you want, just kill Red Skull. Or just drag and take advantage of each other. Seeking skin with a tiger is not necessarily a bad thing, because the tiger's body, it will be something of great value. Tiger whip? What are you thinking? Ahem, it's an example of development of Rubik's Cube energy weapon? Someone like Schmidt with a lot of resources. There must be places available. Networking, Hydra's special technology. All of these can be known, and there are still many secrets that have not been excavated. Besides, as long as Schmidt dies and someone is found, he can take over the property left behind. Jiang Yifu was wondering whether to kill it directly, or slowly, like boiling a frog in warm water, as if pumping water. Take advantage little by little. Anyway, your own cheap in the future. Zi Steve will face each other, so you don't have to worry so much. Okay, don't worry, I'm sure. If you've investigated me, surely know about me? Schmidt thought he was very powerful, but in fact it was just a bad pen. Provoke. I have to pay the price for mine. My previous shortcoming was physical fitness. Now that makes up for it. Then he is no match for me? Jiang Yifu is full of confidence. 553. Don't say a Red Skull now. Even in the face of the Steppenwolf, the gas star, there is nothing to fear. I used to pretend to be a grandson because I was incompetent. It's time to become a grandpa? Schmidt of the dog, let you kneel on the ground and sing Conquest for Loudsa. Cynthia nodded. You are very smart and very adventurous. You dare to let the poisonous scorpion Ophelia accept your gang. Are you really not afraid of sending sheep into the tiger's mouth? I'll still tell Schmidt your move until I have a chance. When you can beat him, I will listen to you. One is easy to deal with. It's good to have this ending. Jiang Yifu is undeniable. Unlike Aunt Sarah's good family women, these women in Hydra don't. You can't expect your body to be shaken, and all the women will cry and shout to have children for themselves. A long time. That would be a daydream? That would be too much. The silver will be fine in no time. This time, coming to the Third Reich is a profit. It is the first time to communicate with the villain face to face, the first time to fight against the villain, and the first defeat. Zhongzi's famous first time all happened here. The disputes at school seem a bit ruthless and childish. The gang fights are also, not so bad. Now that the serum is in place, the next step is to check the body. It's right in Yangbeijian. Then start developing new equipment. Try to make the computer first, and then, enjoy life and then talk about it. With excitement, Jiang Yifu packed up and attended the academic exchange meeting with Howard on time. This discussion is mainly about mechanics, biology, and pharmacy. Knowledge. Originally, Jiang Yifu had no interest, and was full of thoughts about going back to study the degree of his physical enhancement. But after listening, I felt that this exchange meeting was not bad. These theories and insights are relatively unique, in a sense. You can promise some insights. Everyone has a different perspective and approach to problem solving. There is no historical research experience at all, relying entirely on the knowledge taught by teacher FY. Especially in biology, Jiang Yifu is only half-baked in this regard. But the knowledge level of the half-baked is easier to absorb the unique knowledge of these scientists. Just like the old driver's license test is often much more difficult than the novice driver. Unique thinking has developed a natural inertia that blocks the insights of others. Jiang Yifu, who was sleepy at first, listened with gusto, and from time to time he picked up a pen to record, but the pen is really not that easy to use. This has to be used by skilled people, at least it can be installed. For Jiang Yifu, it's okay, so it seems that ballpoint pens haven't appeared yet. It's your own but to make a wave. It's time for another patent fee? Hey, if you don't make more money, you can't even buy milk powder. Jiang Yifu shook his head in a pretentious manner, but saw Cynthia beside him puzzled for a while. This is an invisible man. Thought he could do anything. In fact, you can say nothing at all. Howard Saubag, even in the exchange meeting, is still looking around to see if there is a suitable woman. I don't care what the people on stage are saying, maybe. I know, I don't want to hear it. Or do not know, but not interested. Dr. Zola raised his glass to celebrate when he saw Jiang Yifu's eyes from time to time. On the surface, no one would doubt it, because they all came out of the same academy. At present, Schmidt's energy is still on promotion. Only when the official position is large enough can he lead more troops to implement his plan. For now, it's just a continuing push. In the course of the struggle, he set his sights on 3 destinations. Poor Schmidt didn't know that he had been tricked by Jiang Yifu. Athens, the capital of Greece, has a temple of the Amazons, and it is absolutely possible to attack it. Get the attention of the Amazons? And there are also temples of the Atlanteans. Hehe, it's courting death to attract the Amazons and Atlantis at the same time. Steppenwolf did it once, but he was pushed back to his hometown, but only the mortal Schmidt wanted. If you really do these things, it will definitely be a life and death experience. It's hard to come back without being beaten to death. Eat. And the last North African myth of Cairo. A whole bunch of mummies are sweeping the couch and welcome any visitor to be one of them. What's more, Egypt not only has the pharaoh who is a member of the Watchman team, but also the ancient mutant apocalypse who slept underground waiting to be awakened. 3 places. No matter which one is not easy to mess with the existence. Oh, wrong. It should be said that throwing power may be the easiest place to start. Because there is no guarantee there. Protective power? But it is very secret, so secret that even Hydra has not discovered it. It can only vaguely lock the whole of Norway. All lead to very exaggerated language. It seems that the only way. Human photosynthesis, leukocyte phagocytosis, blood detoxification, and cattle breeding, all have been named into various theories. A statement that justifies your point of view. And Jiang Yifu always found out the real content hidden in the exaggerated paper easily. The human body can indeed carry out a small amount of photosynthesis, and the effect is limited to no. It means that it can be ignored. Autophagy, which shows that the human body can accommodate unknown cytokines, and various lesions or mutations may occur. There are good and bad. Some people have terminal illnesses for no reason, so it's because something is good. Some people get sick all of a sudden. These are very basic things. Jiang Yifu is always enthusiastic to record in the notebook. These things are not useful to others, but they must be useful to myself, because ordinary humans do not have a constitution like him, and many theoretical and hypothetical theories can indeed be established in him. This will be of great help when you study your own body in the future. At least Jiang Yifu has no less than 20 effective test methods and deduction methods. This time, the German Third Reich really made a lot of money. Compared to offending Hydra, this is simply a small problem. During the day, I listen to the bragging rights of academic bigwigs, and at night, I practice fighting skills with Cynthia. Even Captain America knows dozens of different fighting skills. Can't say enough. It was a very cool day. Especially after the body has been strengthened by the serum. Hey, the effect is almost impossible to say. Jiang Yifu roared excitedly, I want to hit 10. He added 2 words after. Dr. Zola will discuss the concept of weapon design with Jiang Yifu from time to time, because he is also a weapon design expert. Otherwise the Red Skull will not let Dr. Zola go and design energy weapons. The current situation is the era of high-power weapons. Mobility, long range, and power file size are the most important indicators. Just like the main barrel of a tank. At a certain ratio, as soon as the cannon is fired, the enemy doesn't hit, and the car rolls over first. Jiang Yifu started to be arrogant again. Although he didn't understand it, it didn't hinder the bragging effect. Dr. Zola nodded, watching while enjoying Cynthia's shoulder massage. The little brother who talks about one thing limited to his own money. There is really a way to deal with this kind of iceberg beauty. The younger brother is right. I am also wondering how to solve this kind of thing. Generally speaking, the larger the caliber, the greater the power of the shell. This is for sure, and the corresponding. The volume increases, the weight increases, and these in turn affect the range. It's really hard to figure it out. After speaking, I looked at the other party a little hopelessly. I hope this smart apprentice can give some UN sense. Jiang Yifu is definitely inspired, but he doesn't say it. When the full tube process reaches the extreme, the artillery has evolved into a missile mode. Ground to air, ground to ground, air to ground, air to air, etc. The cost of making a missile can almost be said to be the cost of 2 Tiger tanks. But what you see, those who can survive, are very few. That's real expensive firework. It's not something that ordinary people can play. If you definitely watch it, you can definitely watch it. Well, this is indeed a problem. I'll think about it when I go back. Jiang Yifu certainly wouldn't say it. He had to make it himself and leave it to Dr. Zola. Maybe one day a missile will fall from the head. Do you want to go with your apprentice? The toilet with a very good view of Berlin, you can see more. Dr. Zola reminded the other party carefully, don't think it's so simple. Jiang Yifu was not surprised. He didn't plan to leave so easily, but he had to find something for Red Skull to do anyway. Hey, X-Men, Avengers, Wonder Woman, Batman, Superman, and other monstrous villains, there will always be someone who can get the red sticker. Maybe you should go and see if the legendary Hellfire Club has been established, and the Black Emperor Xiao. This guy is not a good person, and he was the first to awakening in World War II, one of the able human beings. Oh, yes, if Dr. Zola has time, let's go to the military camp. I want to see the legendary Third Reich troops. Jiang Yifu began to ask. It's so easy to go, then it's okay to play everywhere. And Howard has been busy with the cooperation here recently, and plans to rent a building to establish a branch. If you are a component company here, you will sell arms or something. Also more convenient? Going to the military camp? I'm afraid it won't work. The Empire won't let unrelated people enter the army camp now, but if you want to go somewhere else, you can go there. Near Czechoslovakia, there is a concentration camp in the border city of. It's considered a military camp. Where can you go and see? Dr. Zola thought about it and said a place. Jiang Yifu's heart beat a little faster. Concentration camp? That's hell. Anyway, if you can get in, it is basically difficult to get out alive, either dead or disabled. Dr. Zola said so. Why won't he be doing a secret experiment? Jiang Yifu said tentatively. Haha, the best subject for the experiment. At this time, Dr. Zola laughed strangely. Is definitely the human body. It is said that the younger brother still needs to exercise a lot, and he has a good heart. It's hard to live in Italy? Well, since you want to go see it, I'll pick you up tomorrow, and see it together, the great experimental base. Although it is said to be an exchange meeting, it may be just a pretense. I don't know what to do under the guise. Otherwise, a sponsor, Dr. Zola can't be free to leave. Seat /. Even the participant Huada is running around, either in Bowen or on the way to talk about Niu Jing. After Dr. Zola left, Jiang Yifu breathed a sigh of relief, no matter where he was. Anyway, take care of your own life first. By the way, find something to do for the red song skull. Aquater should be able to let Ophelia use it, and that Black Emperor Shah. We have to help Hydra find some enemies first, so that they have no time to take care of themselves. Jiang Yifu thought for a while, and held Cynthia in his arms, ignoring the other's slight struggle. Do you know the situation in that collapsed city? Cynthia's resistance had no effect and could only accept her fate. Said with dissatisfaction. A prison camp, and deported capitalists. Or a former enemy of the Nazis. Where is a researcher named Klaus in charge, that is someone from the Nazi military, who seems to be doing an experiment? Experiment? What kind of experiment can there be? It's nothing more than a poison gas experiment. During the First World War, not many soldiers died under gunfire, but many soldiers died under poison gas. And the initial poison gas can not only poison dead man, but also burn people's eyes. Make unprepared soldiers blind? Ask for flowers 0. This is not hatred, it is still the follow-up treatment. These disabled soldiers were sent back to their own countries, and the disabled people's ability to work was not good at all, which further aggravated the rear burden. No matter, it is definitely not possible, it will chill the hearts of soldiers and the people. Come on, the money and food consumed by this mouth is not a small amount. So poison gas warfare is the most annoying. Even if you are lucky, other illnesses will occur in the future. Every country hates poison gas. What needs to be tested on human body is nothing more than medical breakthroughs in surgery, organ transplantation, poison gas lethality, clinical trials of drugs, and super soldier plans. Abella Kongboshi also served the Third Reich at the beginning, so it is impossible for the military to have no record. In short, no matter what kind of experiment it is, the Prelude concentration camp must be a hellish existence. Even people with iron willpower will not end well if they enter. Rao is Jiang Yifu. A BD like this is a little chilling. This is too terrifying. It seems that something mysterious has been opened. The world is so scary. This page. Hey, wait, who do you think is in charge? Suddenly, Jiang Yifu seemed to have thought of something. Why did this person's name look familiar? King Laos, Travel Case Special? A cruel Nazi military experimenter with a high official position, mainly responsible for medical experiments. Cynthia added, and then watched silently. My man, I don't know what to think. Klaus Schmidt? Could it be him? Jiang Yifu finally remembered this person. If there is no mistake, this person should be the alias of He Huangxiao, mutant during World War II. Ability is to absorb all the energy to strengthen oneself, and then bounce back to defeat the opponent. But the absorbed energy has an upper limit. But Black Emperor Xiao is the specific unknown? It doesn't seem like a lot, but the other party can absorb the kinetic energy of the bullet that shoots itself in this way, and the bullet loses its kinetic energy and is just a small metal, including flame, makeup, radiation and more. In a sense, he is an unbeatable little strongman. He uses it well and is much more powerful than a super soldier. This is the capital of the opponent as the villain. Think about it: when you hit it with a cannon, the opponent catches it with your bare hands, and then you play a few miscellaneous things before throwing it aside. No matter how you think about this picture, there is a sense of joy and powerlessness. It just doesn't mean that he is invincible. As long as he is willing to throw a few nuclear warheads, even He Huangxiao will die. The way to defeat him is simple and rude, but at a high cost. Big. 5. Dark. The law of conservation of all things is no bullshit, and no one is invincible. Playing with each other, this sentence is right. Only undefeated tactics. For example, Iron Man is awesome. Meeting Magneto is like a son meeting his father. Magneto is very good, there is no gap. There are undefeated people along the way. The helmet of absolute mind control met Charles, and also the son met his father. Charles and Steve are very good writers, but when they meet Jiang Yifu, they still have to be called dad. This is very simple truth. But if you meet Superman, it's different whether you'll be beaten to call your father, or the one who kneels down. Magneto is also really good. Superman is awesome. When you meet Zedon, you have to kneel on the ground and say, "The Queen spares your life." Maybe you have to say, "Sister-in-law, don't do it yourself." Definitely, if Jiang Yifu met Magneto, he would definitely not lose too badly. In the future, this BD will definitely run to a place where there is no shadow as soon as the battle starts. If you don't fight, then you won't. There are winners and losers. Even if Jiang Yifu met Superman, how could it be 557? Did your brother-in-law beat his brother-in-law? Checking the equipment again, Jiang Yifu began to test his strength in the room. Looking at the room, there doesn't seem to be anything worth measuring, and there's, under the surveillance of Cynthia. The other party said it very clearly. No betrayal until Red Skull is down or sees his potential. At least in this case there is a chance to attack the road. This is already important. Think about it, or continue to study new inventions. To say that it is an invention is actually just a reference. Take a thin plastic hollow tube, below is a rolling. Tiny iron balls, tiny little ones. Squeeze the iron ball into the plastic tube hard, and then put a little liquid with a special color, for example, steak juice. It's just an experiment anyway, it doesn't matter. Cynthia sat and watched curiously, not knowing what the other party was messing with. She would send Jiang Yifu's news to Red Skull via telegram these days. It's just that Jiang Yifu is really calm. Like before, he either eats or reads books, and takes notes after participating in the seminar. Or just toss on her, typical. Carefree otaku scientist? Nothing changed. Jiang Yifu fiddled around a bit, tried to write a few words, pop. Due to the looseness, the plastic tube was directly separated from the iron ball. The steak sprinkled with yizuoze is all. Hempeg? Is it so hard to get a pen to write about? Jiang Yifu threw the broken plastic tube aside in annoyance. What should I do to invent the ballpoint pen? Jiang Yifu is very short of money now. Is there any quick way to make money? The one that takes less effort for 20 years will do. There is no problem, you can eat it. Now Jiang Yifu and Red Skull are still cooperating on the surface, so everything here can be used. Directly start opening the high-temperature furnace and make the mold for the ballpoint pen. The principle of the method is very simple, but if you do it yourself, it's not like that anymore. At least a lot of materials are not readily available. All done by myself. After doing it, you have to splicing it yourself. Finally, I took a bottle of ink and poured it into the plastic tube along the funnel. An original ballpoint pen was born. Jiang Yifu couldn't wait to take the white paper and start writing randomly. At the beginning, because it was not complete, there were only word marks but no ink. After writing several times, it was shaking. Not as smooth as a pen. Press the ink firmly into the tip of the pen. Just start sketching on white paper. The ballpoint pen can be stopped for as long as possible, and it is more convenient to write. At least it is not as rigid as a pen. Writing with a pen requires a certain foundation. What are you? Cynthia didn't care about being tired and asked curiously. Jiang Yifu picked up a ballpoint pen and turned a few flowers in his hand, just like the routine that elementary school and junior high school students play when they are bored in class. Cynthia, I hope you will bring. Buledin said. Just call my husband. This is the same ballpoint pen. A tool that is more suitable for ordinary people to write than a pen. And the stability is good, even on the battlefield. Usage of. As soon as he spoke, he handed over the ballpoint pen. It's just a gadget, it's not worth the fuss. It's really good to make money at first, until the 21st century. After that, entering the era of paperless office, the consumption of ballpoint pens and fountain pens will be greatly reduced. Cynthia smiled and wanted to be her husband. Jiang Yifu didn't have that qualification yet, at best he was just a boyfriend. If it wasn't for her first time, she would just ignore Jiang Yifu. I took a ballpoint pen and wrote it on paper. I was a little excited. Although it is not a big invention, it is definitely a small innovation. It seems like a small step, but it seems to be a human being. A giant step for civilization. Jiang Yifu wasn't worried about the spread of this kind of thing, so he went straight to Dr. Zola and handed him the ballpoint pen. Dr. Zola, how about you try this pen? Dr. Zola was studying the further improvement of the tank. When he saw Jiang Yifu, he reluctantly retracted his attention. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely say, go away. Feel free to take it over and write a few times, chatter. It seems to be more convenient than a pen, at least, it is very suitable for research use. What's this? An improved pen? No, this is a ballpoint pen. Unlike a fountain pen, it doesn't need to absorb ink all the time. As long as the dye in the tube is still there, you can always write. Meet different needs. Different colors of ballpoint pens can be made? Hehe. Senior, do me a favor. Jiang Yifu, this BD, when he has no interests, he is left with a Dr. Zola. Dr. Zola. Now there is something to ask for. Immediately after the seniors, the typical villain? I bother? The corner of Dr. Zola's mouth twitched. This BD must have nothing to do with me. Tell me, what is it? If you can help, I will definitely help. Patted Dr. Zola's shoulder very familiarly, although he seemed to be bullying children because of his height. That's it, senior. Jiang Yifu was instantly elated. Register a patent for me? This stuff can make a lot of money. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of benefits for seniors. You are more relevant in Berlin. He has no concept of money. He has no wife and no children. Food, drink, lassa, and sleep are all contracted by the military, and the Hydra organization can reimburse, so to speak. Dr. Fake Pie was speechless. Straight no money concept. This is definitely not a pretense. He really has no interest in money, and has never touched it. Okay, I'll take care of it for you in 2 days. Immediately took Dr. Juanla's arm and walked out. No, I'll get it done today. Let's go, I'll go with you. Oh, this kind of research. Jiang Yifu is not happy anymore. What good research is there? There will be a lot of time to study in the future. Let's go out and relax. This BD, there are too many thieves. Annoying dead man? I really regret being a liaison, so is that damn Schmidt, these few. With Dr. Law, this can't be helped. I don't know where to go, and Dr. Zola, or Hydra's relationship is really not covered. A patent application is 0.5, no one can succeed in a year and a half or 3 or 5 months. But with a strong background. It was done within a day, and Dr. Zola's research was interrupted, and he was so upset that he wanted to get rid of it immediately. Really don't want to. Saw this shitty apprentice? Jiang Yifu was very happy to hold the patent certificate, took over the vehicle of a Nazi soldier, and took Cynthia out to race. Seeing that Cynthia was watching, people like Dr. Zola couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of phlegm. This jerk has finally gotten out of the way, and he has to trouble himself with the big things. Where are you going? Cynthia asked in the passenger seat. Go to Howard, hand over the patent to him, he is responsible for making money. Jiang Yifu said shamelessly. Do you know where he is? I don't know, but you know. A hole? Cynthia really wants to shoot Jiang Yifu. I don't know what kind of old driver you are pretending to be. Howard is very happy to meet Jiang Yifu. Basically every time this guy shows up, something good happens. This time is no exception. The ballpoint pen is indeed a relatively novel thing. Not to mention that it is very profitable, but it is still possible to make tens of millions a year, if it is in a peaceful era. The sound consumption is even higher, and it looks like the production process is not complicated and the cost is low. What is the most important thing in doing business? That is to buy low and sell high. Simply put, the lower the cost, the higher the selling price. The more the difference between. Squat a lot. Doing business is also a school. There is a reception today. Do you want to come and play? There are a lot of cuties. Might be a good date. Howard winked. We're all men. Hey Eve. This look understands? Okay, I'll go back to the hotel first. Remember to call me at night. Hey. Jiang Yifu showed a knowing smile. I didn't go there before because I couldn't do it. Unlike every subscribers have a durable titanium kidney just like that. Naturally, you can go to see and experience those receptions. Not like Aunt Sarah, Mrs. Barra, these women / Now after being injected with Sweja, it seems that the kidneys are much better. It's dry. Powerless? Therefore, men still have to have a good kidney. Cynthia pouted. She had no objection to this. This is the style of Europe. If you go to France, the girls there are enthusiastic and handsome. Proactive. After all, it is a country that advocates romanticism, and the food there is also very good. Back at the hotel, Jiang Yifu went to the rigid room to start exercising. Practicing boxing against sandbags is just brute force, but has no corresponding skills, only to exercise muscles. Ability of meat. There is no fighting technique. At best it's nothing more than an ordinary person with a lot of strength. Cynthia laughed a little. Jiang Yufu's actions and methods are very rookie. The rookie makes people laugh. Judging from her professional level, she has to deal with him. It's not very difficult, just be careful with the opponent's fist. Jiang Yifu also knows his own shortcomings, and the second stage is to learn fighting techniques of various genres. Take the best and the worst and become a fighting master. Skills matter. Otherwise, why would there be 4 or 2,000 pounds? Strength is also very important. It directly determines where the lower limit of the attack is. Just like a muscular man, any punch has a 300-pound impact. And a skinny guy can hit 300 pounds with training, but that's the limit. The upper limit of the former is more than 300 pounds, which is the reason. Except for exercise. Boxing and fighting are the sports that can exercise the most whole body, because at this time people's attention will be very concentrated, and the muscles of the whole body will be mobilized, so as to achieve the effect of exercise. Another point is to record the data of your own body. If you want to know how strong you are, you must have comparisons and tests. Usually in the gym can pass the exercise test. Not afraid. If you die, you can go to the battlefield to test. Although it is a little dangerous, it is very effective and can stimulate the potential of the human body. Jiang Yifu silently punched and closed his fists, without anyone pointing out, so he would recall the fighting skills taught by the dead Uncle Brad. Every time I punch, I record the number in my heart. Guanmu depends on the degree of muscle soreness, responsiveness, and speed. Over time, Jiang Yufu's punching speed is getting faster and the power is constantly increasing. The sandbag was beaten and flew back, and was fixed by the buckle at the vertex. Fly back again? Why can't do the level of slaughter? This way, the power is too scattered, and the effect is not very big. Jiang Yifu said silently in his heart, especially when he thought of the United States captaincy. When my husband just woke up from the freeze, he was playing punching bags and practicing boxing. The sandbag that was hit with each punch swayed for a while, and it wouldn't fly out. That's because all the strength penetrated into the sandbag with super high skills, so that the sandbag could withstand it perfectly. Full impact. Even under 1,000 consecutive blows, it was directly slowed down. When you actually do it, you will find it difficult. There are too many fighting skills involved. Jiang Yifu is a little irritable. It looks cool. The more you know, the more you feel like a frog in a well. There are a lot of things I don't understand, and there are a lot of things to learn. The bloody feud between my parents still remains. No report? Can't even find out who the other party is? Is it the Soviet Union, Nazi, Hydra, or some other unknown terrorist organization? The more I thought about it, the more angry I became. The blood in the whole body was flowing rapidly, and the muscles made a subtle roar sound. The super soldier serum is further integrated into the body, and the unknown strong, sexually trapped child combined. A mutation that no one knows about. Bloated? One last angry punch. The top lock of the sandbag was violently broken, and the sandbag also flew out of the air and was smashed. There's sand left all over the place. Jiang Yifu took a breath, but he wasn't very tired. There was a bit of hot and warm current running around his body, and his body was a little hot. My bones are numb and itchy. I'm not used to it, but it's very comfortable. Clothes. It's like enjoying a sauna. Turn around and walk to the dumbbells by the window to continue the exercise. Just in the afternoon, the sunshine wine was on my body, and there was a glow of fitness expert. A trace of doubt and curiosity flashed in Cynthia's beautiful eyes. There was a certain kind of sadness and anger in the man's eyes just now, but what secret was hidden in the man's heart? XIN. For the first time, Thea became curious about a man and wanted to know the secret of the other person in depth, which she didn't even notice. Playing beanbags looks really surprising. At least everyone in the gym looked at Jiang Yifu in surprise. The power of this boy is also exaggerated. This can fly. Also put. The lock is broken. The staff in the gym are also very surprised. How much power can this be done? At least in their experience, they have never seen anyone who can do this kind of thing. Affection? The staff just silently took away the broken sandbags, cleaned up, and hung up the new sandbags together. Finally, I silently added a damage to Jiang Yifu's room number. Compensation for bad fitness equipment? When under the sun, Jiang Yifu was surprised to find that his physical strength was slowly recovering. Although the recovery is a bit slow, it can be really felt. Book. The arm muscles that are a little sore are slowly getting better. 557's body's physical strength also slowly increased, as if he had eaten a bottle of stimulant. Silently holding dumbbells. Looking up at the sunset. Strange, did the suns themselves help? Isn't that the same as Superman? Pity myself. It can't fly, and it doesn't have any super ability. Don't discuss this, but you can study it well? In my mind, it seems that no one who injected a super soldier would have such an effect. Steve did not, and neither did Hate. Winter Soldier is no more. Red Skull has never heard of such an effect. Is it unique to him? What causes sun exposure to be so effective? Before being irradiated by gamma rays, Dr. Banner was used as a test subject by his father since he was a child, so he became Hulk. And the others got shot? Well, sorry. You were shot. There is no variation. Jiang Yifu is also the same. There must be something integrated with the serum on his body to cause such an effect. As expected of a genius, even a little bit of phenomenon plus previous memory and theoretical reasoning can lead to an infinitely close truth. Jiang Yifu is indeed an amazing BD scientist. P.S. As a digression, I searched for Marvel on the homepage for the sake of my mouth. I couldn't find my own book until I died. I can only see it at the taillights of the update page during the update. 10,000. Can you titanium kidney readers tell me how you found this book? Helpless, tearful. In the afternoon, Lu Jing let Jiang Yifu know the second effect of his body changes. Just like when Emo was injected with serum before, he recovered his physical strength under the sunlight. Effect. Specifically, the effect of recovery should be studied. What is the reason for this restored ability, and what does it consume? The point is very important. Jiang Yifu didn't want it to be achieved by consuming life force, otherwise it would not be a good thing, but a tragedy. Maybe it would die early? And according to the law of conservation of energy, it must be the fission or combination of a certain substance to have such an effect. Does it consume energy or life force? Can be seen in a workout. After more than an hour, it was also done under the sunlight. Jiang Yifu clearly felt a hunger spread in his stomach. There is a kind of hungry for a long time. It was as if I was hungry and didn't eat for a day. Not sleeves are relatively stable. The daily physical strength also consumes a lot. Still looking vigorous. Just swollen. Just hungry? After silently recording some parameters, Jiang Yifu wiped the sweat from exercising with a towel, and went to the restaurant with Cynthia for dinner. It is still the main meat, and it is still mainly mutton and beef, which is more nutritious. Europeans eat less pork, mostly beef. I don't know about eating habits. Why is the local style? But eating beef, these 557 high-protein foods can really satisfy hunger and supplement the energy consumed. The bad part is that there will be more fat. Eat more. There will be a very greasy feeling. At this time, it is very good to have a cup of good black tea. It can not only relieve thirst and dryness, but also help digestion, and will not make the stomach feel nauseated after eating too much meat. Cynthia looked at Jiang Yifu, who was eating meat and drinking tea, with curiosity. It seemed that this man always had something to attract women's attention. I don't know. This looks very similar to a girl in love watching her boyfriend eat, but it does sound like an alternative relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. Using other people's money to give yourself a full meal, this way of pitting Hydra is really special. Sue brings Jiang Yifu's mood a lot better. But it seems that this combat power is a bit exaggerated. If this is the case in the future, I am afraid that I will try to make more money. Otherwise, there is really not enough money to spend. The Howard guy is investing and building buildings everywhere, and the group is developing rapidly. Although the current shares of Stark Group have not changed, there is no dividend to take. In the exhibition, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands can still be obtained. If there is more, there is no way. So Jiang Yifu has to be busy inventing. He really doesn't know the value of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Even some known scientific achievements have to fail several times to get it done. If an experiment fails, it will cost more. Less to tens of thousands of dollars, more to hundreds of thousands of millions. This is still relatively small. If you develop something like genes, medicines, etc., the money spent on mysterious things will be the same as running water, especially aviation experiments. The number of failures is calculated in units of 100 million yuan. Whoever is stingy with you is calculated by tens of thousands. In the evening, Cynthia, who had been tired for a day, chose to rest in the room, and really didn't have the strength to toss with Jiang Yifu. Therefore, only Jiang Yifu went out alone at the reception. It's also a good thing to not have a girlfriend, at least you don't have to worry about your lucky date at night being interrupted. Followed Howard to a suburban castle. I don't know what year it is. Generation. Completely an old castle, very medieval style. This kind of building in the 20th century cannot be considered less, but not much. Who can live in these castle buildings? Or have a very high status? Either very rich or powerful? There are also some that are inherited from generation to generation. A treat? Level set up with layers around it. The castle is brightly lit. From a distance it looks like a glowing city that never sleeps, very dazzling and brilliant. It looks like the levels are guarded by Nazi soldiers. It seems that there must be Nazi officials or officers who have left today. The existing Nazi forces are only invading the surrounding land, and they are all trying to recover the lost territory in the First World War. Grand sounding. However, neither Britain nor France, which controls the Security Council, has the energy to clean up the Third Reich. Their economic downturn still need to recover. Where can they get the energy to participate in? Get this shit together. There are plenty of soldiers, and the equipment is okay. But you don't need money to send troops. When a war starts, it's really a waste of money. Grain, equipment, and transportation are all a bottomless pit. And what's the most important thing? That is, if you win, you won't earn any oil or water. Don't look at the Third Reich playing so happily. The main thing is that they can embezzle the resources of other countries to strengthen themselves. The classic war to support war is only dealing with some small countries. Big. The country dare not touch it. Let's just say Poland. Now there is no sign of invasion. All day is busy pacifying the war between Austria and Czechoslovakia. The French were confident in doing their own Maginot Line, which cost a lot of money to build. This line of defense is covered with a large number of forts and trenches, and absolutely no one can conquer it. In fact it is so. Even the Third Reich wouldn't touch the Maginot Line. It's not that they can't win, but that they need human lives to pile up. It is estimated that the entire empire will be beaten down. It's only half of the casualties. The Maginot Line of defense is blowing fiercely, and the actual effect is indeed very powerful. Countless military strategists have conducted offensive deductions. Without exception, they are not frustrated. And once caught in the quagmire of war here, France can easily rely on the international line of defense and can't find the mother who beat the invaders. But no matter how strong the defense line is, it will not move. This is the fatal injury, full of medieval-style evenings, castles. Jiang Yifu was very interested. In particular, there are many noble ladies and noble wives who came to the appointment, all of them fighting. Dressed up. One is more beautiful than the other, and you can't even see it. Tonight is a celebration dinner hosted by Lieutenant General Langkadon of the German Third Army, so the security will be stricter. Seeing Jiang Yifu's gaze, Howard shook his head. The beard explained. As for how he received the invitation, it goes without saying. According to the popularity of AK-47, it is normal for him to attend the meeting. Arms dealers are welcome everywhere, except on the eve of war with hostile countries. Just like the war between France and Germany, the people of France will not sell to the Germans. Jiang Yifu nodded. In fact, coming here tonight was entirely a chance of luck, because this is the center of Europe, gathering a large number of talents and cattle. After checking the invitation, the soldier confirmed the identities of the two and let them go. Definitely, a body search is not possible, but it also cannot carry weapons of mass destruction, such as AK-4, grenades etc. Safety still needs to be done. And Zhang Fubai was carrying his own magnetic pistols, and the magnetic equipment and pistols could be separated, so he was not afraid of search at all. Arms dealers don't have arms these days, so the army. Fire dealer? E-hall of the castle is very beautifully decorated, with handmade crystal lamps, frescoes full of age, and knight armors placed on the wide steps of the hall, full of dense, strong medieval taste. Howard went to talk with some business partners as soon as he gave the lecture. And Jiang Yifu is not interested in doing business, nor does he have the will of God. His strength is scientific design. Ji and Fein are not so good at being able to start from scratch and become the world's richest man. In Dajin, there is a special band playing retro music in suits, melodious with a touch of seriousness, perfect for tonight's theme, standing upright one by one, turning his head from time to observe the surrounding situation, and a small group of soldiers. Even if the body is in the hall, there are still strict Nazi soldiers stationed. During the patrol, the security force was raised to another level. If you want to make trouble, you have to weigh it. Because the 5.57 in the hands of the soldiers is a genuine Stark Industrial AK-47. Elegant lady. The young ladies and sisters with bright teeth formed a beautiful landscape. Suits, leather shoes, shorts, and stockings? Well, that's wrong. Should be West. Put on leather shoes, everyone dresses very formally, and they get together in 2s and 3s to discuss something. Jiang Yifu is also dressed in a suit. After being transformed by the serum, his physique, which was a little thin, has changed. His muscles are strong, and he has grown a lot, but he has not. There is high to go there. Wearing a suit is like a tall beast of talent. Handsome. If you put in a little effort, it's worth it to be able to hook up with a crush tonight and have a romantic date. Anyway, it depends on personal preference. Eyes wandering around, from time to time to look at the proud upper circumference, from time to time to see the leaked scene of the evening dress. Well, the most important thing is to look at the temperament of the individual. Not so lucky after all. As far as he knows, there are many great characters hidden in World War II, who are the god of war in Greek mythology. Jiang Yifu was a little disappointed. This mythical character? To say that the Greek gods were killed by him so clean that even Zeus could not beat them. Will it be so easy to kill? That was the character who fought back and forth with Steppenwolf? This point is still reserved. Zeus is the handle of Olympus. The elegant music makes people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Yifu took the wine glass and raised his head to drink. Serum has great immunity to alcohol and is basically just digested, not produced at all. In the state of being drunk, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult to get drunk in the future. If you don't pour 1,000 cups, you are talking about the next. Walking around, Jiang Yifu met a woman wearing a face mask. And there are large cracks. You can tell at a glance. Only a pair of hazy eyes were exposed. Female. People wear open-ended dresses that are so formal that they can't see anything they cover. The woman seemed to see Jiang Yifu, and for some reason she nodded. Hello, Eve Prayer? Shock? Another Dr. Eve? When did I become a doctor? Jiang Yifu wondered in his heart, but he didn't mind. He was worthy of these 2 words anyway. Reach out. Smiley person. Since the other party has taken the initiative to take the initiative, then you should also respond. So he put on a puzzled expression and said, hello, ask a question, may I ask the beautiful lady? Feng name? The woman did not show a happy look, her voice was still very flat. She picked up a glass of wine and raised her glass to Jiang Yifu, and said, Isabel Pill, Deutsche Scientific Research Institute. Director of Weapons Research at the Institute. Jiang Yifu nodded. It turned out to be Peer Ming. Peers are enemies. The AK-47 designed by myself has beaten countless weapon designers, and it is normal for them to be recognized by peers. Condition. And the improved version of AKM is also preparing to hold a press conference. At this time, it is quite normal for colleagues to call roar. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it. You know me, I'm on the other side of the Atlantic, and I don't know much about the situation here. But it's still nice to meet you. Jiang Yifu took the initiative. With his right hand outstretched, it would be better to be honest with the scientist. Because everyone is stubborn. It was a pale and scary hand. Isabel stretches out her hand. The white one can see the blue blood vessels under the skin, holding Jiang Yifu's big hand with a cold breath. It's soft and feels okay. Jiang Yifu drink. After drinking a glass of champagne, he took another glass and asked curiously, Isabel, your health doesn't seem to be very good. Can you tell me what it is? Long question? Maybe I can give some help. He looked at Jiang Yifu intently, and seemed to be reading a lot. After a long time, Isabel said slowly, I'm not sick, but a poisonous gas. This kind of. The poisonous gas will constantly invade the pain-free power of the human body, making people constantly sick and eventually die. Jiang Yifu's eyes froze. Poisonous. No wonder it sounds so familiar. This is not the German bioweapon research blogger that his future wife, Wonder Woman, Anna met. Shit. I'm going. Mallergobe, who is actually a student of chemical weapons, and the dog R, who just shook hands with the other party. Wouldn't it be poisoning? This old lady is a thief, Jill, and insidious. Since. Can you tell me the symptoms of the poisonous gas and the formula, and I may be able to see if I can solve it? Well, repairman, I'm still quite good at it? Jiang Yifu asked curiously. Rode. Shrugged. He has never really touched the field of poison gas, but he can study this point. Took out a piece of white paper from the clothes and handed it over. Isabel was silent for a moment. Come with me. She took Jiang Yifu to the sofas on both sides of the hall. After Jiang Yifu took it, he looked curiously. It is full of complex formulas and table of combinations of elements. If ordinary people see it, they will definitely throw it away immediately. This dense. The font looks disgusting. Just sitting quietly, taking a sip of champagne from time to time, it is very open to life and death. Although I have the virus in my body, I am still not in a hurry. I am in a hurry. Isabel is not with the bailout either. Also useless. Poisonous gas, rare is the structure of poisonous gas and the reaction of the human body. Jiang Yifu scratched his head from time to time, then asked the waiter for a few blank sheets of paper and began to calculate the formula. The lymphatic system meets ficus elements, the rate of division and phagocytosis of white blood cells, the spot reaction. All of them have been passed in my mind, and the seemingly simple phenomenon of 0.5 poisoning has been transformed into a complex formula. Through the deduction of complex formulas, the chemical reaction equations of new elements are added. Have a puzzle-like fun by constantly permitting and adding known medicinal products. Enter the elements, try to see if you can neutralize the toxin reaction. It's hard for others to get it. But for Jiang Yifu, it's just a fun puzzle. Practice. If you succeed, you will prove that your thinking is correct. If you fail, others suffer. Anyway, they all earned it. There are many, and there are doubts. After all, a woman in a cracked human skin mask, and a woman in a suit. And there are still a few eyes in the big cat that swept over the two people from time to time. But there is a guy who writes and draws with a pen. How the two of them were a bit noticeable at the banquet? Just when Jiang Yifu was burying his head in calculating the formula, a luxurious mature woman in a purple sloping hem evening dress sat down, with a deep V neckline, long snow-white legs, and stepped on her feet. A pair of silver high heels 10 centimeters high. As soon as it appeared, it attracted a lot of attention, and all the men were a little excited and gulped when they saw it. Jiang Yifu, who was addicted to the formula deduction, didn't notice it, like a teenager who was addicted to the internet. Just felt someone approaching and the serum gave super strong reflexes allow him to react to any attack as soon as possible. Sindra, you're here. After saying that, he got up and gave the other person a hug that only good friends can have. When Isabel saw the person coming, she showed a long-lost smile. Recent. The tall and beautiful lady also turned around and hugged each other. The voice was gentle and powerful, like a queen. Long time no see, old friend, Isabel. How is it? Who is this boy? Is your relative? Ijun shook his head, pulled him to sit on the sofa, and said softly, no, it's not. In fact, this is the first time I've met him. This is Jiang Yifu from America. Doctor, designed many invention patents. The battery life and the color display are all his invention patents. AK-47. Sindra was 15 points surprised, although he looked down on these pistols, rifles, and other weapons, but I have to admit that this kind of thing does have a certain lethality, and no need like magic. The same long-term cultivation will have a little pitiful effect, and easy to use. Who is Sindra? A direct family member of Atlantis, and his father is a famous prophet. He is also a well-known existence in the magic world, but he just likes to walk. Walking in the secular world, I don't make much shots, so I'm not very famous. Confused. If saying this confuses readers, shout out. Who the hell is this? That can tell you. Sindra, besides a magician, is also the wife of the great magician Giovanni Zatara, mother of magician Zatanna. Who is Giovanni? He is the patriarch of the 3 major magical families in Europe, guarding an important magical artifact family. He usually tours around the world as a magician, secretly. It's called using the Shi method to fight all kinds of criminals. Hey, the 3 big gangs in Brooklyn, New York have suffered a lot from him? Who is Zatanna? Well, Jiang Yifu's wife? Whoops, it's definitely fake. Zatanna is known as Sister Xie, a powerful magician, a member of the Justice League. Mana. What's most important? It's white and beautiful. Especially the 2 black silks are long. Superb, is one of the top magicians in the world. Hey, about the same as Scarlet Witch. Legs, comparable to Wonder Woman Diana. But it's not the top is the Dark Phoenix Girl and the thousands-year-old Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One Big Sister. Speaking of which, I believe that even readers who don't understand titanium alloy kidneys have a little understanding. If you really don't understand it, it's okay, then look down and turn on the automatic subscribe and you'll find out. Sindra looked at her friend for a moment, said in surprise, nah, you seem to be poisoned. Do you need my help? Isabel and Sindra have been good friends for more than 20 years, so she naturally knows each other's identity and ability, but she still shakes her head. No, I need to understand. Open this poison key. Everything has 2 sides. Since there is a poison, there must be an antidote? After Sindra heard it, she stopped speaking. She knew her friend's character and would never change her mind. It was very similar to herself. Otherwise, it won't be good for so many years. Friend. Okay, as you said. I want to see what ability this little guy has. Being able to describe Jiang Yifu as a little guy proves that Sindra must be older than Jiang Yifu. How much older? No one knows. Jiang Yifu didn't know that there was a super thick thigh next to him. If he knew, he would definitely fall down. That's wrong. He should have jumped under the other party's pomegranate skirt and cried. He was begging the other party to accept him as his apprentice. What is dignified? What is that? Can it be eaten as a meal? I was addicted to the formula deduction. After a while, I woke up after a bit of stuck. This is the last moment, but it's still a little bit. This is not Jiang. What Eve can unravel. Because there is no corresponding knowledge, it involves the high-level medical principles of the human body and the reaction between drugs and elements. This field requires further study to understand, and you want to understand. Do more experiments. It is not something that can be understood simply by reading a book. Without the accumulation of time, there is no way to speed up. Roar let out a sigh of relief, handed over the white paper, and said with a little intention, it's almost the latter point. I haven't mastered that field, and I've never set foot in it, but if you give it to me, I'll be able to do it in time, but I don't know how long it will take. But you may not be able to hold it any longer, at most 6 months, at least 2 or 3 months, your body will completely collapse. So, this last step should be solved with your ingenuity. After all, you should know better than me. That's all I can do. You can figure it out for yourself. Fu said that he was still a little unwilling, because it was obviously the last point, but he couldn't figure out whether he was alive or dead. If it is calculated, as long as the various elements are combined together, it can be slowly healed by taking medicines rich in elements. In a way, the field of science is also nothing more than. It's just an equation, you can understand and solve most things if you master it. It only requires considerable knowledge. Just know the amount. Just like driving a car, first of all you must be an old driver, and secondly, you have a car. Having a car is the key. Without a car you drive a car with a hammer? Isabel took the white paper and looked at it in great detail. The more she looked, the finer it became. This is an unprecedented solution, using the most direct and crude way to deduce. It's not like people in the department at all, testing, experimenting all the time. Completely bypass the slight changes and solve the problem from the most direct point of view. This unrestrained way really shocked Isabel for a while. It can be solved like this? Whether it works or not, she knows it herself, it won't bother her at all. The hardest thing for her was the change of lanes ahead. For example, Isa Jier and Jiang Yifu are both old drivers, and they ride their cars on Xiuming Mountain. And the first 5 consecutive hairpin bends were extremely difficult for Isa Jier. The car will overturn. But for Jiang Yifu, it's not a problem at all, just use the drain to get around the bend. Step on the accelerator, pull 1,000 profits, turn the steering wheel, and you will go straight to the corner. It's simple, it's rough, it's a bit opportunistic. But no matter what, if you successfully turn the corner, you are an old driver. But when it came to the final straight sprint time, Jiang Yifu's car, theory of knowledge, couldn't keep up. There was no way to do it, or there was not enough gasoline. And Isabel's car, and gasoline, theory of knowledge, is abundant. You can easily accelerate to the end. Solve the poison gas equation. I'm sure everyone understands that. If you really don't understand, turn on auto subscription, and watch it, you will understand. If not, Thanos watch. Show live cut sausages. Previous. Next. Seeing the expression on her friend Isabel's face, Sindra knew that this incomprehensible thing that could be called an alchemy formula must be working. For a while, I was full of Jiang Yifu. A little curious? I have seen many wise people, but the one that can make friends admire is the first. The most important thing is that the other party is young, well, physically strong enough and more handsome. If a middle-aged greasy uncle and a Mediterranean bald man who has been brainstorming for a long time, staying up late to cultivate immortality, all night, it's not bad to vomit at first. She's a bit of a clean freak and won't let it go. Then Sindra wouldn't be interested. Very good, Dr. Yudi is indeed a young talent, and he deserves to be one of the most outstanding inventors. I believe that this year's Nobel Prize for Invention must have your share. This gift. I'll take it first, and I'll be ready in 2 days. I will invite Dr. Eve to a meal, please be sure to agree. Isabel Bo, with a cracked human skin mask covering her face. We sincerely invite you from the bottom of your heart. Although Zhang Renkai was not familiar with the other party, but you can also feel the sincerity. Besides, knowing a little more people doesn't always hurt. No way, I'm a man. The fireflies at night are always dazzling wherever they go. Hey, being too smart is also a sin? Lao Xiu is already heinous and can go to hell. Layer after layer of 24K gold. Put it on your face. Little things. I'm glad I can help you. Beautiful lady. If you don't mind then, can you show me your library? Well, I have a lot of new knowledge about. Feel great interest? Jiang Yifu finally stated his purpose. Just kidding, it's not because of the huge collection of books and precious exclusive knowledge, who would work so hard. Beauty? Give me a break. I don't know what the other party looks like. Even if it is Italian silver, you need to find a better partner, right? No problem, as long as you are willing to come here, you can browse freely. I still have something to do, I'm going to excuse myself first. I'm sorry, I will repay you another day. Isabel Bo said apologetically. It's about your own life, so you have to worry. Like, a terminal pain sufferer hears the news that he can heal, whether it's true or not. Go try it. What's more, the success rate of this information is as high as 90%. Okay, it's alright, you can go first, I'm looking forward to your success too. Jiang Yifu said very boldly, he couldn't run anyway. Rewards will come sooner or later, time. Just a problem. Isabel Boshidi left Dajin with elegant and eager steps, and the soldiers guarding outside automatically divided a team to protect the famous Nazi scientific researcher. With a graceful and luxurious temperament, it attracts the attention of men, and makes people unable to help using the lower body to think. But if, at this time, Jiang Yifu had time to have a lot of beauties in front of him. Looking at Ruo's strong queen demeanor is warning the men who are just around the corner. This is a coquettish rose with titanium alloy thorns. Picking up girls is risky, so be careful when picking. Beautiful lady, my name is Jiang Yifu, what do you call roar? Out of courtesy, Jiang Yifu extended his hand to greet him. This is standard handshake etiquette. Sindra glanced at the little man with interest, and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. My name is Sindra Zadara. Women in Europe and the United States take their husband's surname after marriage, with the first name in front, followed by the surname. Free popular science, no extra charge, no thanks. Nice to meet you, Dr. Ivor, you're smart. I haven't seen Isabel admire a. Zipping sensed the suspicious gaze of the other party, and added, Isabel and I have been good friends for many years. Jiang Yifu suddenly realized, nice to meet you, Miss Syndra. Don't call me Ph.D. In fact, I haven't gotten my Ph.D. I'm still a university. Just call me Eve. Syndra nodded very contentedly. Jiang Yifu had a hint of arrogance, but he didn't know how to make a name for himself. It was more stinky than those who added a lot of messy titles when they met and introduced them. Men are much better. Yes is, no is not, very direct, very frank, not hypocritical, not pretentious. Well then, I'll call you by your name. I heard you just now, Eve, just. A college student who is still studying, why does he invent so many patents? I am very. Syndra is really curious and seemed to be proficient in several different academic fields. After that, it was also to pass the time, so I asked casually. Like magicians, science is divided into many fields. Medicine, mechanics, electronics, electromagnetism, biology, genetics, etc. These fields are subdivided into There are many professional and small fields, and it is not easy to develop across lines. Just like a cook is not necessarily a sharpshooter. There is a little connection between the professions, but belonging to a new and different field. It can be done, but not everyone can. Magician is the same. Magic is divided into many kinds. Space magic, black magic, white magic, holy magic, summoning magic, sealing magic, elemental magic, etc. They are all different, and the wind and cattle are not as good as the carriage. They all appear to be in the same field, but they are not at all. To put it simply, French cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Huaiyang cuisine, etc. all belong to the scope of cooking, but the methods are different. Steam, boil, fry. The methods of roasting, cooking, etc. are very different. Can you say that a chef is proficient in all cuisines and cooking methods? It is definitely impossible, and there are very few. Just like the readers who subscribe to this book. Thanks to everyone. A supporting and subscribing titanium kidney reader. Thank you very much for this, agent. I wish you good health. Beauty. That's why Syndra felt curious. Having seen human technology, he naturally knew the difficulties involved. Although he wasn't an expert, he knew a thing or two. To put it mildly, it is a sentence that Zhuge Liang said during the Three Kingdoms period. I understand a little bit. /AHH. Ms. Syndra joked. But only a little understanding. It can be regarded as a first glimpse of the door, not an understanding. There are so many unsolved mysteries in this world. Very many. Just like the popular magic show in the last few years. It can also be regarded as a kind of academic, and there must be unknown skills in it. Jiang Yifu's heart floated, and the beauty in front of him. The woman should be regarded as her future mother-in-law. So I secretly started to test. I really want to thank myself for knowing the names and identities of so many great people. This is a little bit. King Li's, comforted. Mentioning the magic show, Syndra's eyes suddenly lit up, definitely not because of thinking of her husband Giovanni Zedera, but because the popular magic show is actually a simplified version of magic. Although it is very popular with the public, it is shamed by the Magician Association. To perform with sacred and noble magic? It is simply a blasphemy to magic. Read. If it wasn't for Giovanni being the heir and patriarch of a magical family, he might have sent someone over to teach this guy who dared to blaspheme the dignity of magic. In fact, it's not that they don't want to send people over. The key is that none of the people they send can win against Giovanni. If they do, it is estimated that the disaster will not be worse than the explosion of a dozen missiles. The power? It also proves that if you dare not do anything, as long as you are strong enough, you can even go to the toilet on a crowded street. Do you want to be a coward for a lifetime or a time warrior? I'm wrong. It should be because of strong strength and hard fists. No one dares to bet against themselves. Syndra covered her mouth and smiled happily. Hehe. I can also do magic. This is indeed a very advanced school, and not everyone has the ability to learn. It has to be seen. Ability and qualifications? The beauty smiles all the way. Looking at Jiang Yifu's eyes are straight. Let me go. This woman is too charming. Darling, mothers are so beautiful. That daughter must be beautiful too. What? I felt itchy when I saw it, and at this time, Yi Yin was very suitable. Jiang Yifu's dazed appearance made Syndra feel proud for a while. Her sheep appearance is famous even in the magic world, even if she is married to Giovanni, the patriarch of a magical family. There are still a large group of suitors behind them now. If the other party is not shocked by his beauty, Syndra will doubt whether the other party is Brokeback Mountain. Realizing his gaffe, Jiang Yifu coughed twice in embarrassment, raised his glass and took a sip to ease the awkward atmosphere. Cough. Sorry, I lost. Forget. Ms. Syndra is too beautiful. Talking with you is a pleasure and a test. Said to turn around and slapped the other side with a flattery. Sure enough, Syndra laughed even happier. No woman could ignore a man's praise. I don't say it in my mouth, but my heart is very high. Excited. Hehe. If you really can talk, thank you for your compliment. Don't call me lady, call me sister. Okay, Sister Syndra. By the way, can I ask about the principle of celestial art? I am very curious and very interested. Any kind of academic is a knowledge and a weapon. Kind of power. In many cases, different results can often be shown. Like that, drink. With a sound of 560, the magic of disappearing the whole person is so cool. Also very practical. Syndra was in a good mood, and crossed her long legs together, sitting in the powerful aura of the queen. It is also a posture often used by female artists later, and it is very beautiful. It's practical and has a special vibe. The source of magic comes from special use skills. Perhaps with a special ability. It takes a long period of exercise to get the most out of it. This kind of stuff is hard to explain. Syndra said vaguely, but also said that learning magic is indeed a difficult thing and requires perseverance. Yes, not everyone can learn if they want to learn. Of learning, even the most talented people have to keep practicing. You will be able to fly as soon as you learn. Thank you. Please stop your intentions, boy paper. You are about to wake up. You're out of money, you know? Don't want to charge money and want to become stronger? Cough cough. It's a crooked thing. Anyway, there is no shortcut to learning magic. Maybe if you have a good ability, you will be faster and achieve a higher level of achievement, but there is no one way. Soaring. Want to know these unknown things? Jiang Yifu pondered for a moment, as if thinking about something. Sister Syndra, can I learn magic? I want to see. I don't touch harmful things, but I don't think magic is a harmful thing. Syndra neither refused nor agreed, but looked at each other as if watching a play. Her red lips parted slightly, and said something that people couldn't refute. Study, little guy. Magic can. It's not a joke, don't look so exciting. In fact, how do you know the danger here? Besides, how do you know whether this thing is harmful or not? The test is coming. This is a stepping stone. If the answer is good, it is estimated that there will be drama. If the answer is not good, it is estimated that it is enough. This is the time to show true rigging technology. I don't understand magic, but I believe that it is similar to science. First understand the principle, and then infer whether it is harmful or not based on the principle. No matter what kind of knowledge. Most basic. The principle knowledge. Just like food, croton has a diarrhea effect, so if you know it, you won't eat it. In turn, it can be used to cure diseases. I think magic is also a way. Crowd to infer and practice. Am I right? Jiang Yifu said with a little hope. Learn the theory first. The tone is a little tense. A little excited? As expected of a top student. Indeed, you want to study, I will not object. But I can't keep teaching you. You go to see the mythology knowledge of various countries. Now, learn more. I will give you a book, you can read it slowly, if you have time. If you meet again in the future, maybe I will teach you a trick or two. Syndra is not a fool and will not take it lightly. Teach strangers magic. Magic is very dangerous, it is very convenient to use, but if you are not careful, you will kill yourself. Jiang Yifu was a little disappointed, but it was a comfort, at least it was a promise. As for the time to see fate in the future, I'm dumb, this world is not alone. By the way, the right kind of encounters are called artificial encounters. With Jiang Yufu's BD character, he even asked his subordinates to pretend to be robbers, and the routine of pretending to be a hero to save beauty caught Dana. Teacher, what is a mere chance encounter? Hey, it's so naive. The expression of a little unwillingness is in place, and it can be called the Best Actor Award at the Academy Awards. Sister Syndra, why are you reading myth books? As far as I know, myths and legends are just legends. You don't think these are all fake, do you? The fake may be true, the real may be fake. Who can tell the difference between the fake and the real? Syndra winked mischievously. The girl next door who has a first love for a while feels like a blow to the face. Jiang Yifu bows his head again. This bewitching? It's too tempting. I personally think that these are not necessarily myths, it may be just some deeds of others. So-called no. There is no way for things to be established and passed on without wind and waves and without shadows. A lie needs 100 lies to perfect it, but another 100 lies. It is necessary to explain with 10,000 lies. The more you say, the easier it is to be seen through. Oh, interesting. Go on, sister. Syndra has a queen-like little chin, with champagne in one hand and one hand on the edge of the sofa, looks like a majestic queen? As far as I know, there must have been some kind of similar deeds in previous history. Like the so-called Thor, the king of God, the vampire Dracula, the werewolf, the witch, ancient warriors, these are likely to exist. I know that this kind of thing is unscientific no matter how you look at it, but there are many things in the world that science can explain, and things that cannot be explained. The love is much heavier, but there are many unexplainable things that really exist. Jiang Yifu paused, licked his lips with a bit of dry mouth, and drank the wine in big gulps. I feel that several people are standing not far behind me listening. I think it is because of myself. The topic of myth is attracted, no matter when. The word myth can always arouse people's interest and desire to listen. These things, I personally think that if there are myths passed down, there must be existence, but they are just hiding in corners that we don't know, or are big. The other side is the other side. Not enough to find out. A wind horn. Another world is endless. The king of God Zeus. Hera, the god of all. Ares. Athena, goddess of wisdom. There are many legends all over the world. It is straight to believe that these so-called gods are also relatively high-level creatures, just like us humans. It just has more power. As before. Like the dinosaurs, they are very powerful, much larger than humans, but they are real. Isn't there any trace of it now? The so-called civilizations are all real. The difference is whether anyone can actually discover them. For me personally, whether it is Norse mythology or Greek mythology, North African myths, Oriental legends, etc., I all believe that they exist. Maybe one day I can still see these, or maybe I will see the so-called heaven, angel and earth. The hell seat? Jiang Yifu said calmly. Because anything can happen in this world, so in the future, when I become stronger, the same chance to see, now need. The point is to make money and use money to enhance your strength. Okay, well said. I didn't expect Dr. Eve to have such extraordinary insight at such a young age. He really has more insight than the so-called ignorant human beings? Very good, I didn't expect that. After so many years, is it thousands of years or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years? There are still human beings who remember these myths. Yes, really good. A full-fledged voice from the back. Jiang Yifu turned around and saw only a bearded man in a medieval service standing behind him, with a big back hair. Clothing. There is not a trace of folds on it, and it is very neatly dressed, if it is like an English gentleman. Introduce yourself, my dear Patrick. It's nice to meet you, Dr. Eve. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand, his face gloomy. Even if he smiled, it felt like he was sneering. Jiang Yifu was a little puzzled, and what shocked him even more was that the old turtle, Red Skull Schmidt, was standing next to him. He also reached out and shook it. What a strong hand. If it hadn't been strengthened by the serum, this time it would have been called out. The K saw Jiang Yifu's doubts and said from the side, I am afraid that the 10th title is the 10th position that has been handed down from the Lululette period. It is hereditary. It is also us now, member of the German Scientific Research Department. A bolt of lightning, my Maya? Isn't this the god of war Ares disguised as a human? I went to his jungle. What happened tonight? Instantly flashed in Jiang Yufu's mind. One is better than the other. Sindra, one of the top magicians, Athos, that is a character in Greek mythology, and the one who speaks is Marvel. Met so many great gods. The super world combined with DC is unimaginable. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Fate. I'm not a doctor, I just invented a few patents, just call me Eve. Jiang Yifu decided to play stupid. In spite of, whether it is a righteous or a villain. In short, you have to get enough oil and water from the other side, to maintain world peace? Don't be silly, there are so many. The boss is staring, and it's not his turn to be CAO. An old man with white hair and beard sat on the throne with deep eyes as if he could travel through time. In a splendid palace, far away in a star field that is thousands of light years away. The river just glanced at the distant planet and snorted disdainfully, old god of the defeated? In Kamartaj, the magician holy place of the Chamalaya Mountains, ancient. He opened his closed eyes, looked in the west direction, and muttered to himself, what about the people of Olympus? A powerful wave of willpower went out, causing the magicians in the entire Holy Land to feel a little shocked. What will appear on Earth? Snort? Earth doesn't need old sleeves to manage shoes? Oh, yes, I said that if you have this qualification, you have this qualification. It's just a doctorate degree in the world. I heard Dr. Eve say that he believes in gods? Pat. Rick asked, but he was looking forward to finding someone who believed in himself to deduce the war. The bigger the war, the stronger his power would be. No, sir is wrong. I don't believe in any gods, I only believe in myself. The gods are just powerful people, just like gods, there are strengths and weaknesses. But I admire Ares, the god of war in Greek mythology. There is a rumor that, Dark Invasion, the gods joined forces to defeat the strong enemy. The heroic figure of this god of war is indeed a worthy god of war. 2 words. The strong are admired wherever they are. Jiang Yifu flattered again, he doesn't need money anyway, it's no exaggeration to say, give him 2 bottles of 82. Of beer, he can blow Ares to the point where he doubts himself? Sir Firk's face changed. But when I heard that the other person admired me, I felt very happy. After all, that person was me, the one who beat the Steppenwolf. One stop, all on your own to fight Steppenwolf head on. That old guy Zeus can only put lightning bolts? Very good. I want to hear more. I wonder if Dr. Eve can continue to talk about it. Sir Parker is still gloomy, but his attitude has improved. Sindra was a little wary, because she found that the opponent's strength could not be seen through. Anyway, ability is only stronger or weaker than me? Still with a smile on his face. It's not like a Realms Playhouse stuff. If you really fight, you don't know who will kill the deer. Red Skull, wearing a Schmidt skin mask, is also very interested. After all, what he is looking for now is the power left by the gods. But I don't know what I'm following. The real god of Greek mythology? Cup, I blew the pen for a long time, and my saliva dried. I don't know much about it, so I can only analyze it through the stories told by others. Ancient gods. Jiang Yifu reluctantly continued to sing. Why did the Ming disappear? I don't know. Because I don't know what disappeared, and whether I have really fought against the darkness, I don't know. But I believe that ability has reached a certain level. At this point, you can find their existence. Haha, just a little personal opinion, let everyone laugh. Ask for flowers 0. Both Hongji and Keijushi clearly nodded, and both of them were silent for a while at the same time. Sir Parker asked suddenly, I don't know if Dr. What do you think of Ares, the god of war for disaster? Jiang Yifu raised his eyebrows. What does this mean? He said slowly, there is no evaluation, war cannot be brought about by one person. The key is to see whether the person has the ability or not. War is also inevitable, and there has been no peace since ancient times. War will kill a lot of people, but it will also promote the development of technology. But at a certain stage, such as, if a big killer is researched, maybe the next war, the planet we live in will be destroyed. Oh, so do you mean for war or against war? Sir Parker kind of hated the ambiguity. Jiang Yifu glanced at the other party helplessly and said, it depends on the destructiveness of the war. If it is only at this stage, it will be the same no matter how it is fought. The war can only depend on what the purpose is. If there is an alien invasion, the war against the whole world, although there are casualties, it is worth it. If it's just a war to kill, then it doesn't make any sense. The key is to see what purpose it is. Then he pointed to the AK-47 held by the soldier. Did you see the weapon that Daku took? When everyone looked at it, it was just an AK-47. You can definitely see it. You are not blind. Jiang Yifu spread out and said, my original purpose was to design it to hunt. Is now murdered by Tianxi? Can you say my fault? War is like a weapon, that is, Hong, for those who use it. If you go hunting with a gun, to prevent criminals from committing crimes, that's a good thing. If you use this weapon for bad things, you're a bad guy. The key is to see who is using it. Something is a good thing, it depends on how it is used. None of the people here are fools, and they naturally know this analogy. But seeing Jiang Yifu's expression, he was still a little disdainful. This BD is too embarrassed to say that the weapons were not very popular at the time, when it was given directly to the Czechoslovak army for the soldiers of the Third Reich to eat. A defeat. Now jumping out and pretending to be a good person? Hunt, I'm your ghost. The old man is very bad. 5. As expected of someone who is in the middle of the school, his speech is different. He says he is so fine, but ABD is ABD. This can't be washed away, since she is so kind. Then Sarah, what do you say about your aunt's pregnancy? Why do you keep looking at Cindra's thigh? Got it, got it. Very nice, Dr. Eve, would you be interested in working in my department? I'll give you the best pay, wealth, fame, women. Do you want to? I can give you everything you want. Sir Parker began to extend an olive branch, and it is rare for someone who agrees with the myth to try to accept him as a younger brother. Thank you, sir, for your kindness. I don't want to work at the moment. I still want to continue my studies, and tonight I still feel that I have a lot of deficiencies. Knowledge. Jiang Yifu shook his head. No. Do you know why I invent these patents? Very shallow. Being rejected is a very uncomfortable thing. But Sir Parker was not angry, but asked with interest, why is that? Jiang Yifu took a big bottle of boiled water and took a sip. After talking so much, his throat was smoking. It's definitely for the money? The golden cuties are me. Source of experimental funding. You don't even know how much an experiment will cost? I'm really poor. It's not for making money, so I don't invent any patent. 15. Oh, so poor. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. The reason is not bad, but it is necessary to be so direct. Isn't it true that scientists like to find some nice words? Better life and all that? It's really the first to say that you're short of money. Although I don't have much money, it's enough for Dr. Eve to do experiments with peace of mind. How about coming to me? Sir Parker continued to extend his olive branch. Money only. In his eyes, it's just a number? No, thank you, sir, for your kindness. It's better for me to do research on my own. When I'm under pressure, I don't have the flexibility to think. Besides, I follow. Colonel Schmidt also cooperated and didn't have as much time. Jiang Yifu politely rejected the other party, and threw a bunch of shit like the other party? Wrong. Is to use. The pot gave shit this old Venn ratio. Sure enough, Sir Parker glanced at Schmidt without revealing a trace, and then waved his hand. Since Dr. Eve is still studying, then forget it. Any thoughts have changed. Can follow. This is my business card, please keep it. After that, hand over a business card. Come find me. I still have something to do with you. Dr. Ever. As expected of God's Yin, the routine of pretending is deep. I've been using things like business cards for so long, and they're still made of pure gold. Strange. Jiang Yifu took it and praised it. It's impossible for this old boy to say that he is not bad for money. It turns out that he is not bad for money. After the two guys were gone, Jiang Yifu took a breath. Sindra looked at it with a smile, wondering if she enjoyed a good show, or if she thought of something. Her red lips spit out. Is that true, Iv, what you just said? It's definitely true. I've seen people perform in Brooklyn before. Such a thick steel bar can bend the steel bar when it is pressed against the throat. My. Jiang Yifu nodded. I know that there are real unknown powers in this world, maybe the power of the body, but it is amazing. I have touched the steel bars, and it is indeed true. Sindra nodded in agreement. Some of Kunlun's gang specialized in cultivating the body. One punch out, even the steel plate can be penetrated. The little guy is interesting. Well, come with me. I will test if you are qualified to study with me. Haha, you should be honored. Because I rarely teach people. Walk out of the hall in elegant catwalk. The sound of Fufu's heels hitting the floor is so striking. Jiang Yifu didn't think too much about it. The danger is not dangerous. You can also chase the whole body. The power of the magnetic pistol is no joke. Besides, wealth are sought in danger, even if there is something. The coachman's whip took a moment in the air, and did not hit the horse at all, and the horse began to move voluntarily, dragging the carriage slowly forward. In a retro carriage. The carriage is a retro-style structure, with 4 wheels, and many strange patterns are carved in it, which looks like a decoration. But Jiang Yifu is keenly aware of these rune roots. This is not a decoration, but a thing with a strange function. It is very simple. Although the design of the vehicle is relatively advanced, it is impossible to have no bumps. Moreover, the speed of the horse is not fast, and it is just walking, but the speed is very fast. Everything shows that this is unscientific. If the average person sits with Syndra, I guess I can't bear to see Wei Jing silver in my heart. How can I go back to musing these details? But Jiang Yifu is different because he is. What we will enter is another world of science. A world that cannot be explained and analyzed by modern science? Seeing De La Fu leaned against the cushions in the carriage lazily, enjoying his expression, and didn't care about the others next to him. A man. Tell me, what is your relationship with Hydra? There is a hint of charm in the voice. If you are not firm, you will be directly confused. Just ask what you want to say. But Jiang Yifu is a super soldier. Although he is not top-notch, his physical quality has far surpassed that of ordinary humans, and he is developing towards the limit of his body. Partnership? That old Schmidt guy is not a good guy. I can't help but be forced to cooperate. I don't know what he wants from me. I have only one smart brain. Syndra unexpectedly glanced at the other party. The charm magic did not succeed. This is rare. Most men can't resist their temptation. It's kind of interesting. Is that right? Hydra's forces are huge, good, and bad, so don't be rude. If you have any difficulties, you can tell my sister. I still have some skills. Who is Syndra? Identity relationships can be enjoyed on land and in the sea. The Hydra of a mere mortal organization naturally knows the details of the other party, but this self. Some of the organizations that say Hydra are for national independence, some like-minded people get together to do business, and some are like Schmidt to join the Nazis. Not to mention, good or bad, none of this has anything to do with her. As long as 560 is not colluding with demons in different dimensions and outer space, they will not care about magicians. Don't think that magicians have nothing to do. The research to be done is really calculated. It is possible for 10,000 years in the row? Jiang Yifu put his heart back into his chest a little bit. He almost thought that he would be brought to sue by Hydra just now, but he didn't expect it to be an understatement. Sister Syndra, can you tell me your identity? This carriage of yours is unscientific. It runs fast, and there is a little sense in the carriage. Looking at the carriage, Jiang Yifu began to ask. I didn't feel it. It's amazing and incredible. There was a sound of riding from the silver bell ship. Because of Syndra's smile, it seemed that there was a lot of beauty in the carriage, and Jiang Yufu's eyes were full of words when he saw it. Oh, he. There is always a sense of thought in the small family. Yes, sister, I am a magician, and I am also the witch you heard about the phone call when you were young. Can eat people. Deliberately made a terrifying look, but couldn't help laughing for a while. Jiang Yufu's eyes widened, his mouth wide open. Sister, you say you are a magician? The kind that can fly into the sky and escape into the deep sea like a back garden. One tug of war is 10. Is that the kind of powerful magician? Is this true? This is too incredible. Syndra raised his right hand, and 5 small fireballs suddenly appeared in the carriage. In the middle of the 2 people, there is a vertical circular rotation. The scorching heat emanating from the fireballs shows that these fireballs can not some show magic, but magic that can burn people to ashes. 5 small fireballs completely broke the previous scientific knowledge in front of our eyes, which is clearly impossible. But it is real. It's unbelievable. Jiang Yifu stared blankly. How cool would it be if he could do this himself? Sister, you mean, can I learn magic too? It's amazing. I'm a little excited. Seeing that a mortal can be so excited, Syndra felt a sense of pride at the same time. After all, magic is indeed a very magical thing, and it deserves it. Respect, not fear, and vicious curses. Those who speak of witches are simply slander. Syndra wouldn't talk to a little mortal if it wasn't for Jiang Yufu's better first impression and saving his friend's life. Can't be used to do bad things, and can't take refuge. Learning magic is not an easy thing. It takes perseverance. And you need a kind, honest heart. Some unknown forces? Let me ask you again, are you willing to take me as a teacher? If you are my apprentice and I find out that you are doing bad things with magic, I will kiss you. You kill yourself? If you don't check your studies, I won't lead you. Think about yourself. Syndra. With a snap of his fingers, the 5 swirling fireballs disappeared, and the evening dress on his body also changed into a purple tights, with a windbreaker on the outside, from the lazy lady, turned into a mighty queen magician. Jiang Yifu is not a slow person. If you don't learn magic, it's a bad brush. Even if you don't learn it, the readers of Titanium Alloy Kidney will learn more than him. It's better to take the initiative to learn. Besides, a teacher is such a beautiful woman. Teacher or something, the most exciting? Haha, Teacher Syndra is on top, please accept the apprentice Jiang Yifu. Jiang Yifu was very rude, so he gave a teacher. It's normal, want to learn real skills. This etiquette is still required. If you learn the Oriental martial arts, the great gift of 3 bows and 9 kowtows, one cannot be less. This is not a question of dignity, but a question of etiquette. Otherwise, why would people give you their real skills? There is no hate for no reason, and there is no love for no reason, everything has a cause. Besides, give it to your mother-in-law. How about a salute? They are elders? Sindra nodded with satisfaction. She usually has high eyesight and will not teach disciples easily. Jiang Yifu is still her first apprentice, her daughter is still young and can't learn magic yet. And the Zetara family. She didn't want to teach at all. One by one, where there is a family magic that needs her to teach. Remember, there are powerful evil courts in this world, they all want to invade the earth, don't be tempted by them. Very well, Eve, you will be my apprentice from now on. Sindra said solemnly, her beautiful and coquettish face is full of cold frost, this is the bottom line. Fall, or I'll kill you myself. Said seriously. Yes, master, don't worry, I will not collude with the devil, you don't need to do anything, if I do such a thing, I will. Solve it yourself? Sindra nodded with satisfaction, well, very good. But you don't need to worry, there is our magician association in the world, and demons can't come here at will. The power in between is not so easy to bear. You don't need to worry too much, with us, you can study with peace of mind. Let me introduce you to the basic situation. I am a high-level magician in the Magician Association. Kunfen is the wife of Giovanni, the patriarch of the Zetara family, the three great magical families. There are scattered magicians all over the world, mainly divided into East and West. In the West, the Magician Association composed of three major magic families is the main one, which manages and protects the magician, while resisting, defeat the invading demons from the outside world. And the East is dominated by the holy land of Kamartaj in the Himalayas, where the leader is the most powerful magician in the world, and we honor it as the Sorcerer Supreme, responsible for teaching and spreading magic, and is also the main cornerstone of resistance to dimensional demons. It can be said that with her around, the world will be peaceful, and even powerful demons will not dare to invade. Sindra began to spread knowledge to Jiang Yifu, since this apprentice was the first. Learn and receive magic in one go. So tell him from the origin of magic and the branch situation, to a deterrent effect. Don't let yourself, this apprentice, have the idea of falling into darkness. Otherwise, this face will lose a lot of hair. Jiang Yifu was shocked when he heard it. I went, this magician association is really strong. Two worlds integrate. There are so many Gekshings who are going to explode? There are too many villains to explode. What Dormammu, Tsunamiya, Mephisto, and demons grab a lot, each of which is not easy to provoke. The carriage was running smoothly, and the inside of the carriage was smooth, not even a little bumpy. Sindra is very satisfied with this apprentice, and does not want the other party to have too much pressure. Yukong, don't worry too much. There are many powerful beings in this world. The gods in the myths you mentioned are real, but you can't find them yet. You don't need to be too care when you are strong. And you'll find that it's actually no big deal. Jiang Yifu is still listening to Sindra tell about the origin and history of magic, and continues to popularize knowledge. But the actual magic practice has not set a little shadow. Neither. A magician, a little excited. There is always a chance to learn anyway. This is straightforward alternative science? Think about being a remote suburb with seemingly nothing here. The carriage traveled for an hour and came to. But as the carriage passed through the clearing, there was a ripple in the surrounding air. Then the carriage disappeared. And the surrounding scenery was still as usual, and even ordinary people passing by would not find that there are huge amounts of secrets hidden here. You can also come here to practice and study at will. I am very optimistic about you. Get off and have a look. We have arrived. Here is my castle. You as my disciple. Della returned to her usual graceful and luxurious appearance. Also have to be a lot more easygoing, as if this is the honest side. That powerful woman like a queen just now is just an illusion. Zhang Yi, Li Wang's, Fu found himself coming. In a paradise, surrounded by green water and green mountains. Yuzora's castle is located at the foot of the mountain. There's still city river. Occasionally, a fish can be seen jumping out of the water, making a beautiful pose in the air and then falling back into the water. It is an ideal holiday destination. The towering spires and the city walls full of retro flavor all show a strong historical flavor in it. This place is very beautiful and has a very retro flavor. Teacher, you are really amazing. Jiang Yifu sincerely praised the environment here. The environment here is really excellent. Clear waters and green mountains are even air. They are extremely fresh and rich in oxygen. Sindra nodded proudly. Well, let's go in and have a look. This is what my father left for me. Hee, little guy, don't be so restrained. Call me later. It's good to be my sister. It sounds weird to be a master. You can just call me a teacher when there are people. I don't have so many rules here. The ancient castle covers a large area. Jiang Yifu can't tell how big it is, but it is roughly the size of 4 football fields. It's still safe. Keep the estimate? God knows how big it is. Anyway, even if the price of this kind of castle is 38 years, it will cost at least 1 billion pounds to buy it. 1 Yingming is equivalent to $2. At this time, the British Senate was still very tough, but with the outbreak of World War II, after England was involved in the vortex of war, it would slowly is down. At the entrance of the castle is a standard iron gate. There are 2 statues of knights in armor at the entrance. Looking through the mask, there are no eyes. It is empty. The magic broom sweeps back and forth on the ground, and no one controls it. It moves by itself. This is very magical. If not for the cyber shock of the 21st century. Jiang Yifu. His mouth could not be closed in surprise. But now, it's a little mean. There is no one guarding the solemn castle. This is not normal, but you can see the expression on Syndra's face. It is enough to be a magician, and the guards are just to the roll of the ratio. It's no big deal, the specific roll may be to move it. Along the way, you can see a lot of strange decorations, such as the roaring flames on the walls. It's just a torch hanging on the wall, it's burning like that, and I don't know what the die is. 563. A moving magic broom. Nothing can be viewed with common sense, but one thing is, when esoteric practice reaches a high level, straight can be lazy out of a realm of life. Check out everything that moves and tools. After eating, the bowls and chopsticks are. It flew to the side of the pool, the faucet was automatically turned on, it was cleaned by itself, and it was automatically dried and returned to its place after washing. It is much more convenient than any smart modernization. It's over. Science. The subversive cognition and novelty of common sense made Jiang Yifu extremely excited. This is awesome, I can't help but give myself a thumbs up. Tong Na's colorful figure is memorable. For the first time, Jiang Yifu had the idea of learning magic, no reason, just. Syndra walks ahead like a queen. Because Syndra was a great mother, she died to protect her daughter. How could she be her future mother-in-law? Must be rescued. Hey, the two came to the hall. A middle-aged woman in a maid's costume stood respectfully to the side. Although she was said to be middle-aged, she still had a charming look on her face. It must be a beauty when you are young. Definitely, it looks good now and has a lot of temperament. Santana, this is my apprentice Jiang Yifu, who will come to the castle later. The same is true for me. Do you understand? Eve, this is Santana, my castle steward. Any questions? You can ask her any questions, she is the servant of the times to serve our family. Also a high-level magician? Syndra introduced to the two. Hello, Mr. Iv. I am honored to serve you. If you need anything, just let me know. Santana is very professional and doesn't bother with other things at all. Will do things silently, do not gossip, do things practically. Jiang Yifu didn't dare to care for the big. Be nice. A high-level magician is an official, and this is a big deal? He responded hurriedly and modestly, I still have a lot of things I don't understand. Aunt Santana, please give me some advice. Jiang Yufu's modesty makes the housekeeper feel very satisfied. If she doesn't know the etiquette, she doesn't mind letting the other party suffer a little. Let him know that magician is also respected. Strictly, if Jiang Yifu knew that his low-keyness saved him from a disaster, I wonder if he would be relieved. At least he didn't appear low-key and was treated as a passerby. A scene of bullying. Well, Santana, you take Eve to the library and teach him where to read books. He has not been exposed to magic before. I have something to do first. If you want to go back, let Santana take you there. By the way, this thing is a test for you. If you don't understand it, Santana will do. Syndra waved. A silver portal appeared directly in front. After people go to talk, the portal is gone. Jiang Yifu watched it quietly, but as a result, he carefully examined the bracelet-like accessory in his hand. I don't know what material it is made of, it's very soft and full of elasticity. And the small-eyed bracelet Bohwei is engraved with a strange guide and a young road. Wonderful, isn't it? Master Eve, don't be discouraged. One day you will be strong like Mrs. Please come with me and I, will take you to the library, where I will introduce it to you in detail. Santana seems to be used to this scene. High-level magicians fly around, and only the top magicians use portals. Whether a magician is top-notch depends on whether the other party can use the portal, and how familiar it is. For a ship, those who are raw will use this quick and easy way. Pretend to be more magical than sleeves. This kind of space magic is very dangerous. It's not good. Maybe it will appear in the magma and be scalded to death in the next second, or appear in the deep sea and be directly killed by the giant. There is no shortage of genius, and there is definitely no shortage of funny ratios. The great sea water pressure is pressed into mud, and some of them have criminal records. The magician has been passed down for a long time. On the corridors of the castle, there will be a torch burning at intervals to illuminate the passage. Although there is no sunlight, it makes people feel very warm, not at all. Has the eerie effect of a castle. Thinking about it, the place where I live is not a movie, and it's so gloomy, isn't it sick? Walking on the road, I don't know how many turns I have turned, how many routines I have gone through. It has been about 20 minutes. Came to a wooden door. Santana tapped the door with her finger, and the door opened automatically. Jiang Yifu looked at it and nodded again and again. Anyway, things here are unscientific. If it is really competitive. This is the case when you go to the countryside and follow the custom. That's just very idiotic behavior. Go through the door and speak to the library. Jiang Yifu was surprised to find that there are countless bookcases here, and every bookcase is full. There is almost a football field. What a width. I really don't know what books need to occupy such a large space. And this is not surprising to him, but he is surprised that the bookcase is 5 or 6 meters high. The capital of day and week. There's no ladder or anything like that. How do you get this down? Seemingly seeing Jiang Yifu's suspicious gaze, Santana beckoned, and a book that was almost 6 meters high was pulled directly from the bookcase by an inexplicable force. Down. Dry hand holding a book on the basics of grinding to Jiang Yifu. Master Eve. All the magician libraries are obtained by using a special grinding spell. This is for exercise the magic of magicians, but also to save space. This is a basic magic book, please read it. If necessary, I can take you to the bedroom first. Jiang Yifu looked at the book in his hand excitedly, there was a faint sense of age in it, and said excitedly, no need, Aunt Masu Santana helps to prepare some water and food, I want to keep reading here. By the way, help me take down all the introductory books at this stage. Thank you. Master If is serious, it's my honor to serve you. Between the hands flying, on the magic bookshelf. Santana nodded. A magic lining as thick as the Xinhua dictionary. All the books flew down. The stacks of one wife are stacked together, and the ideas in the middle are filled with books. There are 18 books in each column, and 5 or 6 women in each row. The group has books with 8 rows and 9 columns. Jiang Yifu couldn't help but say maybe in his heart, is it so hard to be a magic apprentice? It's not learning, it's suffering? At this time, Jiang Yifu suddenly wanted to thank his lover, it's the teacher Ms. Jenferny. That kind of devil's training and learning method is really effective for me. After seeing the sea of despairing books, facing these books is still trivial. Although it still looks a little tingling on the scalp, it is still acceptable. Within range? Yunjina nodded, and seemed very satisfied with this lady's apprentice's sincerity, and said softly, Master If, magic is a very magical and very dangerous field. Use it well. Naturally, it can be very convenient, but if it is not used properly, it will naturally lead to disasters. The key is to know the most basic magic principles and components. Jiang Yifu listened quietly, without refuting. Indeed, magic is very magical and very interesting. There are already many types of popular science on the carriage just now, not including other branches, such as alchemists, enchanters, glyph inlayists, etc., as well as sideline fields. Although there are also undead magicians, they rarely appear, because this kind of magic is a blasphemy for the dead, in addition to being forced to use it during the devastating war. Other than that, it will not appear at other times, because other magicians will be spurned and disgusted by other magicians and thus refused contact and communication. It's not that there isn't. Poor little. But it takes a lot of ability and effort. On the contrary, there is a famous teacher who guides someone to communicate and practice together. Few magicians are self-taught. The result will be greatly increased. Just like self-learning and walking, someone guides you. Not the speed of sitting on a sports car, at least a motorcycle, no matter what is better than self-taught walking. Go faster, a lot. The principle of Zifa is in the book. After understanding the principle, you can try to communicate with magic elements and refine the magic of the body. After the body has magic, it will be counted. Is the entry threshold. This process does not need to be impatient. It may take 10 or 20 years if it is slow. If it is fast, it may take a year or a half. So don't worry. Master Fu, please wait here for a while, and I will bring you some food and water. Christine Tana waved. A magic broom suddenly appeared. Sitting gracefully on the broom automatically flight, and left with Santana. Jiang Yifu stared at his pockets. I'll go. This is so cool too. At least it's a low-altitude flight. It's everyone's wish to be able to fly. No wonder just now. I wonder why I have to walk for such a long distance. Feelings are tools that others have long ago, but I am only dragged back by myself. Calm down, pick up a copy of Origin of Magic and read it carefully. Gradually, my mind is immersed in the sea of books, and there are allusions one by one, telling the story of thousands of people. The origin of things, the birth of magic. How to stretch. Develop. What the hell is magic? What is the principle? There is no explicit description in the book, but a very dark description, which gives people a feeling of being in a mirror, but it does exist. This thing really depends on ability. Curvy, how should I put it? It is similar to the classical Huxia that I read when I was reading. I can understand a little, but I can't understand the other. Veltina didn't know when to put the food and water on a tray, and the tray was engraved with delicate magic patterns. Slowly absorb the temperature in the air, preventing things from. Stop the temperature in the tray from passing and maintain a relatively balanced temperature. Simply put, it is the function of an incubator. The contents of Jitamo are kept at a constant temperature at all times, so as not to find it too cold to affect the appetite when eating. A silk hammock made of southern French elements appeared in midair, the whole person flew in midair, landed lightly, and lay on the bed to take a nap, so that. Sanina waved her hand. Respond immediately when necessary. And there are some organs in the magic library to prevent Jiang Yifu from accidentally touching and hurting himself. Jiang Yifu, who was immersed in the book, didn't notice it at all. With plenty of physical strength, he could easily fight for a long time with a strengthened body. And the things in the books opened for him. An unfamiliar territory. It makes people yearn for it. A gate, behind which is new knowledge like never before. Magic is something he has planned for a long time. He originally planned to go back to America to study some equipment and then go to the Himalayas to find the legendary Camartage to learn magical. And wherever they can be found, they will basically accept apprentices. Definitely, if it's a big bad guy or something, it is estimated that the confiscated apprentice will be killed directly. Anyway, for thousands of years, the news of this Eastern magic holy land has not been exposed to the world. Secrecy is still top-notch, and anyone who can find Camartage is predestined. Since there is fate, it is not impossible to learn magic. Principles of magic. The Travels of Kasut. Origin of Everything. A series of books such as Guide the Second Sun Sima, No Hall and Hell and so on. Some are just young. Tell a magician's experience, and some describe the basics of other spaces. Ask for flowers B. There are bad guys in cats. Jiang Yifu still does not dare to disagree on this point. There are also many anti-heroes in this world. Although they say indiscriminate killing, at least. What heaven is a good person. It's also to protect the world. Just like Ares, the god of war. You say bad? Start a world war and let humans kill each other for power. But if it's good, at least in ancient times, we are still facing each other. Otherwise, the ball would have exploded a long time ago, and it would have developed to what it is now. Hard steel over Steppenwolf these invaders. Jiang Yifu just laughed it off. All these words are useless. Might as well look at other useful. Some books on human nature, good and evil. Jiang Yifu was surprised to discover that it was the first time that the Midgard starfield appeared. Although it was only a few words, it was definitely a surprise. The 9 kingdoms stink. Ding made it? Back then, I didn't know how many countries I conquered and how many star regions the ball had played. As far as the Midgard starfield is concerned, it is not known how many light years away from each other. And this is just a starfield, 9 countries, each country is probably a starfield. Compared with the Midgard starfield, the Milky Way is probably only a glimpse of the ocean, and even the so-called solar system is estimated to be just an inconspicuous existence. This discovery made Jiang Yifu extremely shocked. He felt that he was extremely small, and at the same time, there was a surge of motivation. Sooner or later, I have to go and see the outside world. From the Midgard starfield begins and travels through the 9 kingdoms. And the 9 kingdoms cannot be the existence of the entire universe. There must be other existences outside the 9 kingdoms. For example, the heaven and hell mentioned in the book, as well as the apocalypse and creation stars in Utaiwan, etc. There is no information about existence at all. But now the magic family is out. The teacher Della showed up. Will there still be a big villain in DC? But in order to realize this dream, first of all, you must have this ability. Then, get as long as possible. Otherwise, it's just a dead end. Long live? Or the first choice, the first pursuit? Definitely not getting old naturally is the best. Long new is not old, very challenging. Normally, humans are. Jiang Yifu sighed, it's a long way to go. It's fun, still thoughtful. It's cattle. There is nothing immortal in rookie cattle at all. No does not mean no, first try to live and improve yourself. 5. As soon as I opened my eyes, I kept reading. I went to eat something when I was hungry, sang water when I was thirsty, and went to the toilet when I was in a hurry to urinate. Everything is rushed, just to squeeze a little time to come out and read a book. Jiang Yifu swore that he had never been so serious when he was studying before. Now I'm really trying my best to study, so I look like a nerd? I've misspoken. It should be a bit like a scholar. Well, it's a little taller to say that. To elementary level magician, medium level magician, high level magician and so on. There are still several stages. Magician is divided into many levels, starting from the most basic magic apprentice. Only after you have unique insights can you continue to rise. And only in one field immersed in Ven for a long time. The level behind the high-level magician is not explained, and all this will only be known after reaching that realm. It's useless to say more. The more you know, the more you feel oneself small. A magic apprentice is at least a little basic magic, such as using 1,000 magic chains. This kind of magic hand 563 chain is quite a communication phone. It is a very high-level magical creation. With magic, you can communicate with each other, and you can use language to talk. It is equivalent to a mobile phone, but it is more high-level than a mobile phone, and it involves a very complex process. Technology and magic. In simple terms, learning magic is equivalent to a person who knows a little magic. He can do some things that ordinary people can't do, but they are not very strong, and they are not much better than ordinary people. Only, I have just stepped into the edge of Ziffa, and I have a little foundation. And whether or not to become a magic apprentice is an alchemy stone that measures whether a person has potential. It's like going to the second famous mountain to participate in the competition. First of all, you have to have a car. If you don't have a car, don't talk about the competition. Those young and beautiful racing girls have nothing to do with them. Such a reason? Watched one night. For a full 12 hours, Jiang Yifu did not close his eyes and kept watching. There was only the sound of pages being opened in the library, and the yellowed pages revealed that old age. Nothing is quick. Jiang Yifu rubbed his head tiredly. The more he watched, the more he knew. At the same time, he was surprised at the magic level of the teacher, Sindra. A populous town? An accomplished, ordinary-looking woman. The power emitted is enough to destroy. A high-level magician of Baiyin only needs to know teleportation magic. A missile comes over, and people pull it away directly. The power of the law is really powerful, strong enough to be a shame than nuclear. The portal ran away, leaving behind a sentence of goodbye, donuts. And the nuclear bomb could only explode on the spot and couldn't hit anyone at all. So magician is really good, but only very powerful. It's just magician. Aunt Santana. I think it's okay to read a book while basking in the sun in the yard. Jiang Yifu reluctantly used his own characteristics, and Emo-san regained his strength. Unlike Superman, the more he gets exposed, the stronger Jiang Yifu is. Jiang Yifu has no way to control the body's recovery function, and can only consume energy to recover his physical strength and spirit. Wait till Cinda Pull it back, maybe let her help. If you don't check carefully, you will never bet on the truth. Jiang Yifu just finished speaking. Definitely works. Santana appeared beside her and said with a smile. Master Eve, let me take you for a ride. After speaking, the jade hand is placed on Jiang Yifu. On the shoulders. A broom appeared at the thigh and sat directly on it. Doesn't feel a hard touch, not bad anyway. In a blink of an eye, it was directly on the wall of the castle, followed by a large pile of desks and bookcases flying over. The wind roar whistled past. With hot milk and burgers, it would have taken more than 10 or 20 minutes to walk, but it only took a few dozen seconds. It's so fast. This kind of magic also makes Jiang Yifu a little jealous. With the help of Sifa, not to mention practicality, the ratio is also a first-class excellent effect. If you don't knock out a few steamed buns, you will definitely not let go. Always imitating Giovanni's set to pretend in front of the audience. If Sindra found out, she would definitely knock Jiang Yifu's head hard. Is this interesting? Magic is for studying and fighting, not for pretending? Santana's light-hearted look seems to be used to it. Magic is indeed a good thing that makes life easier. If it is not for fear of being out of control, it is estimated that it has already been promoted. Anyway, I don't know why. As a result, the shadow of the magician is rarely seen. The sun of Yudong's color rose in the morning, with a hazy dazzling brilliance. Jiang Yifu bathed in the yellow sun. The potent factors in the body and the serum form a perfect roar suction. Every muscle is sucking on its own roar, greedily absorbing the energy from the sun, interacting with the nutrients of the body and the high content of oxygen in the air. Produce a special dawn to relieve physical fatigue and spiritual use 5. This kind of function cannot be said to be unique, but very few people will have it. It can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Even the creator of the serum, Dr. Abraham, dare not say that the function of the serum is to enhance the physique. The original idea was to stimulate the potential of the human body, to create a super soldier. As for the consequences, only the injection will know. Maybe it will be death, maybe it will be disabled. If you are lucky, it will become a superhuman. Butler Santana noticed Jiang Yifu's changes very keenly. It seems that she has become more energetic and attractive after basking in the sun. That special temperament can easily attract women. People's favor? As Dr. Abraham said, while the serum enhances the physique. The kinder are the kinder and the righteous are the more upright and the evil are. Will also magnify everyone's heart. The more evil, and lecherous people, the more lecherous bastards, bathed in golden sunlight. Instead, the body is warm and comfortable. Both physical strength and spirit are recovering quickly, and the exhaustion from all night long gradually disappears. And Santana, please prepare more food. Instead, there was a sense of hunger. Jiang Yifu had to say Dian, I might eat more. Maybe. The relationship between the physical reasons, please trouble you. Master Eve is serious. What you said is what I will do. Don't worry, I will always serve you. Santana doesn't care. There is so much food here. Simple. The jade hands are flying. One after another magic hit out. There were ripples in the air. Countless ingredients flew from the kitchen, as if they had been cleaned up in the hands of transparent people, and then assembled one by one hamburgers. The platoons were scorched golden by flames and exuded a tempting aroma. Big mouthfuls of fresh ingredients, occasional sips of milk, and if there is a stereo to play some songs, it will be more perfect. Typical petty bourgeoisie life. Shuangguai. Dain does not cost money, it is free, and the compound is also free. There are as many as you want. In the sun, the brain seems to run a lot faster. The books are turned quickly, and the eyes are keen to find the key points from a large number of words and memorize them. It seemed that a palace appeared in his head, and important knowledge points had become folders one by one, which were put into the bookcase and arranged in different categories. Browse in your next memory. When the time, you can accurately find these data and data. This is a hypothetical palace memory 0.5 memory method. Requires a very special ability. Memories are actually scattered fragments. Some people have good memory, some people have bad memory. It is good. In addition to brain size, the method of memory is also important. Jiang Yifu didn't know what was going on. He was completely addicted to the books, like a dry sponge entering the sea of magical knowledge, greedily absorbing the moisture of knowledge. From time to time, the static thinker simulated a variety of methods, and found the most suitable magic practice method for him. Turn the method into a formula, and the method becomes obscure magic books. Many professional words do not know what they mean at all, and can only guess. An experimental program. A drill that loops in your brain to find fatal mistakes. The benefit of all this is an ample source of food energy, as well as the golden rays of the rising sun. Makes the brain work at a high load, to an extremely incredible environment. Boundary. It seems like a god has seen through the difficulties one by one. Immerse yourself in the mind and carefully sense the changes in the air. As usual, there is no difference, except for the sound of insects and birds jumping out of the water. But not. If you want to become a magic apprentice, you must first condense your own magic power, which can also be said to be mana. The magic power exists in the body of the human body, and it is of the same type as the chi of Qigong. It's the same energy. Magic can communicate with the elements in the air, cast elemental magic, and also cast space magic, teleportation, and more. And it can also be used to make many magic craft accessories. And the power to activate the Nanfa props. Qigong cannot eat, because it is a very partial existence, and it only exists in the ancient Kunlun in the east. As for what Kunlun is and where it is, Jiang Yifu said he doesn't know, after all. Didn't appear in the movie. Can only be hearsay, but the power is also quite good. If you want to condense magic, you must first understand what magic is. Magic is a kind of energy used to sense the elements in the air. You can only calm down and sense it carefully. This is the most basic. The original method is also the difficult method. It does not mean that this method is very frustrating, but the most difficult and mindless one. The success rate is equivalent to being struck by lightning and winning the lottery. Like tickets, it's not impossible, it's just difficult. The southern magician families who have been trained will have their own corresponding magic cohesion methods. Well, in simple terms, it is equivalent to the foundation of martial arts. It's about the same, you know. Yes, but it's hard to sit up. The circus acrobatics look good, don't they? But just pulling a person up will definitely not make this effect. This requires special training, and it also requires special skills. Skillful practice. The same goes for magic. Jiang Yifu felt it with his eyes closed, and half an hour passed. Well, there doesn't seem to be any special effect except that I'm still hungry. Last resort only. It's good to use your own trick. Ask people. Aunt Bayanina, I want to ask. Next, how can I sense the presence of magic? I tried to do as the book says, but it didn't work. I would like to ask you to explain. Let go of my doubts, okay? Jiang Yifu turned his head with a harmless smile on his face, not like that arrogant BD at all. It's a complete disguise. Aunt Santana smiled and nodded, definitely fine. If you break it down, Master Eve, Liju is the energy that exists in the human body. If you want to sense it out of thin air, you need a lot of energy. Big chance. Or originally had a different bloodline power, then it can be easily sensed. Oh, what is the special bloodline power? Jiang Yifu asked curiously. If he didn't step into this field, he wouldn't know so many things at all. The power of blood comes from inheritance. For example, the children of the gods are born with unique blood, so they can use magic easily. It's like an innate instinct. Same as eating and drinking. For example, Madam's family, the Zatara family has always had the innate ability to sense magic, and learning magic is naturally faster and more effective than others. My aunt started to give Jiang Yifu science knowledge. No way. Something that is too profound must be understood. For a magic chicken. If ordinary people want to sense magic, they need special methods and skills. Next, I will teach you some of the lady's unique magic extraction techniques. The so-called extraction techniques. That is, transform the energy contained in the body into magic power, use your own ability to feel the communication, and slowly transform it into a source of magic power. Please close your eyes for the Ivesa festival. Sanana's jade hand tapped lightly. A little bit of light entered Jiang Yifu's body. It is quickly absorbed by the body. A melodious female voice came from my ears. Feel this energy carefully. Try. Jiang Yifu, who closed his eyes tightly, felt a surge of energy seeping into his body. The oil is absorbed by the muscles. To mobilize it to run in the body. Imagine a water bag in the body. These energies are water. Channel them into the water bag. Fill the water bag. Go. That is to concentrate on having. The subtle magic power is almost undetectable. It is an invisible and intangible thing that does exist. Jiang Yifu tried to use mental power. The strange muscles seemed to see a little bit of light. These rays of light are filled with gentle energy, very comfortable, and comfortably drowsy. No? Jiang Yifu pinched himself. Look, you must not fall asleep at this time. If you fall asleep next time, you won't have the chance to see the magic power hidden in your body again. I tried to focus on moving this group of light that was smaller than a grain of rice, but the light group didn't move at all. It was still inside my body. No matter what you think, how you move, this light, still in situ without moving. Jiang Yifu could only stare at the light with big eyes and small eyes. The light was still lying in his muscles, exuding a lazy air. Not at all moved. At this time, Jiang Yifu thought of what was said in the book, to calm down, not to be impatient, to feel slowly, to wrap the magic light ball with his own mental power, and slowly move it. Move into the body. Move from the muscles to the lower abdomen. Because there is a source of magic power in the lower abdomen, it is called the source of magic power. The source of magic power is just a foundation. At this time, you need to slowly construct it yourself. Build the source of Nanli. The material is the magic light group in the body. How you want to construct it is your own business. Materials will always be generated constantly, and it is up to you to find them. No one can help with this, and even if they can, it will greatly reduce the efficiency. Other than yourself, there is no other way. The only way to promote growth is hypnotic ability. If you want to become stronger, then pay for it. Ahem, I'm wrong. I want to become stronger. Then do it on your own. Thanks to being still irradiated by the sun, the spirit has been recovering, and it is extremely difficult to use the thought to move the small light group as small as the sand. Just a little distance. I can hardly see it, but Jiang Yifu can clearly feel that the light group is moving. Upi woke up from his meditation. Aunt Santana snorted and put a handkerchief over. Master Iv, don't worry, take your time. Even the apprentices in the Magician Association have spent many years in this step. I started cultivating from an early age, and some of the fast ones took 4 or 5 years to complete. Don't worry, since Madam accepts you as an apprentice, you will surely succeed. Jiang Yifu nodded, but what? He did sense the magic power just now, and moved the magic power. This feeling and experience is unprecedented, very exciting and very exciting. Novel? He gulps down the hamburger and milk into his stomach, eating almost half of the food on the table in one go. Curiously asked, Aunt Santana, you believe me so? Aunt Santana shook her head, no, I just trust Madam's vision. Li Wangzhao. Emotions are the reason for Syndra, and Jiang Yifu thought that his pig's foot halo had deepened, and when the tiger's body shook, a beautiful woman would throw her arms in her arms. This is really overthinking. Close your eyes again and continue to sense magic. With the first experience, Jiang Yifu quickly and accurately found the magic light group hidden in the muscles of the body, and continued to use it. Mental strength fights a tug-of-war with the opponent? It's shameless, but it's a scumbag dragging the magic light ball into the body, extracting it from the muscles, and going to the foundation of the magic source of the lower abdomen. Thousands of times. It was hard to put a light ball of the size of a sand file on the foundation. The foundation can be vaguely felt, as if there is a place in the body to store. It is a natural site. It is ready to build a latrine, and it's building a skyscraper, but it's just watching your own performance shake. The master of the language leads the door, and the practice is in the individual. Everything depends on ability. Everything depends on self-consciousness. It is definitely possible and necessary to work hard. With the first experience, the latter will be a lot more proficient. The progress is not very fast, but the results are gratifying. There are countless energy light groups in the muscle tissue of the human body. As long as they are sensed, they can be transformed into various energy, magic, chi, and even martial arts through corresponding methods. Inner strength in dreams. If the hero is not a hero, Jiang Yifu will not be daydreaming. Honestly, practice magic. Being a magician is simply the best profession for lazy people. What to eat? Don't wash dishes, take a shower, don't wash clothes, I'll use magic instead. It's just cool, don't want it? I have been working hard all day to build my own magic source foundation. From the ground up, the key is to lay a good foundation for yourself. It makes the foundation extremely firm, even if it encounters a 28 magnitude earthquake. Wait, the earthquake seems to be the most. Use the most scientific vision and knowledge to use a unique foundation structure. Most of the 9, right? Well, the 28th level knowledge exaggeratedly described the firmness of the pen. When he reached his eyes, Syndra came back and nodded at Jiang Yifu, who was still refining his magic power on the city wall. This student is really good, as expected of a young doctor. People who have made many inventions from the beginning. Not because he is handsome, nor because he is rich, but just because he has an appetite. First believed in magic in 38 years when science began to spread across the globe. Looking at Zhang Yiyao, coupled with some myths or smears from organized religions, it makes people feel that magician is a vicious necromancer who specializes in harming people. Fewer and fewer people. So to learn magic, you must first believe in magic, otherwise you don't even believe in yourself. Then what kind of magic do you need to learn? If you believe it, you can blow it, otherwise you have no confidence. Why should others believe you're bragging? How long has he been in this state? Syndra asked curiously. As a magician, he naturally knows that Jiang Yifu has already stepped into the realm of magic, and he only needs to be himself. Just make an effort. Ma'am, Master Eve has been around all day. Last night I was in the library looking at the books I gave him. After reading it, I came to the city wall to bask in the sun and refine my strength. Construct a source of magic. Santana's housekeeper answered honestly, in a very respectful tone, with a smell of servants treating their masters in it. Oh, that's good, and it's not bad to be able to do this in a day. Santana, what do you think? Syndra said a little proudly, wearing a magician. A dark purple tight dress outlines the figure of a man. Like a proud queen. I believe in the eyes of the lady, bfuff. Santana said that again, for uncertain things. Do not comment. Just like when Syndra married the brigadier of the Zetara family. The two of them chatted with each other, and they basically answered each other. Syndra's strength and Santana's obedience are a typical pair of master and servant. Jiang Yifu didn't know how long it took to open his eyes. The foundation was 1/3 finished. It's not that he is wrong, but that his ideas are very strange. Ordinary magic apprentices just pull the magic light group together. There is a place to store it, and it can be mobilized when needed. And usually slowly warm up, always. Little by little, the source of magic will become bigger and bigger. And Jiang Yifu's idea is very special. It's straight, very straight, and built the foundation. Then prepare to construct a building with magic power. Used to store magic power. This is a kind of chissa. It is enough to gather the window forces together as mentioned in the Guangan books. But to do so many tricks, it can't be regarded as a failure. It can only be said to be ingenious, whether it is good or not, and also depends on future performance. There's no harm in getting familiar with magic anyway. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the teacher, Syndra, had returned, and immediately stood up from the chair and said respectfully, "Teacher, you are back." Syndra nodded, glanced at the other party from top to bottom, shook his head and nodded again. There is a little progress, you can communicate with magic, you are qualified. Good, not bad. Continue to structure and sell your own strength. In the case of insufficient magic power, there is no way to use medical magic. When you have the ability to use the magic hand key, I will teach you. Step magic. Jiang Yifu nodded, the meal needs to be eaten one bite at a time. I can't rush it. It is already very good to be successful in apprenticeship and learning. If I want to fly to the sky in one breath, it can only be in my dream. Okay, teacher, I will continue to work hard. Teacher, I want to go back first, and I have disappeared for a while. I am afraid that others will worry about looking for me everywhere. Seeing Della covered her dark bar with a smile, hehe, isn't it fun that there is no flowery world outside here? No, it's just that there are other things to do after all. Arrange things first and then slowly practice. Jiang Yifu shook his head, explained hastily. Hehe, well, just kidding you. Go, remember, don't let me find you doing bad things. Sindra finds it interesting, seeing the apprentice's embarrassment. Be careful with yourself. After speaking with a swipe of the right hand, a silver aperture appeared. The next Jiang Yifu just disappeared. Something that Doctor Strange sent Thor and Loki away. With a push of the right hand, the light circle flew by, directly shrouding Jiang Yifu inside. The next second, the world was spinning. Jiang Yifu returned to a small alley in Berlin. Sense? Exactly landed on the garbage heap. Well, landed next to the garbage heap? I almost got hit. Fortunately, the goddess of luck was on this side, and I didn't make my whole body stink. Shaking his head, the taste of space teleportation is really unpleasant. Crossing the space wormhole, the feeling, is like a roller coaster, very exciting. It is also motion sickness, like, the kind you want to vomit. At this moment, several white people stood up from the garbage heap and looked at Jiang Yifu, who was clean and wearing a suit. Hey, robbery. Sniff, robbery. Jiang Yifu didn't even expect this scene to hit him. How many guys dressed as homeless dare to rob themselves? That's right, it's robbery. You, hand over all the valuables on your body. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Hehe. A fierce-faced white man with a knife is constantly gesturing. Jiang Yifu looked at these guys with a weird face. Really, these days, all the robbery has come to the super soldiers, and the IQ of these guys is also no one. At more than 3 times the speed of ordinary people, it almost reached an acceleration of 15 meters per second and rushed to the face of the white man. The fist the size of the casserole directly knocked the opponent into the air, shaking it straight to the wall. He stared at the few remaining homeless people who were obviously stunned and hadn't reacted. He punched, kicked, and slapped the body. Super strong combat power was used to deal with these homeless Jane. Just like dealing with kindergarten children, the bones seem to be much lighter. After every strenuous exercise, the body feels comfortable for a while. I don't know if it is because of the integrated serum. After some exercise, a fun competition, this serum is really. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yifu came out of the alley whistling, leaving behind only a few men gasping in pain on the ground, and a pile of clothes burning beside him. Poor stream. Even the only remaining clothes were burnt by Lang Han. I wonder if he can survive this cold night. Jiang Yifu is indeed not a person who likes to kill, and does not dislike killing. But rather than killing people, I prefer to play some small routines. Well, it's not up to him whether he can survive or not. He didn't kill anyone anyway. This kind of petty drink is not worth his effort. Well, the temperature in Berlin at night is about 2 or 3 degrees. If you don't wear clothes, there is indeed a little danger of freezing to death. But there's no way, it's okay to be killed directly. Encounter this. Those guys who play cards out of common sense can only count them as unlucky. Back in the hotel room, Cynthia was still sullen, cursing Jiang Yifu, the heartless man. She didn't know where to go and be happy. No one is seen all day. After all, it's the first man. With a click, the door was opened. When she saw Jiang Yifu's figure, Cynthia's eyes clearly flashed with joy, but she quickly hid it again. It is normal to be unforgettable. And a promising young handsome scientist? In the most standard words, it is the 5th king of diamonds? Wife. Did you miss me? When Jiang Yifu saw Cynthia, very happy to give each other a hug. If there is a bargain, take it first. BD, who is your wife? Well, it stinks. Go. No one was there all day. Go take a shower now. Dr. Zola came to see you today. You are gone. Humph. Hurry up and take a shower, it stinks. Cynthia pushes and fucks Jiang Yifu, her tone resentful, like a little daughter-in-law who seems to have been abandoned by her husband. She doesn't even notice this. Jiang Yifu didn't smell anything after smelling it, but it was a bit weird not to take a bath for a day, and it was just a little uncomfortable psychologically. He smiled and walked into the bathroom. When I got out of the shower, I was definitely struggling. Going to a party, Niu didn't get it, but met a few great gods. A gas expert, a Greek god, a high-level magician from a legal family. Since there is no soaking in yen, then there will be Cynthia's body to find it and call. Zhang Yudi happily went into the bathroom to take a shower, and came out to eat a hearty breakfast. Usually a sandwich is enough. Early the next morning, Zhang Yufa needs 10. The Big Mac feels full, otherwise you'll be hungry all the time. The powerful physique brought by the super soldier serum also has many side effects. Definitely, compared to the disfiguring side effects of Red Skull, Zhang Yufu's side effects are actually acceptable. Just eat it. Nothing, big deal. When Dr. Zola knocked on the door again, Cynthia was still paralyzed from exhaustion, her body was weak, and she was cursing some beast in her heart. What a living beast. Tai Nang. Tossed? Oh, little brother, where did you go yesterday? Didn't you agree to visit the military camp together? Do you still have a sense of time? This BD, he comes to him for all kinds of shit, but he has to deal with it himself. I really wish the other party would go back to America and never come back, the whole thing is annoying. Jiang Yifu had to take a few steps back, dodging Dr. Ziula's excited spit zingzi, and shrugged apologetically. Don't be excited, Senior Zola, you know, the party, there is always some sheep for a wonderful date. I don't want to either. But the girls are hot? But about learning magic, that's something you won't say if you kill him. This is a weapon against Hydra? Science and magic collide. Very shameless to put gold on his face. Well, I can't say how ruthless it is, but high-level magicians are not afraid of bullets and cannons. Okay, we have to go today, don't delay the time. Dr. Zola also couldn't do anything about this guy, especially when everyone was working with each other. Sitting in a comfortable car, Cynthia and Jiang Yifu sat in the back seat, and Dr. Zola sat in the passenger seat. There are 2 cars in the front and back, playing a defensive role. This treatment is still available? Along the way, you can see the bustling scene on the street, the revival of workerism, the reopening of factories, and the famous manufacturing. According to Dr. Ziura, all kinds of munitions and merchandise for sale. The army, on the other hand, plunders resources from other countries and processes them back. Xin Xiao will not be full of unemployed people on the streets. After the First World War, Berlin was worse than the small tribes in Africa. The soldiers were unemployed, the workers were unemployed, and the economy was depressed. Difficulties at home and abroad, but the head of state can revive the whole country, from a certain point. He is indeed a very capable person. On the way, Jiang Yifu closed his eyes and pretended to take a breather. In fact, he was immersed in the magic refining. Anyway, being bored in the car is also boring, so it is better to use it to improve himself. After half a day's journey, I finally got out of a small town near Austria, and a huge camp was established on the outskirts. Well-equipped soldiers carry AK-47s on patrol back and forth. From time to time, screams came from inside, and those who listened couldn't help but feel a goosebump. Dr. Zola is very accustomed to it. Many experiments in Hydra are directly conducted with human experiments. It is no exaggeration to say that they are dissection hands. Hey, little boy, happy. Welcome to Ketan concentration camp. Jiang Yifu is light roar. Tone, the structure of the magic source is almost half completed. This is a good thing. I never thought that my progress would be so fast. Could it be? Genius? Let's talk about it first. Looking at the heavily guarded concentration camp, a trace of disgust still flashed in my heart. But disgust is disgust. He doesn't have the urge to save people, and he's not a hot-blooded young man. If Superman Clark, maybe he will save people. Ask for flowers 0. After a tour, everyone came to an open space. There are many prisoners of war and prisoners who have been held on various charges, including old people and children, for an unknown crime. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face greeted him with a smirk. Dr. Zola, Dr. Eve, it's nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Eve. I am this camp. The head of Klaus. Jiang Yifu's eyes froze. This guy who keeps smirking is called Lox? Isn't that the alias of He Huangxiao? Such a coincidence? But yes, mutant has always belonged to the Marvel world, but because of copyright issues, it did not appear in the movie with the Avengers. Jiang Yifu immediately smirked. Oh, Dr. Kraus. Nice to meet you. Dr. Zola looked at the scene in the clearing, and many prisoners of war were hung up, which was really not a good feeling. Let's go inside. It's not very good outside. It is good. Haha. Don't worry, I found a little experiment of right interest. I believe that the 2 of you will be interested. Kleis said meaningfully. He was originally a variant. The purpose is to hold more mutants, then marry them together, and recite the power of mutant monsters to rule the world. In the beginning, he was not a good person, and he was cruel. Anything can be done. With Hydra it's just mutual cooperation, whoever takes advantage of whom. It depends on whose means are high and yin. It is rare that Dr. Claus will show us your unique technology. A little bit in the mouth. The imitation Labo 10 is very interested in scientific experiments. Oh, what is the experiment? Hehe. Ironically, the relationship between the 2 is not very good. Although there is cooperation, this guy has always hid his technology well and refused to share it. Klaus didn't care, but looked at Jiang Yifu. What does Dr. Yifu think is the strongest weapon? Jiang Yifu didn't expect this guy pretending to be He Huangxiao to ask himself questions. Hehe, the strongest weapon is definitely human. No one can make any weapon. In the final analysis, talent is the most powerful weapon. Awesome? Dr. Eve's opinion is really different from ordinary people? I am deeply impressed. I believe that Dr. Eve and I must be. Clap clap clap. Black Emperor Xiao applauded vigorously. People who have a common language? Dr. Zola was unhappy, and said in a low voice, Klaus, if you have any experiments, take a look at them. Science cannot be done with your mouth. 5.